Hello everybody and welcome here to the Cactus Classic, bright and early in Tempe, Arizona. Kai Gengabus joined alongside me, Pierce Gordon. Apologies for the late start, couple of technical difficulties, but all good, no worries. We are here right now bringing you some live action between the SEC Texas A&M Aggies and the GCU Antelopes. And so far, scoring got started with the Aggies, number 39, Abby Wittenberg, who kicked things off, and we know the scoreboard says 2-0, but believe us, it is 1-0, we promise.
Yeah, just manual scoreboard over there to get those type of issues in the tournament style here.
And a couple of good saving goals by the goalkeeper for this A&M squad, and I believe that's Macy Clay in between the sticks. Aggies pushing forward with a now 8-meter mark over the head throw, all for naught. However, the recovery is made by number 13 for the Aggies, Sasadina. Movement across the 8-meter, right at the restriction line. Able to pick things up, though, is number 17 for the Aggies, Mallory Neff. And I'd be as far as willing to say that the field conditions here are a little damp.
Yeah, back in my playing days, I always despised the morning games. I'm not an early riser and always despised them.
Here's Wittenberg with another wide shot.
It's always hard, get up. I mean, obviously both teams played last night. You got to get up and rebuild that momentum.
Here's a side shot, falling to her knees is number 5, Faith Jorgensen. But it doesn't matter, the shot is still good, right past the outstretched glove of the goalkeeper for Grand Canyon. And the Aggies pouring things on early on. So 2 goals already here in the first quarter to go. And Pierce, I completely agree with you. 8 a.m. is typically not my strong suit. Neither is 6 a.m., which is technically the time I think both of us woke up. However, we're still here bright and early for the Cactus Classic, and we appreciate everybody who's up and early as well, watching us on South Mountain Sports.
A lot of course, GCU local team, a lot of their fans making the trek down to Tempe.
Of course. And GCU taking things from the draw. That's Nicole Terry on the right side. A&M still trying to fight for possession, able to get things back. And you know, you mentioned A&M trying to fight in this game, especially after the hard-fought loss in last night's game over there on Field A.
Yeah, lost to Michigan State in the final 30, 45 seconds, call it the final minute there.
And A&M had the opportunity to talk to their head coach beforehand. Look at have the mind of a goldfish. Try to forget as much as they can about that and press on. Another good shot opportunity over there by GCU, but still all for naught as the Aggies able to keep things out between the sticks. Aggies now at the midfield point, still trying to get across back into GCU territory. There's a pass towards the top of the fan, a little miscue, but nonetheless, Aggies able to get it back. Here's a run by the 8-meter. Quick cut, but still for naught. Handling it's now number 24, Olivia Zander. Zander over to Kaylee Barnett. Barnett now back over to number 11. In a fast-paced game so far. Aggies trying to advance, get the centering pass over. All for naught, tipped away though by number 27, Daly Tibbetts for this GCU squad. And Grand Canyon started things out in the Cactus Classic with a brutal loss to the second-ranked team in the country, UCSB. However, nonetheless, the team held in there for the majority of the first half, but of course, the second-ranked team showing off why they are second-ranked.
Yeah, Grand Canyon's head coach made a pretty good point that I didn't think of personally. It's not a conference game. Doesn't have really too many postseason implications. You go out, it's an early season tournament, you find your identity, you find who you are as a team.
And here's a rip, but not able to find the back of the net. It's number 14, Kaylee Barnett. I want to give a special shout out to Pierce for being a two-way athlete right now, between broadcasting and handling camera operations. Now controls number 24, Xander. Xander centering pass and able to knock it down for the Aggies. It's number 13, Sasade. Camarina Sasade coming up big with her first goal of this Saturday morning of the Cactus Classic, and the Aggies striking again. 3-0 is the score.
Yeah, Aggies coming out firing, coming out hot. Talk to their head coach as well. It's kind of exactly what she mentioned. Just get out and play.
Quick, fast-paced playmaking, and this team gets out to an early lead. And the Grand Canyon Antelopes looking to bounce back here early on in this first quarter. And we've seen this Aggie squad so far do a great job kind of building things throughout the fan, throwing in a couple of cutters right at the 8-meter line, have the rotation from X right in front of the crease, and that's kind of been the game plan for this squad. So we saw in practice too. Good stick work by Abby Konecki. Now with it's number 52, and poor Pat. Aggies building things slowly. Controlling tempo. The advancement knocked away, however, a quick foul drawn. And the Aggies still control possession at the top of the fan. Here's Ann Porpot trying to throw out to the left side. Miscue of a reception. And another quick inside pass towards the 8-meter mark. Again, trying to build out of X now for the Aggies. Not a lot of cutters inside. Another foul. And here's a free positioning shot from the 8-meter mark.
I gotta capitalize on the free position shots.
Open opportunity for the Aggies. Cut inside. Thrown overhand. Able to knock it down. It's number 24 for the Aggies, Olivia Xander.
Beautiful drawn up play there from the 8-meter. You go in, fake the shot, and then dish it down to the cutter cutting right in front of the mouth of that crease.
Olivia Xander's done a great job kind of setting herself up in that position, and in that specific opportunity, she was able to capitalize.
This looks like we'll get a timeout here early on from GCU as they're already down 4-0 to start this one.
We should mention a couple of rules that I feel like we possibly failed to mention from last night's contests. First one of which being the last player to reach the out-of-bounds line on anything behind the net is the person who's awarded automatic possession of the ball, as well as, I believe there's something else that I might be forgetting, Pierce, that you can remind me on.
Oh, yeah, so tonight, a little different than NCAA rules, no shot clock, and
Exactly.
new to the NCAA is there's a 30-second timer, or 30-second clock, shot clock, whatever you want to call it, that starts after a goal, that starts after a stick gets checked. That does not apply to club action here tonight.
Meaning that practically what the Aggies could do right now is just hold on to the ball for the remainder of the game. And
but I don't imagine we'll get that.
Exactly.
Talking to their coach, they want to play a little fast. They want to get out there. It's early in the morning. You want to wake up.
Yeah. Got to get the adrenaline flowing. Got to get the juices flowing. And this Aggie squad, too, trying to add to the lead. Everybody trying to make a case for themselves, too, as to why they belong in the All-Star game later on tonight.
the tournament all-star games, playing in them, it's always fun. It's always just like, if you're able to make it there, it's not something too serious. You're not taking it too serious. It's just something. It's a fun little addition. I like when tournaments include them.
Me too. I always loved the All-Star games they did for baseball specifically as well, just because it was one of those games where you, instead of seeing guys throw about 85 to 95 at you, you wind up seeing some position players get a few cracks at pitching. Couple of ephus balls thrown in there.
As a defender, I always loved the All-Star games, as you always end up getting a short stick and going and playing attack. But it's always fun. Nevertheless, timeout over, and about to see some more lacrosse action.
Draw up and coming again. We mentioned earlier the Aggies with a 4-0 lead currently. Of course, GCU in the purple, A&M in the white and maroon. More like a burgundy color.
A lot easier today than the red-on-red action we had yesterday. And on the score bug, we got Texas A&M in the blue.
Yeah. So the Aggies out to an early lead. First quarter still underway with 15 minutes into the Cactus Classic on this beautiful Saturday morning. Still a little chilly out, but compared to last night.
It's really nice with the sun out. Anytime there's sun showing in Arizona, it's nice.
Exactly. Handling things for the Aggies after the draws, number 31, William McLaughlin. Aggies again trying to build up on the right side of the fan, and now rotating back towards X. Wide pass, and this one's going to go out of bounds. And GCU will get possession.
And those are just some of the turnovers that are a little sloppy, and I think case of just being early.
And a little bit of a collision there, but GCU able to take possession. Quick foul drawn as well, as the Aggies were trying to transition. I love a quick green card on what looks like the Aggies.
So the Aggies confused on who it's on here, as the ref's explaining to them.
And that was on number 4, Sarah Pope, for the A&M squad.
As everything finally getting set up here, but something that's always interesting and was always a little bit of adjustment for me on the defensive end of the ball was just tournament refereeing is always a little bit different than a full game refereeing. Of course, these still full games, still longer than or still shorter than like a full timed game would normally be.
But you know, I feel like playing out there would almost make it feel longer in a way.
Yeah, you're back to back to back.
Oh, here's a centering shot opportunity, but GCU not able to knock things down. A&M fighting for possession, and they got it. And the Aggies moving back with it. GCU not able to find their rhythm just yet.
There's a turnover between the restraining lines. That's something that always gets harped on in practice is clearing the ball. How well you can you clear it? You want to be, ideally you want to be 100%, but that's not realistic. You want to be more towards that above 60, 70, 80% range.
And the Aggies still trying to fight to keep GCU out of the 8-meter marker. But the Aggies trying to press on. GCU now with control over on their own end. Number 65 for the Aggies with control, or for GCU, apologies. Antelope trying to go for a centering pass. It's fought in the middle of the 8-meter mark. Almost both squads entirely were there trying to pick up that one. GCU's able to get back possession and looking to try to build something out of this. Centering pass, this time it goes wide again. Able to get things back is Grace Kelder. Gelder now trying to advance. So flip it to a fellow teammate, and that's number 12, Samantha Klump. Klump right back over to Beatrice Reynolds. Centering pass, shot opportunity, and capitalizing is Grace Kelder. And the first goal for GCU and the first goal for them of this Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, first goal of the day, like you mentioned, and just good for them to get on the board, see one go in, and build off that a little bit. It's always good to see that first one go in of the day.
And now the Antelopes looking to keep the energy high and keep on pressing. Aggies lead 4-1 here. Of course, mentioned it before, Pierce, the Grand Canyon crowd.
Yeah, I mean, local school, I mean, not too far away. You're not dealing with the Phoenix rush hour traffic like you would have been dealing with yesterday.
Agreed. It actually only took me about 20 minutes to get on here.
Yeah.
I was very pleased with how the 202 treated me this morning. And here's the Aggies winning the draw off number 31. That's Lily McLaughlin. Taking away 2 draw wins so far for this A&M squad. Handling it to Sarah Pope. Finally done with her 1 minute. You can tell, too, the Aggies trying to play that fast-paced style. Try to work things in, make sure they can catch GCU on their heels. Playing back through X now. Aggies looking to build up. Couple of cuts inside. Just taking it by herself. It's number 5. Quick pass over. Overhand shot. Able to get things to go. Great assist by number 5. That was Faith Jorgensen. Over to number 4 for the Aggies. And that was Sarah Pope who capitalized.
Yeah, Aggies just responding right back to the GCU goal, making it 5-1.
Again, the Aggies doing a great job building up from the right side of that 8-meter, able to capitalize there with Sarah Pope, but an even better job by Faith Jorgensen, kind of just doing a flip pass and almost an immediate shot from Pope right afterwards.
So looks we'll get another timeout here early on. And to start out this one, 5-1. Obviously, Aggies coming out hot in the morning. I mean, maybe the East Coast timing or the Texas timing helping them a little bit.
I believe it's currently 9:21.
Yeah,
Texas.
hour difference.
Hour,
it's more than
ahead.
you think.
Grand Canyon, of course, being an in-state rival. Two in-state rival. Well, I should say one rivalry specifically here would be between Arizona State and GCU. 2 Arizona squads that'll battle it out here at the Cactus Classic.
Yeah, I would say definitely more club sports rivalry between the 2 schools. GCU, of course, doesn't have a Division I football team yet, but I imagine that will probably change in our lifetime.
Yeah, of course, GCU being a FCS squad, but nonetheless made the playoffs the last 2 years in the FCS.
So we get a good look at the beautiful backdrop here, man. Once the crane gets out of the way and the two apartment buildings are finally built back there, feels like it's been a while.
There's a lot of desert still covering the background of the area, and then it's the perfect backdrop of all the towers in the background, all of the apartment buildings, the complexes. You have, I believe that's the Superstition Mountains over there to the left side, a mountain to the left of us. Did you ever hike up a mountain, Pierce?
I hiked it up once during the Paint the A,
Yep.
little ASU, I would say more freshman tradition, but other than that, I haven't spent too much time up there. Been mostly down here at the fields.
Same here. We like to look at it every once in a while.
Yeah.
Just reminds me that I'm not necessarily a hiker. I did do the paint the A as well. Very, very treacherous track for some. So the drop coming, the Aggies strike back after Sarah Pope's goal, and still in the first quarter to play. GCU and the Aggies battling for the draw. Trying to take things away now is the Aggies. This time poked away by Nicole Terry. And Terry will keep possession. And intercepted by the Aggies. That was number 14, Kaylee Barnett. And the Aggies trying to keep pressing forward. Handling it now across the top of the fans, number 25, Maddie Kennedy.
Aggies really started out the game pretty firing, but on the offensive side of things, it's a calm but quick offense when they need it to be.
Dancing now for the Aggies, trying to play along the 8 meters, number 4, Sarah Pope again. Griffin Young was trying to make an advancement, not able to do too much with it. Again, the Aggies still rotating towards the top of the fan. Handling it now is number 24, Zender. Zender will pass it inside. Bounce shot, almost able to sneak in. Aggies and GCU fighting for possession, and it looks like the Lopes able to take back control.
That was a great offensive possession and a great look, just a better save. The Aggies setting a screen, then rolling off of it for the give and go, and yeah, some beautiful offense there and just everything but the finish.
Another green card, that'll be on number 12, Griffin Young for the Aggies. Of course, Sky Harbor Airport just across the way. Here's GCU with a cut. Inside, underhand shot. Not able to get things to go, but GCU picks it right back up. Here's a cut. Great opportunity and a foul inside the crease. And it looks like a free position shot will be awarded to GCU. That's Mia Steins. Apologies. That was number 3, Ava Loeffler.
Yeah, we're right in one of the takeoff and landing paths of Sky Harbor. You if you ever take off and land through the I don't know, Tempe Airway, it's get a beautiful little glimpse over the campus.
Here's Ava Loeffler. She takes the shot, bounces it, and a crazy save by the Aggies goalkeeper, number 46, Macy Clay.
And Clay just almost doing the splits to get down there that quick. And man, that was a beautiful shot going 5-hole, and Clay just absolutely shuts the door on that one.
And that's just a great save. There's not too many other saves that you can make. And here's Clay with the throw over to fellow teammates. Pope now trying to dish it right back over. Nicole Terry will take it back. Handling it now is Cates. Cates on the move, rips it right through the 5-hole. Cates able to capitalize.
Yeah, and you can't leave your goaltender hanging. You can't expect her to make both of those saves back to back. But again, a game between the restraining lines. GCU forcing a turnover, kind of at the 40-yard line, call it, and it's a dangerous spot to force a turnover because your whole midfield line is all, for the Aggies, your whole midfield line is more on the offensive side of the ball, more focused in the mindset of offense and clearing the ball, and then you turn it over right there, and no one's back on defense.
Well, and Macy Clay really trying to establish some solid goaltending capabilities. Hit the splits to block the last shot that tried to go through the 5-hole, but this time wasn't able to do so. She one-on-one with Cates. And Cates able to take advantage on the fast break opportunity. Now advancing for GCU is Grace Kelder. She's got a goal tonight. Moving along the 8-meter, and a great save again by Clay on the opposite side of her stick. Just able to get out in front of it. Good passing up front. The Aggies advancing quickly, trying to catch the Lopes off guard. Handling is now number 24, Olivia Zander. Looks like we'll have a free positioning shot now from the Aggies. And here's a chance to get a goal right back. And the Aggies now, here's the rip, able to save it. And just able to get things down is Tristan Milkey for GCU. This ball will go out of bounds, possession awarded to GCU. And we got a 5-2 ball game here as the Lopes hanging in there. And GCU advancing now at the midfield point, but the Aggies trying to take things right back. Everybody's putting in work, and the Aggies will keep that possession. GCU trying their best to keep on pressing on. Here's Zender now on the right side. Looking for open teammates. Looking to build up slowly. The Aggies still building things up through the top of the fan. Rotating's 12. That's Young. Young now passing on the right side. Here's a centering pass to Zender, but this time it gets poked away by number 17, Rachel Waters. Aggies trying to build, running, trying to go stick side, poked away. The Aggies fighting for it, but it's GCU who comes away with possession. But this time, here's a pass that goes too high. The Aggies able to get it right back.
Again, a game played between the restraining lines, and both teams having some trouble clearing.
And that's a great job there too by Zender, just being able to read the miscue of a pass, pick things up right where the Aggies left off, and this Texas A&M squad has done a great job capitalizing on some of the missed opportunities by GCU. Aggies now marching forward with it towards the top of the fan. And what a great save! Rips it to the left side, and Zender a little frustrated that she wasn't able to hold on to it, but nonetheless would have been a highlight play if it went in. Kind of some Derek Jeter action on that rip. And it looks like Aggies will keep possession of this one. Trying to go with a bounce shot. We'll have a foul. It looks like inside the 8-meter. And another free positioning shot for the Aggies. We'll see if Milkey can make another save here and keep the lead that the Aggies have at bay. So here's the shot upcoming. The whistle blown. Quick cut over to the right side. Underhand shot and another great save by GCU. However, the Aggies able to pick it up, and that's got to be something too GCU is trying to fix right now, is making sure they get possession right back. Here's a cut inside, overhead, just wide. The Aggies again keeping possession.
I mean, you can only face so many shots before one of them goes in, and for GCU, you gotta slow down the clear, take your time. There's no rush on anything. There's no shot clock.
The Aggies building things up again. And GCU able to take it away. That was number 2, Mia Steins, able to work with it. And GCU trying to take their time here. Don't want to miscue, don't want to risk a turnover. And the Aggies will take it right back after a miscue of a pass. Here's an opportunity, over the head shot, ripping it again is Zender as she just sends that one. And the Aggies able to get out on a great transition play. And Zender strikes again for her second goal of the day.
And again, just the turnovers in transition of what caused a lot of these goals for both teams most recently. That just, like you saw right there for the Aggies.
And once again, Texas A&M strikes. Because like they say in Texas, everything gets bigger, including the lead right now. And I believe this is the second quarter of the game, as I believe we missed the first horn of the game.
There's no air horn.
I agree. I believe there was a whistle this time. So we have to keep our ears peeled a little bit more.
It's a lacrosse tournament special to have the air horn. You need the air horn.
I mean, to be fair, they might have ran out of the air horn in last night's game.
Yeah, last night's game, the guy who blew the air horn looked to almost blow it off his hand.
So there is a chance there is no more air horn.
Oh, unacceptable.
So possibly we're listening for whistles this time as the indicator. And the Aggies back on the advance after winning the opening draw after the following goal from Chloe Zander. The Aggies doing a good job rotating across the middle. Here's a cutter, but not able to work with it. Trying to play up again out of X. GCU trying to press a little bit more here in their own zone, keeping sticks high. Skew of a pass, but the Aggies still in control of it. Here's a cut across the middle. Shot overhead, just over the top of the sticks. And Pierce, what would you say you want to see a little bit more out of when it comes to this Aggie squad?
This Aggie squad on offense, they've capitalized well in transition. That was a good opportunity there where you caught the defender kind of being too aggressive on a ground ball, and you're able to do it as they force a turnover here.
And here's another quick spin move over by Sarah Pope. Sarah Pope is going to get fouled at the 8-meter and another free position shot on its way.
Yeah, and exactly. The turnovers in transition are what are really helping this Aggies team and killing the Lopes.
And what would you say you need to see more out of when it comes to this Lope squad?
This Lope squad, they got to slow it down in transition. There's no clock there. You just got to work your way up. Preferably, you don't want your goalie handling it.
And here's a bounce shot. Sarah Pope not able to find the back of the net as Milky didn't really have to move much.
As again there, you want to give an easy outlet to your goalie there. You don't want her throwing something up.
And this Aggie squad trying to work with possession in GCU's territory. Aggies trying to build up again through the back of X, not able to get anything going. Aggies now building something. Here's an overhead shot right above the sticks. We'll have another foul at the 8-meter mark, so it looks like another free positioning shot on its way for the Aggies.
And again, just the more time the Aggies spend in the O-zone, or whatever you want to call it, stealing a hockey term there, the more shots they're going to get.
Here's an opportunity, overhead shot and a back check, and that'll be another foul. So we'll probably have another 8-meter free positioning shot, and possibly a card on the play.
As again, the more offensive zone time you give up, the more you're just going to get these sloppy fouls.
Here's Lily McLaughlin passing it to the cutter. Missed pass, not able to capitalize. The Aggies, however, keep the possession. Apologies, GCU able to scoop it away. That was Nicole Terry who came up with the huge interception. And the Aggies, GCU fighting for it. And so far, after the GCU's latest goal, it just seems like the Lopes can't advance downfield. A&M has done a great job playing keep away and just building up their attacking possessions. And GCU hasn't been able to really counter much.
Yeah, and again, it's a game between the restraining lines, and GCU just not able to clear the ball.
We'll have another foul inside the 8-meter mark, so another free positioning shot will be awarded to Chloe Zander. She's got 2 goals this morning. See if she just rips it or tries to pass it. Here's the rip, overhead, just above the head of Milky.
Yeah, those overhead shots get real tough with a woman's stick. Of course, we see, if you've watched a lot of lacrosse, the guys have a lot deeper of a pocket versus basically 0 on the women's sticks. You can generate a lot less power behind the shots.
And The Aggies now trying to advance, build up again out of X. Handling it again is Pope. Pope advancing on the inside. Double spin move. Drops it. Gold Terry trying to pick it up. She'll fall to the ground. Looks like we'll have a tripping call, and the referee will
I would say helped to the ground.
Helped to the ground slowly.
As again, just an ever more important clear for the Lopes here.
So Nicole Terry passes it over to Caffey. Caffey will collide. Aggies will take it away, but it looks like referees will say possession is still in control for the Lopes. Now the Lopes on the back in Aggies territory for the first time in about 5 minutes now.
As first offensive possession, it's only 6-2, so not anything insurmountable for GCU here.
The Lopes advancing now. Handling things as well is Grace Kelder. She opened the scoring up for this Lopes squad alongside Layla Cates, who scored that quick breakaway goal earlier on in the second quarter. Here's Ava Loeffler. Loeffler now back over to Grace Kelder. Kelder over to number 16, that's Evie Yoon. Number 19, Sarah Hansen on the left side of the fan. GCU's Ava Loeffler getting a couple of screens, but nobody to help out in front. Moving all the way around, just rotating, bounce shot, went all the way across the fan, and Ava Loeffler just scoring another goal for this Grand Canyon squad and cutting down that deficit once again.
Yeah, the Aggies sending two to the ball, so the slide came just like it was meant to, forced the player out of the fan just like it was meant to, but then there was no man ball, there was no recoupling, there was no resetting of the defense. If you double to the ball, one person either stays on man and drops, or you switch, or the double there. You can double for a sec, but if that player's just running backwards, you gotta send the double away and go match up. Because the minute you send that double, you don't have another slide there. So if you're too aggressive on the double, which they were there, can just leave her wide open.
So Ava Loeffler decides to cut the lead in half. And the Aggies lead 6-3 still, but the Lopes fighting back. GCU now trying to take things over on the draw. And able to do so is number 2, that's Mia Steins. Mia Steins, however, in the middle of 3 Aggies defenders who are able to take it away. That's Sarah Pope with the interception. And Pope will try to cut in. And she'll get a pass right in front of the crease. Not able to control it, however, is number 15 for the Aggies. Number 14, apologies, Kaylee Barnett.
Yeah, GCU doing a really good job on defense, sloughing in when that pass gets to the fan, or inside the fan.
And trying to slow down the pace of play here once again. The Aggies trying to press on through the 8-meter. Here's Sarah Pope. She'll try to rip it to her left side. Great save made, however, by Milky. And the Aggies will get possession.
And again, just the ever more important clear for the Lopes here.
Here's Grace Kelder trying to make her way up and just not able to keep it in the basket.
Yeah, hanging the stick just a little bit there, and the Aggies midfielders are going to be all over that.
This Aggie squad trying to press on, extend on to that 3-goal lead currently. Aggies now rotating out of X. They're trying to build on the 8-meter mark. Here's a left side shot, and a bounce shot is able to sneak right past Milky's outstretched right leg, and Olivia Zanders got a hat trick in just the first half alone. And the Aggies capitalize once again.
hat trick already in the first and just pushes it to 7-3, so maintaining the comfortable lead are the Aggies.
And this A&M squad doing a great job facilitating their own pace of play, capitalizing on big opportunities, and that's been a real help so far for this. And here's the draw following the goal. And a foul already, but possession will be awarded to the Aggies. The Aggies advancing now on the right side. Falling right in front of the crease is fellow Aggies player number 13. That's Kimrina Sasade. Sasade's already has a goal on tonight's stat sheet. Looking for another one, should say, this morning's stat sheet. And still not used to the early games yet.
You are. Yeah, they take a little bit of getting to use a little bit of getting to used to, if you want to word it like that.
And the Aggies advancing now. How to cut across the 8-meter, but not able to find anybody is number 12, Griffin Young. Again, Aggies trying to build up out of X. GC's done a great job so far, applying some defense, not allowing the Aggies to really get a shot off.
And again, just the ground ball battle just being won by the Aggies, the clearing battle between the restraining lines being won by the Aggies, and that's really the main difference on the scoreboard is those two stats. Is there we go, we get the air horn.
So that'll signal an end of the first half. Currently, the Aggies lead 7-3 over the Grand Canyon Antelopes, and we'll be back with more here on South Mountain Sports for some more action between both these squads and the Cactus Classic. Hello everybody and welcome back to more Cactus Classic action here in Tempe, Arizona. Joined alongside me, Pierce Gordon, and we're back on South Mountain Sports. The Aggies currently leading 7-3 here in this one.
Yeah, coming out of half, the Aggies really just dominated between the restraining lines. Mentioned that countless times, but it's been the story of this one as they've forced probably around 5 or 6 GCU turnovers in the neutral zone. Call it, steal another hockey term.
And here's the Lopes trying to take things away. They're able to do so. And Nicole Terry now with possession. And Aggies and Nicole Terry both fighting for it, but GCU awarded possession. Terry will pass it back. And GCU is just trying to advance the full field press on now from the Aggies. Trying to go coast to coast is number 8 for the Grand Canyon Lopes. That was Lily Houston, but poked away as the Aggies will take things right back. And GCU will take it away now to the missed pass. A lot of missed opportunities here early on as well for the Lopes.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of been the story of the game, I feel. The Lopes just have had a lot of these opportunities that they just haven't been able to convert on, and especially on the clear, that's something that they've struggled with.
And this Lopes squad has been fairly aggressive so far as well. The majority of their attacking possessions, too, have gone in their favor. It's just been, and speaking of those attacking possessions being in Grand Canyon's favor, here's another overhand goal by none other than Layla Cates, who strikes again, and now cutting into the deficit once more is the Lopes.
Yeah, coming out at half, pretty strong. That's exactly what you want. You want to build on something's cutting the deficit down 7-4.
And like we mentioned, the Lopes have done a great job on the majority of their attacking possessions. It's just been the number of attacking possessions have been low, as the Aggies have done an excellent job playing keep away with this Lopes squad.
As all set in the draw circle now. GCU bench with a little clap-in routine there. See the energies. Aggies, though, win the draw and then immediately lose possession and ground ball on the floor.
And 4 GCU defenders there, but possession still given right back. And the Aggies trying to go with an overhand shot. Not able to get in, and it looks like sticks collide with GCU defender's head. Hopefully everything is okay.
It's never what you want to see. It just stings. You feel it, and it's like when you trying to head a soccer ball and hit it a little weird. It's just something that stings onto your head and hopefully isn't too serious. She got up fairly quickly and doesn't look to be.
Hopefully everything is okay there, and GCU will now advance with play. It's number 27 for the Lopes. That was Daily Tibbetts.
As GCU will have another chance to clear it here, and the Aggies sitting back as they're in no rush to get GCU to do anything.
And now advancing is Tibbetts. on the near side, right in front of us. Poked away, and the Aggies get back possession. It was a great interception, too, by number 5, Faith Little.
Hey, you never really want to run yourself into that, I'll call it short corner, but they can box you in when you give the clearing defense another defender in the out-of-bounds line.
And the Aggies still trying to alternate around the fan. Again, still controlling their own pace of play here. Aggies trying to advance, but GCU fighting for the ground ball. Quick poke, and the refs saying Aggies ball.
It's an uncharacteristically windy day here.
Last night, pretty windy as well.
Yeah.
Conditions very chilly. We'll have a quick timeout. And I think we'll take a timeout as well with that one sounding. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Cactus Classic. Following the timeout here, we're going to see a possession from the Aggies in GCU territory. Currently, the Aggies leading 7-4.
Yeah, very quick game so far in this one. Already in the third quarter, about an hour in. You know, the tournament games go a little quicker, but this has gone very quick.
Possession getting retained by the Aggies, number 39, Abby Wittenberg. She had the goal earlier in this one, got the scoring started for the Aggies, and GCU's done a good job so far on capitalizing and fighting back that lead that the Aggies just seem to keep pouring on after every single goal from GCU. This ball will go back to the restraining line, and the Aggies will just take back possession. Wittenberg again with control.
Yeah, it's a good pressure there from the Lopes as their attack all over the restraining line, kind of acting as another out of bounds and forcing a ground ball there, see if they can come up with it.
Nicole Terry trying to put in some work, not able to do so.
But for the Aggies here, Cutter inside, coming out of the box and unable to catch the pass.
Poked away. The Aggies and GCU still fighting for possession. Here's a great save to prevent a possible shot opportunity on a goal from Milky. Now moving up now is number 20, Kathy. Ooh, and a huge collision there on the near side. No foul called by the referee.
As everyone looks to be getting up, albeit slowly.
GCU able to keep possession, however, in Aggies territory and trying to create some scoring opportunities. Here's Ava Loeffler, who takes a shot. This time it's saved, and it looks like we might have a free positioning foul here for the Grand Canyon University squad.
I do like the no call there. You saw the Aggies defender kind of closing the angle towards the sideline, and eventually that's going to collide.
Here's Ava Loeffler. She'll take an overhead shot, and it'll go wide. However, GCU able to keep possession.
Yeah, like I mentioned before, Aggies defender and the GCU player trying to clear. Both of the Aggies defenders slowly closing her out towards the end there. And then, I mean, eventually it's gonna collide.
And like you mentioned before, it's been a windy one.
Yeah, uncharacteristically.
And GCU able to get possession after the miscue pass. And here's an opportunity. Here's the fake shot, rotating to her right side. Free position awarded. I believe that was for number 20, Caffey, who will get an opportunity to capitalize. We'll see what Breland Caffey can do in this situation. Opportunity to cut the deficit to 2. She'll rip it overhead, just over the head of the goaltender for the Aggies. And a missed opportunity. And GCU trying to have to fish this ball out of the bushes. Able to get it right back. The Lopes advancing. Oh! And it looks like there was a hard check right at the 8-meter line. No foul. Surprisingly, it was a behind-the-back throw, and this will just go wide.
Yeah, GCU wanting head contact there, and maybe had a case, maybe didn't, but no call on the field.
Very physical game so far.
Was a call, but no card on the field, I should say. But yeah, very physical game. It's something, mentioned it last night, but it's a big step up to the collegiate club level or any collegiate level.
And here's another foul on the Aggies, so GCU will have another free positioning shot here, and I believe Ava Loeffler will be the one taking this one.
Yeah, because with the collegiate level comes a lot more physicality like we saw there.
Ava has the opportunity to either take a rip at it or, again, pass it over to possible cutter on the left side. We'll see what Loeffler does. She'll advance. Overhead shot blocked away, however, by the goalkeeper for the Aggies. That was a great job by Macy Clay, not allowing that to get in.
As that will be called and almost a little bit of a retaliation, as game will get ever more chippy as things progress.
And the Aggies doing their the best they can to try to add on to that scoring total.
The Aggies in a little bit of a scoring drought of their own here. The Lopes have been unable to capitalize on that, but haven't had one in the back of the net in a while.
Yeah, the Aggies really just playing in GCU's own zone up to this point. They've done a great job just kind of keeping possession and controlling the time of possession as a whole, especially early on. And here's a rip from the right side. That's a great cut by the Aggies. That was number 39, I believe. I believe that was Abby Wittenberg striking again for her second goal of the day.
Yeah, and again, the Aggies running a lot of offense where they spread people out around the fan, and imagine the fan going imaginary around X and send some players there, and then have cutters kind of like shooting stars coming down from the top.
Abby Wittenberg putting in the work for this squad, her second goal of the day. And the Aggies, once again, just adding on to that score total And we'll see if GCU is able to respond like they've been able to do so many times.
As a unfortunate draw win for the Lopes, or fortunate for the Aggies there as they try to build on this lead.
Number 24, Olivia Zander. And I actually noticed, we talked a little bit about this before, that Gengabus is on the back of the Aggies jerseys. I thought it was last names. However, I finally got the chance to see it up close. I realized it was not. Here's a cutter opportunity. Left side, cross body, got it to go. Number 5, Faith Jorgensen for her second.
Yeah, and again, she placed that perfectly. The attackman did, kind of far side hip of the goaltender. Really hard save to make. Again, talked about it last night, but it really kind of the toughest place a goaltender to get it other than the corners is that far side hip, as you want to get that stick over there, but you got a sweeping action over and hard to read and gets it to go.
So the official score in this one is 9-4, Aggies with the lead. Third quarter, and it's been an exciting one so far. The Lopes have done a great job at responding to goals and have done a really great job at attacking when they have possession in Aggies territory. It's just been the Aggies who have done a great job at controlling the ball for the majority of this game. And once again, here's Zander now moving up the left side. She's advancing.
It's also just the Lopes just unable to overcome the deficit that they dug themselves in at the start of the game.
Now with movement, Griffin Young. The Aggies trying to advance back in the 8-meter. Opportunity, overhead shot, gets blocked away, but a quick foul, and it looks like a free position shot upcoming at the 8-meter for the Aggies. Opportunity to just rip it here for the Aggies. We'll see what happens. Overhead shot goes just wide. Number 13, Camarina Sasere, not able to knock it down. But the Aggies will keep possession. We'd like to welcome everybody to the broadcast. Thank you all for tuning in today. Here's some work by Faith Jorgensen over to the right side, advancing. Able to kick it right back, however, to Barnett. Barnett now moving things over to the right side of the fan. Tossing back in the middle, ripped it, fired, found the back of the net is number 12, Griffin Young, for her first goal of the game. And the Aggies make it double digits and giggity, giggity, giggle.
As the midfielder Young just able to cut across the center of the goal mouth there, right inside the 8-meter, and one-on-one with the goaltender is real hard to stop when you're just a few feet away. Lopes have, throughout this one, done a pretty good job until late of collapsing when A&M gets inside the goal mouth, but 2 goals there where that was not the case.
So double digits now for the Aggies. And draw upcoming. GCU still a lot of time left on the clock to really do some damage here. Gotta get started by winning some of these draws and advancing, and that was just one that the Aggies were able to take away.
Yeah, it's been a standard lacrosse game where you'll go into the huddle and your coaches will harp on ground balls and clearing, and the Aggies have won that as of late, and it's a huge reason for the score.
There's been a majority as to what we've seen so far in tonight's play. Advancing now is Sasere. Sasere now controlling. Handling it is Griffin Young, who scored the latest and greatest goal. Here's a pass to Sasere inside. She'll rip it. Cross body. Found the top right pocket. Got it to go.
And with the amount of action inside, almost like a banana swirl in there, the kind of screening the goaltender there and doesn't see the shot till late, and was to the to the right or the left side, right above her head, and that's another hard one to get to.
Sasade adding a little bit of extra sauce to that one. And the Aggies extend their lead 11-4 now. Great game on field B. We appreciate everybody tuning in here. Aggies now up 11-4 over the Arizona natives, the Lopes.
As another ground ball and draw fought for here and won by the Aggies.
Aggies have just done a great job so far in the draw circle, taking things away and just controlling possession, attacking, catching the Lopes off guard on the transitions. It has been a great fundamental game for the Aggies who just capitalize on those opportunities. Here's Sarah Pope trying to fight inside the 8 here, but double teamed and not able to do much there. She'll rotate right back over to her left side, dish things out to number 14, Barnett. Barnett now right back over to Sasade. Sasade inside, overhand rip, blocked, however, by Milky. Aggies taking it right back, however, that's Griffin Young. Here's Sasade again from the top of the fan, trying to dish it inside. GCU's able to get there in time and block things away. Handling it again is Tibbetts. Tibbetts now trying to advance it. They'll dish it right back over to Chloe Zender. Zender trying to control it. The Aggies fighting for possession, but they'll say that it's GCU's ball. And the Lopes now controlling it in their own zone.
Some aggressive clearing defense there and able to force the turnover.
Sarah Pope will get possession. Dishing it right back over to the left side is Sasade, who will hold on to it. The Aggies kind of taking their time here. Still in the third quarter. And a lot of ball games still left to be played. Olivia Zander passing it back over to Sarah Pope. Sasade again trying to build out from behind X. Dish it right back inside. Here's Sasade with an opportunity. This time, however, GCU's able to take it away. Quick foul, and the Lopes keep possession. And here's a pass that just goes wild. Back over into the Aggies territory. They'll try to dish this one out, but they'll actually say at number 51 for the Aggies, Lucy Eschbach, went out of bounds. And it'll be a quick throw in now for the Lopes. Number 11 now, Kirsten Roberts with the throw in. And the Lopes trying to alternate. Here's an advancement, shot opportunity, and a great block by Clay.
Yeah, Clay just getting lower than the ball there and able to use her body to stop that one. Is again the clear here, kind of all over the place as the Aggies finally able to get it past the restraining line.
Fast break opportunity, 3-on-2. Here's a pass inside, cutting to her left, overhand shot just above the sticks. That was a great opportunity there for Sarah Pope.
It's another great opportunity for the attackmen, just high on the shot there.
And the Aggies now trying to advance back on the inside. Here's a cross-body shot. Milky able to pick things up after a great shot blocked. Here's Grace Kelder. Kelder trying to advance this one, but out of bounds this one goes. And I think
another clearing turnover.
Wrong teammates over there.
Yeah, another clearing turnover going against the Lopes here.
to this Aggie squad. Very vocal. The communications has been on point for this team. Do you think any of the playing conditions are affecting the way the squad plays, Pierce?
The playing condition? No, I think it is windy. That does affect the ball a little bit. Gusts up to, I think it was 18 I read. That will affect a little bit. That doesn't affect your shots too much, just more so your passes and the way the ball bounces.
So here's an opportunity from Barnett now at the top of the 8-meter line. She'll advance, cut to her right side, throws it cross-body bounce, shot not able to sneak in, however. But the Aggies keep possession.
As cutting inside there and a little too physical, call equivalent of a charge, as that will take us to the fourth.
That'll signal an end to the third quarter. Still 1 to go, but we'll be right back with more action on the rest of Field B. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Cactus Classic. Not Cactus Jack, the Cactus Classic. In Tempe, Arizona. Aggies taking on the Grand Canyon University Antelopes, and it's been a exciting game up to this point, but the Aggies have just been able to capitalize on more opportunities, and there's been a lot of factors that have led into this one so far. The Aggies standing tall with a 7-goal lead.
Yeah, the Aggies struggled clearing, as we see there, as the ball on its way out of bounds and ends up going off GCU.
And the Aggies will take it right back. And now is number 39, Abby Wittenberg. She's knocking on the door of a hat trick as well.
The Aggies really in no rush to do anything, as too close to the restraining line, picked or pocket picked.
That was poked away, and a miscue of a pass gives the Aggies possession right back. Here's another missed pass, though, and the Aggies take it back. There's Cactus, opportunity, 3-on-3 fast break, bounce shot, blocked it right in front of the crease. It was Clay.
Yeah, Clay's made some insane saves today. Remember back to that 8-meter save, but yeah, coming up next for us on Field B, MSU taking on Florida. That will be a good one. Of course, Aggies fans not wanting to hear the MSU name.
But nonetheless, they'll be here.
Yeah, for A&M, they'll go at 12:30 on Field A and play the host ASU, and GCU will take on BYU at 12:30, all over on Field C.
We have a couple good upcoming games here on Field B, so we encourage you to stick around. Of course, UC Santa Barbara versus Georgia will be an exciting one. That'll be at 12:30. That'll be my last game at the Fields. And then you have a good one to end out the night, MSU versus Utah Valley.
But the last that we'll both see of these teams get 2 chances at BYU.
UCSB and Georgia, obviously two ranked squads going head-to-head. UCSB being second in the nation, and Georgia, I believe, right around 5th or 6th. The Aggies now advancing at the top of GCU's fan. Trying to advance, and remember, folks, no shot clock, so the Aggies can more or less just hold on to it for as long as they can and dwindle down the time and stay with the lead that they currently have.
Which I imagine they're very content with.
As they get poked away, GCU will get possession back. The Lopes advancing from their own territory now. Got another squandered pass opportunity, as that'll go off the head of Caffey. And here's a shot opportunity almost through the 5-hole of Milky, but able to put down the block, as I believe that was number 4 who came storming in, Sarah Pope. This will go out of bounds, and the Aggies getting possession once more. Everybody a little confused about the call. Opportunity. And Pierce, what would you say is the big thing that GCU needs to kind of switch up going forward in the rest of the Cactus Classic?
Yeah, I'll mention it before, and I'll mention it again in the Cactus Classic, and then also going into conference play is the clears.
Shot opportunity poked away by Melky.
You want to be around 70, 80% for the clears. That would be a really good team, and just the turnovers for GCU have really caused a lot of these goals that the Aggies have been able to get.
And the Aggies have done a phenomenal job playing out of transition. They've done a good job, too, building up their attacking plays. A couple goals, too, on free position opportunities, and the fouls have really hurt GCU as well. like you mentioned before, too, the ground ball game has not been the Loke's strong suit. The Aggies have really done a phenomenal job at capitalizing on that side of the ball. The Aggies, again, maintaining possession in GCU's own zone.
Is almost able to keep it in, but unable to.
And the Aggies trying to move things forward. But GCU will be able to get positioning. And the Aggies get awarded possession again. Of course, we'll have a little bit of time, I believe, in between our next games, probably about a 30-minute break until we'll see MSU take on Florida. And opportunities for the Aggies trying to cut across the top of the fan, not able to do so. Ava Loeffler will take this one away. And handling it again, too, is none other than Milky. Milky will pass it back forward. A lot of sports happening in the Valley as of late. Spring training is officially underway. Here's Sarah Pope at the 8-meter trying to press on. 3-on-1, not able to do much with it as the Aggies just poking it away. And GCU is able to come away with it after some good defense by none other than Nicole Terry and Ava Loeffler. Here's Kathy now at the midfield line, handling it. She'll dish it right back over to Loeffler. Here's Terry. This one's coming over towards us. Unfortunately, I can't dive and get it. I tried my hardest. If I would have had my lacrosse stick, I think I would have been able to nab it. But I seem to have lost it. Opportunities again by the Aggies. Just again, trying to waste a little bit of time. Trying to let that clock just tick down.
Yeah, on a very windy day here.
Very, very windy day. Here's a cut across the middle, not able to do anything with it, but able to pick it up and help her from behind is none other than number 13. I believe that's Camrina Sasire again, striking. So that'll bring the score 12 to 4. So the Aggies capitalizing again, and they continue to gig them. And of course, very windy day, as you mentioned, Pierce. We apologize if you're able to hear it in the headsets. Trying our best. I'd love to shout out to our producer, keeping it a Buck Sports with Tanner Buck. Of course, no shameless plug here. Just helping out the rest of the team. The Aggies continuing to advance. And GCU is still on their heels in this one. The Aggies have just done a great job at really just controlling the pace of play. And like we've said so many times, it's really been the turnovers that have significantly helped out this team. Now the Aggies advancing. Shot opportunity. Great save by Melky off the top of the helmet. Ooh, and here's another stick to the head, and hopefully everything's okay. Number 17 for the Aggies will take it out, Rachel Waters. Waters now gets this one poked away. Handling it again, though, is none other than Grace Kelder. Kelder advancing now on the near side, right towards us. Opportunities to keep this possession going. Kelder right back over to none other than Kirsten Roberts. Roberts trying to advance on the inside. She'll dish it away to behind X here. Handling it again is Cates. Cates back over to Terry. Another missed pass, but GCU trying to pick things right back up. They do so. Number 55, Beatrice Reynolds. Samantha Klump now with possession. Gates with control, alternating towards the 8-meter. Here's a pass across the middle, poked away. However, foul and a free position shot on its way now. An opportunity to capitalize now for GCU. Here's a rip, falls just out of the basket. That was number 22, Gary McMahon, with an opportunity to cut down the lead. And it seems almost suddenly the wind just stopped. It's been a thriller so far. The Aggies doing a good job opening up what I would consider the main day of the Cactus Classic. And never mind. What are you trying to do? Hello, hello. I would be willing to say this is the main day of the Cactus Classic.
I would tend to agree there.
4 games on the slate for Field B, Field A, and Field C. 12 total games, 13 if you count the All-Star game.
You gotta count all the All-Stars here.
It's
All-Star
a requirement. It's a requirement at this point. Here's Grace Kelder now trying to advance, poked away. Still has possession, dishing it away. It's a lot of bounds. Chances are, the Aggies will get possession. Of course, we mentioned it before, but MSU versus Florida up again. Here's Clay now with possession, and again, the Aggies doing their best to just dig down the rest of the clock. Here's Sarah Pope now on the right side. Pope will cross it over to her fellow teammate on top of the fan. Looks like we'll have a foul. And I believe we heard an error, but we don't believe that that was the conclusion of this game necessarily.
To be over on field A.
Very quick game for what it feels like so far.
Yeah, it's been very quick.
An hour 45 is probably what the conclusion would be, right on the dot. And handling things now is Klump with possession. Klump moving forward on the near side. Checked on the elbow, and possession still give it to GCU.
There's a whistle blown while they were trying to set up, as I think it was a card shown. Didn't catch what color. It looks to be green.
Green card on Sarah Pope. Here's Klump passing on the near side to Gelder. Gelder will get checked. Opportunity to pass it away. Another green card shown on number 43 for the Aggies. That's Johanna Byram. Apologies, that was not on Byram. That was on number 17 for the Aggies, Mallory Neff. So now 2 Aggies players serving time. Kelder passing it around. Loose stick. Aggies, GCU fighting for it until finally Mia Steins takes it away. Steins passing it right back over to Roberts. Roberts over to Klump. Klump to Kelder. A little bit of a high pass, but trying to keep possession is number 19 for the Lopes, Sarah Hansen, but not able to do so. And a double team here on the near side. Good pass and a good reception by number 39 for the Aggies, Abby Wittenberg, as she'll step out of bounds, but we'll say that GCU still has no possession.
Yeah, whistle before stepping out there.
This time poked away. GCU taking things right back.
And GCU forcing a turnover in the clear, one of their own.
That's Tibbetts.
As aggressive on there, and it looks like we'll get another green card shown to Tibbetts, as the officials tightening things up as the game slowly comes to a close here. Is pressured by 2 Aggies defenders, but I imagine she'll just pass it over the restraining line.
Abby Konecki, the one serving time for that green card, and currently 3 Aggies sitting out. One coming in now as they're 1 minute up. GCU trying to capitalize right here. Aggies still 2 teammates down. Here's Grace Kelder rotating towards the top of the fan. And this time it's poked away. Kelder able to take it right back up after the loose possession. Number 67. And another miscue over pass, but GCU still has it nonetheless. That's Sarah Hansen. Hansen now trying to advance on the inside. We'll lose it. Aggies and Lopes fighting for the like. However, Clay is able to get it way out of the net, and Clay's just taking it herself on the near side, and Clay will just have the free possession. She'll give it away. And Clay almost out to midfield with it.
Yeah, and something that's interesting about women's lacrosse here is with the goaltender, they have a pretty deep pocket. They have basically the same goalie stick as men's, as final horn blows there.
And that will signal a conclusion to the end of this one. The GCU Lopes, well, before I advance with what I'm saying, let's take a look at what's actually happening.
Yeah, the horn did blow on the field here, so
they'll say game is not over just
we'll
yet.
give them the 8 meter.
And it looks like it's number 43 for the Aggies, Joanna Byram, will get an opportunity to let this one rip. And she does. Bounce shot. That goes wide, and the air horn now officially gets blown. So that will still signal an end to this one. 12-6 is the final. The Aggies, giggity, giggity, gig 'em, and the Lopes go down. Now, the Aggies will advance. They'll play on a separate field in a little bit from now. I'm pretty sure the Aggies' next upcoming game will be up against ASU.
Yeah, the Aggies going over to field day at 12:30, so they'll have a 1-game break, and then at 12:30 on field day, play the hosts in ASU. GCU will also have a 1-game break of their own at 12:30 over on field C against BYU. For us on field B, we have MSU versus Florida coming up next.
So stick around if you're an SEC fan, and stick around too if you also like the Spartans that want to miss out on a good game. And we will be here, Pierce Gordon, Kai Gengabus signing off for the first game. The A&M Aggies take down the GCU Lopes 12-6, 12-4. We will be right back after a short intermission. Hello, hello, and welcome back, everybody, to the Cactus Classic. And we surely have a classic on our hands as Florida gets ready to take on Michigan State University. The Spartans taking on the Gators in an SEC versus Big Ten matchup. Should be exciting. And joined alongside me, Pierce Gordon, Gengabus, Tanner Buck as our producer for tonight's show. And so far, the Spartans not able to take things from the draw, but it's the Gators advancing quickly. Two very good teams. We saw the Spartans earlier too last night come back from a 4-goal deficit to take down the Aggies, which was a phenomenal game, and this should be a phenomenal one too between both of these squads. Spartans and Florida, two highly respected teams and two highly ranked teams as well.
Yeah, talking to both coaches here. It's two coaches that have a lot of respect for each other's teams, and both recognize the importance of this matchup early on in the tournament style.
And currently, Florida pushing up now towards the right side of the fan. Handling things for the Gators, number 9, Ainsley Caution. A lot of good defense by MSU early on, trying to build up now behind the X once again. Now with its number 12, Ava Mitchell, one of the many seniors for the squad.
Yeah, many seniors for both teams here.
Now number 24, Kelly Moss. Kelly inside, overhead shot, top bin. Got it to go. The Gators chop down first. 1-0.
Yeah, beautiful up top. Looked like she was gonna dodge inside. Draws the defense to her and opens up a passing lane in the inside. Just turnaround shot, hits the top right corner and buries it. Florida on the board first.
Kelly Nas with the first goal of the game. So, upcoming draw now for both these squads. And like we mentioned, MSU getting the score. Apologies, Florida getting the scoring started early. Of course, windy day here in Tempe, Arizona for the Cactus Classic. We've said it a couple times.
Very.
There's MSU on the advance, cutting across the 8-meter. What a save on the stick side. That was a great job from the starting goalkeeper for this Florida squad.
Yeah, another senior, one of many on Florida here, making a beautiful stick side high save, just extending it, but Michigan State retains possession.
I believe that was Jordan Salvi with the save. The goalkeeper between the sticks for this Florida squad. MSU advancing now, finally getting their opportunity to set up an attacking formation against the SEC squad. Now pushing against number 14, Lily Adloff. Trying to cut inside, not able to do so. Fighting for it is MSU and the goalkeeper. It's an open net right now, and Florida is going to be able to pick it up and take it forward.
Yeah, I mentioned this before in the first game, but the goaltender in women's lacrosse, deepest pocket of the stick, is kind of the same as a men's goaltender, so able to really, if they get the ball in their stick, really control it and cradle through a lot more traffic than a traditional women's lacrosse player with their stick would be.
We've seen, too, more recently, a couple of the goalkeepers come out in between the crease to try to play up a little bit more, and a lot of Michigan State University fans here in attendance.
Yeah, bringing the cold weather down from Michigan into Tempe.
Here's MSU fighting for it. Florida trying their best. And we'll have a quick tripping foul, and that'll be awarded to MSU. Very hard to see all the way from over here, but we're trying our best to make out those players for you.
So again, Michigan State had a long offensive possession here, trying to put something on the scoreboard to show for it, as that one rips.
Here's Ava Peroni with a goal all the way from the 8-meter crossbody, finds the top left pocket, knocks it down, and the Spartans getting their first goal of the game in absolute style.
Yeah, almost like a turnaround jumper there. Just turning around and ripping it far side.
Pretty sure in basketball terms, that'd be a fadeaway. That was an incredible shot by number 99 for the Spartan squad. Eva Peroni finding the back of the net. So MSU and Florida now both tied 1-1 apiece, and this was a game we were expecting a lot out of, especially to both teams being highly regarded. This is going to be a very close one. We had the opportunity to talk to the Spartans head coach and the Florida head coach, and both of them agreed. So Spartan fans energetic, practically filling up the entirety of the sideline.
The whole sideline here, basically all Spartan fans. So we're surrounded by them.
By Spartans, I feel like I'm a gladiator.
Not on the banks of the Red Cedar tonight. We're on the banks of Tempe Town Lake. Not as pretty in the fall, but
it's still beautiful in its own way.
Yeah.
Beautiful in its own way. Handling it now is number 12, Ava Mitchell. Ava now trying to cut inside on the 8-meter. Good defense by MSU. Rotating around the back side, however. Here's Florida. Cut and cross. Forward. Great block, though, by number 11 for MSU. That's Dominique Pouncey.
Yeah, preventing the shot, but whistle blown and looks to be an 8-meter and will be.
3 positioning shot from number 7, Sarah Miller for the Gators. She'll take the advance after the whistle. Here she goes. Rips it top high. Bounce shot right past the outstretched stick of Dominic Pouncey. So the Gators get their get back.
Yeah, and again on the 8-meter, not much that you can do as the goaltender there. So Gators up to an early 1-goal lead, 2-1. A lot of the times as these tournament style games will start out pretty high scoring and then slow down as the game progresses.
Wouldn't be shocked either to see both these squads have a high scoring day. So the score now 2-1 for the Gators. MSU only down by 1. Upcoming draw here on its way. We saw too a lot of draws by the MSU Spartans in practice beforehand. Something they're looking forward to in this one. Picking things up is number 7 for MSU. That's Tinny Collins. Collins now moving forward, but a quick foul, and now possession gets flipped on the script, and Florida now has possession. Florida in their own zone now. Quick little flip around by Angelina Dalvakis. So Florida going coast to coast here, trying to get something started quick. Handling it now is number 1, Maddie Calindo. Back over to the top of the fan to Kendall Schumeller.
Yeah, so on the scoreboard right now, Michigan State in blue and Florida in red. As we'll get an exclusion here. First one of the game.
And in terms of actual jerseys, if it's not obvious by now, but Florida in the blue and orange, and the Spartans obviously in the deep seafoam green and yellow and white. Apologies. There's no yellow in those Spartan logos. But 8-meter shot on its way from Florida. Chance to advance the lead even more now. 2-1 is the score. Florida in the lead. And here's the opportunity back over to the top of the 8-meter line. passing it back. Trying to cut back inside is number 14, Kendall Schmeller. Not able to do so. Here was an open net opportunity there for number 20, Reese Rinaldi, and just wasn't able to get in front of the crease and hang on to it. Now it's number 12 advancing. And now Florida still trying to stay on the attack. Spartans playing good defense, however.
Yeah, Spartans' defense has really collapsed really well, other than the few 8-meter shots they've given up. Have been very stout early on.
Another pass towards the 8-meter. Good defense by the Spartans. Everybody's fighting for it at the fan. And finally, MSU's able to take it away. With control now, trying to go coast to coast is number 5 for MSU. And that's Avery Gilbert.
As we had a whistle and a stoppage of play for a green card here, so first exclusion for the Gators. MSU with a man-up opportunity here.
And that'll be on number 28, Ashley Fanny. Now for the Spartans, Amanda. With its number 9, Hope Dussel. Duell. Spartans taking their time with it.
And again,
Grenadier with control.
No shot clock here, and so no rush.
His pass inside, spin move, and pass behind X. Again now, MSU trying to build. Here's a shot. Opportunity for the Spartans, but not able to get anything off is number 9, Hope Duo. Amanda Grenadier now, trying to do something at the top of the fan. Looking for a couple of cutters, getting double teamed. Pass it back forward. There's a cut inside. Here's Duel. Not able to do anything with it. Good shot though.
Yeah, the attackman Midi and Duel gets a beautiful catch inside from the pass a little bit behind her, and then tries to 5-hole it with a little golf shot inside and didn't get that one to fall.
Yeah, the Spartans doing a great job trying to advance. Here's a cut across the middle, but the pass goes a little bit wide. Now with its number 12, Taylor Young, the main attackers for this MSU squad. Here's Young cutting inside. Opportunity to let it rip. Bounce shot! Young able to get it to go. 2-2 game now for the Spartans, and a great way to tie it up.
Yeah.
And the Spartan fans going nuts.
Horns and squeakers, and they brought all the
little rattlers.
Yeah.
The
bits
little
and gadgets here.
That was number 12, Taylor Young again with the goal.
So we were told by both coaches it will be a good game, and we have a good game early on.
A good game is the best type of game, and a close game is also a great type of game.
Of course, Michigan State coming off the close win against the Aggies last night. We had the Aggies on field B for the first game, but kind of 4-goal comeback to win it. Was it 9-8 and score in the final 45-ish seconds, then win the draw, and of course no shot clock, so they held the ball out and just played keep away for the last 30.
And the Spartans, a great team here, and Florida just as good. Like you said before, Pierce, we talked to both coaches, and both of them said they're sure it's going to be a close game here. And so far early on, it's proved to be so.
It's the ground ball battle there, won by Florida in a neutral in between the restraining lines, and sloppy pass there will trickle its way out of bounds. Of course, sometimes sloppy passes you can get bailed out by playing on a natural grass surface. The ball will slow down a lot more versus on the turf over on field A. It will roll a lot more, so can't get bailed out as much there, but ball trickled out of bounds will be Michigan State ball.
And now running up the right side is number 17, Catherine. And Florida is able to walk away with possession after the ground ball victory.
Yeah, you don't really want your defenseman clearing it for you. Preferably you hand it off to a midi or get it all the way up to the attack, but the defenseman should be able to clear the ball when need be.
Were you used reliably on when it came to clearing?
I would pass the ball up to a midfield and have them bring it up most of the time, unless you have a transition, fast-paced or fast break opportunity.
Understandable.
But women's a little more different with the lack of a midline and just the 2 restraining lines, so the defense does get to play a little bit in the offensive zone, call it.
Handling it now is Maddie Calindo for this Gators squad. Good passing by Florida, but even better defense by the Spartans up to this point. Done a great job at really kind of shutting down major opportunities.
Yeah, the one-on-one defense from the Spartans has been very good so far, as denying topside and help defense, just like we see right there, and getting a little physical with the call for a body check there, but nonetheless, the defense all over the field for the Spartans.
Collision right there at the 8-meter mark. Everybody seems to be okay, but a free position shot up and coming for the Gators. Here's an opportunity. Bounce shot right past Dominique Pouncey. And that was number 18, Kate Weldnot, for the Florida Gators. One of the other many seniors for this squad.
Yeah, just unfortunate there for Spartans netminder, is really the only shots she's really faced have been right in front of her, or 8 meters, which not getting her to build any confidence in this game or really get a flow going for her.
And from everything I remember last year, the goalkeeper net for MSU, Dominic Pouncey, was very reliable last season and has been tonight again. Just a series of unfortunate events has been the cause of the lead for Florida, as Michigan State hasn't really been able to do anything about those free positioning shots.
Yeah, just can't give them up. You can be physical, but play within the confines of the rules here. Is another ground ball battle fought for, and
still a battle for the draw, and we'll see who they award it to. It'll be Gator ball.
As they want that ball brought back to where the foul or out of bounds, couldn't tell there, but nevertheless.
And the score for the Gators, 3. It's MSU's 2. It's been a very close game so far in this first quarter of play. And with that air horn, that'll signal an end to the quarter over there on field A, but not here on field B. Here's an opportunity here for the Gators. Another foul and another free position shot at the 8-meter.
Again, just can't be giving up the amount of 8 meters they're giving up here.
Now for Florida, number 7, Sarah Miller will take the free positioning shot. And here it is, the bounce shot right past Dominic Pouncey. And once again, Florida continues to strike. So Sarah Miller coming up with her second goal, and the Gators continuing to strike here early on.
On this windy day, got gusts up to 20 miles an hour here.
Very, very chilly as well. I'm a little fearful we might blow away. A little fearful, more or less, for the camera specifically. Thankfully, that tripod is a very hefty tripod. Tanner Buck is going to keep it a buck with us and let us know that the camera's in safe hands. Here's the draw upcoming. MSU looking to get this draw win to let the offense spark something, but Florida's just able to get it right back.
And that really is what can kill momentum here, is you need some of these draw wins to get possession, get it on the offensive side of the ball. We've seen the success that the Spartans have been able to get when they're able to get it in their own zone, but unable to win the draw there, and the Gators have another chance.
There's a triple team now on Florida's number 20, Angelina Palavakis. Quick flip. That was a great pass there, too, by Florida. Number 14, Kendall Schmeller.
Yeah, from the ground, able to dish that out and find the relief valve.
Here's a pass over. MSU able to get back possession as Dominic Pouncey's in there to take it away. And now full field press. Handling it now, though, for the Gators, or for the Spartans, is number 26. That's Alexis Hojadas.
Yeah, Pouncey pressured here, but really just needs to dance around. It's going to be extremely hard for a defender or an attackman to be able to poke it out of a goalie stick.
And now moving up with it for MSU is number 15, Ashley Toth. And this one's going to roll out potentially. MSU tried to save it, but Florida was able to take it away last second before getting out of bounds. That was number 8 for the Gators, who was able to take it away, Abby Noe. Another foul. And
that's physical brand of defense that Michigan State likes to play. Refs not content to allow that to happen. So again, you have to change to play within the confines of what the officials are letting you do.
You know, you mentioned the physicality. That's been something we've seen time and time again from this MSU defense. And Florida, as well, has just done a phenomenal job at kind of drawing that contact. We mentioned the free position shots have been detrimental to MSU so far, but Florida's done an even better job at trying to push in, be aggressive, and just kind of let some of those fouls happen.
Yeah, and Florida obviously content to get fouled, put your body on the line. As two of the better teams in Women's Club D1.
And here's some good defense by MSU. That's number 99 for the Spartans, handling it and able to get possession back for MSU. That's Ava Peroni. She scored the first goal of this one. And apologies, they'll take a quick look and switch possessioning now, and Florida will be given the ball right back. And that air horn will signal an end to what I believe is the first period of play.
Yeah, first quarter, eventful first quarter. The Gators able to come out on top 4-2, and just like I said earlier, both scoring coming out hot with both teams putting some goals on the board early on, and then it slows down as you feel the game out a little more.
Agreed, and a very close game despite the 2-goal difference. This game feels like it can just flip on a dime. And MSU has just done a great job at playing defense, a little too physical for the referee's liking, as obviously it's been the free positioning shots that have made up for the majority of the goals up to this point for Florida. Not really done too much with their actual attacking formation. However, the Spartans have done an incredible job, and we'll be right back as we will be continuing on with the second quarter of play. Pierce Gordon, Kai Gengabus on South Mountain Sports.
Welcome back to South Mountain Sports Network here as we're about to get underway in the second in a competitive game. 2-4 here, the way of the Gators. The Gators red on the scoreboard, the Spartans blue. Spartans, of course, in their white and green, Gators in their blue and orange.
And of course, field positioning flipped here after the quarter-by-quarter switch. And Florida has just done a great job. We mentioned it all throughout the first quarter that this team has just been phenomenal when it comes to the free positioning shots. Again, though, the attacking formation hasn't really put too much together.
Yeah, I mean, if you give a good team like Florida the amount of free positions the Spartans have, they're going to score.
Gators doing a good job at playing along the right side of the fan. Natty Colino on the left side. Pushing in now for the Gators, trying to cut across. The ball's loose. MSU is able to pick it up, though. Quick foul, but the same play keeps on going. As number 5, Avery Gilbert, trying to move up with it and go coast to coast, but it's poked away. And we'll have a quick foul, and it looks like...
Yeah, in transition, Michigan State just getting a little too physical. Shoving from the back will be
number 13, Emma Carrier, and that was a yellow card, so that'll be a 2-minute exclusion. And another foul over there, kind of along the back side of the fan in a way, right at the 8-meter mark though, nonetheless, and another, in a way, free positioning shot. And here's the advancement from Florida, but they're just going to take it right back and loop around. And again, too, MSU wanting to keep playing that physical defense, but got to make sure, too, that they're wary of where they draw some of that contact. Here's an opportunity from Florida. Here's a shot. Dominic Pouncey's able to take it, though. Great block there by the MSU goalkeeper. And a collision right there. And MSU fighting for possession. Picking things up, though, is number 33 for MSU, and that is Maria Caden.
She'll earn the foul there and maintain possession. MSU struggling to clear the ball early on in this one.
And MSU just looking to get back to the restraining line to really just get back to attacking formation. And it's been the midfield that's been a difficult area for MSU so far. Now handling it's number 13, Emma Carrier again.
Yeah, Carrier does a really good job reading the bounce there.
Stick to the head. And Amanda Grenadier now.
So I can't, was it green or yellow that the officials holding up? Looks like green, but
I believe that's yellow.
it looked like it's a
like
shade of, yeah, it's like a line.
It is actually. I do think that is a yellow though, but I do agree with you on that. Amanda Grenadier now moving forward with it. Dishing the ball along to number 46, Vivian Rennick.
There's the Spartans slowing things down, setting their offense up. It's the first offensive possession they've had in a while.
Of course, MSU too, trying to get their bearings back. They've done a great job too, kind of building out of the X and looking to try to do that again. Here's a chance from Amanda Rennick. Not able to get in. Great save by Florida's goalkeeper, the senior, putting in the work.
Yeah, good shot. Just didn't get it to fall, and still down 2.
Florida now trying to tighten up their defense at midfield, and MSU trying to do the same. This is poked away, and it looks like Florida will get back to the restraining line. So attacking formation upcoming now for the Gators, as they'll take their time passing it along the tree.
This feels like as the day has progressed, the wind has gotten stronger.
I agree. I feel like there might be a tornado brewing here.
get a haboob forming.
Well, you can't do too much of that. Or get a little bit of get a couple of flashbacks back to, I believe it was 2023, where Haboob took over Mountain America Stadium a couple years ago. I believe that was a 7-hour game, one of the longest games in college football history because of how long the intermission was.
Yeah, that's Florida earning another free shot here.
Here's Rennick trying to shoot it, rips it, fires, and it's good. Florida. Just getting another opportunity at the free position line, and that was number 14, Kendall Schmeller, who was able to knock it down.
Yeah, one of the few non-seniors playing on this Florida team, on a team that's stacked with seniors, but able to put that non-stick side and get that one to fall.
So 5-2 is the score now, but also never count out this Spartan squad. Obviously, the 4-goal deficit they fought themselves out of against the Aggies just last night was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, a team that's it's familiar with deficits and how to work their way out of them, especially in this tournament.
And MSU trying to pick it up, and they are able to do so at the restraining line. Here's an opportunity now by MSU to advance and get back on the scoreboard. Trying to cut across is number 12. That's Taylor Young.
Very important possession here for the Spartans. Down 3 early on, definitely not anything insurmountable. They're down 4 late against the Aggies and able to come back and win that one.
Here's Peroni, top of the fan. She'll alternate to her right side, just ripped it and fired away. And they'll say Florida
and
has possession.
A great run out there after the goal, coming down to the defensive side of the ball and just earning the ball with an effort play.
Both teams neck and neck trying to chase that one out, but they'll see Florida was the one who came out victorious. And now number 20, Lisa Rinaldi with control. Florida again, back to attacking formation. Couple of opportunities here for Florida. Here's another rip right in between the 5-hole. Number 14, Kendall Schmeller, picking up her second goal in about 2 minutes now.
And again, the Spartan defense has been tested a lot lately, but can't be on defense the whole time you have in the game. So bound to give up a few, but letting her get topside there, and she just buries it 5-hole.
Talked a little bit about this in the game a little while ago, but the bounce shots have been a huge factor tonight too. Dominic Pouncey trying to play low now and adjust to that.
Yeah, the bounce shot's always going to be a thing on a natural grass field. Granted, it's a nice natural grass field, but still natural grass nonetheless. So definitely a factor with unpredictability of where the shot will end up.
Very true. But would you rather prefer to play on grass or on turf?
Personally, I would much rather play on nice grass, but there is some unmaintained grass with divots in it, whatever. That I'd rather be on the turf.
I used to call those natural footholds, is what I used to call that. Especially playing first base, or especially being a right-handed hitter in baseball, you can always find a batter's box that was dug into a little bit more. And here's an opportunity. Kendall Schmeller rips it top left corner and knocks it down. That's a hat trick now for the midfielder.
And you see the energetic Florida sideline right now, just alive with energy. And really, that's again, talked about this in the first game today, but the turnovers are really what have hurt the Spartans here. The turnovers, the not being able to chase your shots on the run out, and the penalties.
Penalties have been a huge factor in this one, and Florida's head coach Ben knew going into this that Florida had a little bit of a target on them, and MSU was going to try to come out swinging, but it's been Florida who's just done a better job at capitalizing on opportunities. MSU, again, just hasn't spent too much time in their own.
Yeah, losing the draws are really also what's hurting them. Need to be able to win those to get possession back, because
And MSU, too, really just looking for the momentum shifter. Again, Florida just kind of playing keep away. Trying to set something up now. And Pierce, what more would you like to see out of this MSU squad? Here's a centering shot and another goal for Florida as the Gators just bite down even further. I believe that was number 8 for the Gators. That was Abby Noe, who came storming in.
And to answer your question from before, the Spartan defense just has fallen apart as of late, but you need to start winning some draws. They've tuned up where they're not committing the penalties anymore, but the draw circle is going to be very big. That's how you make a comeback. Lacrosse, one of the few sports where after you score, you don't need to give the ball to the other team. You can get it right back. As a smart timeout from Michigan State here, as they'll talk things over down their largest deficit of the tournament.
And this is that latest goal was Isabella Basila, who came storming in off that cut. And we'll take a quick timeout too. We'll be back with more action on the Cactus Classic. Hello, everybody, and the Cactus Classic is officially underway here in Tempe, Arizona. The Florida Gators taking a bite out of MSU right now. And the Spartans trying to stay strong, coming out of a timeout in a late goal.
Very important draw here for the Spartans.
MSU not able to get it. The Gators just able to move with so much tenacity. A couple of good passes along the near and top side of the fan. Again, Florida is trying to set up their formation. Good screen on the inside and a good cut back there by the Gators. Centering pass, wide, able to get a top shot, right pocket. Knocking it down is the Gators.
And this is something you'll see in a lot of tournament play. Taking nothing away from the Gators. They've played outstanding today. But I would say two evenly skilled teams. But in these tournament style games, of course, normal games with women's lacrosse, it's a lot slower, a lot more methodical, have time to adjust. With the tournaments, you get a lot less of that. And so you can have two evenly matched teams in the Spartans and Gators that feel evenly skilled, other than the lopside at the draw circle, where the score ends up looking as lopsided as this. But still the first, nothing to worry about too much if you're the Spartans.
And that was Kate Wilnott who knocked in that last goal, and that was her second of the day.
As whistle blown, and it will be Florida ball. As Florida able to clear.
Florida now moving up with it again towards the top of the fan. Doing their duties tonight. And still in the first half here in the second quarter. And Florida trying to advance and moving forward with it, trying to get a shot off, but MSU pokes it away. And they'll say it was another foul right at the 8 meters, so another free possession shot on its way for the Gators. Here's a rip. Dominic Pouncey, good job staying low and blocking that one away. Read the bounce shot to perfection. And then MSU denies.
Yeah, and then able to clamp her stick on it. The only player on the field who's allowed to do that. And once the goalie has it clamped, as the other team, you can't really touch that stick without getting whistled. Both men's and women's.
There's a double team on the near side. Is running up is Amanda Grenadier. Grenadier now at the own restraining line.
And a great play from Grenadier to keep that in. That was bouncing in midair, was able to save that from going out and maintain possession. And now an ever more important possession. It feels like this is what, the fourth or fifth Spartans possession, where they've capitalized very successfully on a lot of their offensive chances, but haven't had too many in the offensive half.
Trying to advance now. He's number 9. Duell. Trying to advance. He's still Spartans getting back to attacking formation. Trying their best to make something out of nothing right now. And again, the Spartans down by 7. A large deficit to fight back from.
Not insurmountable, but definitely a massive deficit that the Spartans are going to need to overcome. You're going to want to cut it to around 4 going into halftime.
A lot of time left on the clock as well. Here's Grenadier now, trying to get a shot off, not able to do so. And Grenadier now just kind of rotating towards the top of the fan, trying to look for some openings.
The Midian attackman here, right, playing at the midfield position right now, looking for something. Just unable to drive in. Some great defense there from the Gators.
Now that number 9, Hope Duell. Still advancing here again. MSU just really trying to look for a little bit more movement inside that 8-meter crease range.
So Michigan State so far, not too many set plays, a lot of one-on-one opportunities, ISO opportunities here, and Florida defense has shut them down so far.
Amanda Grenadier too, just rotating along the near side of the fan. Trying to cut back inwards. Trying to get back inside, and 3 people there for it. And here's an opportunity for MSU to split inside, checked, and that's a free positioning shot for the Spartans. And the sideline gets loud.
Yeah, it's just, those are always tough on a defense there. When the ball goes on the ground, you all want to sprint towards the ball, but the defenders there for the Gators just all left the goal mouth, left the crease area, and left it wide open. And when they were recovering inside, especially in women's lacrosse. It's very hard to recover inside if you get beat on that first dodge.
Yeah, there's a yellow card too on Carolyn T, number 27 for the Gators. Now taking a shot at it is number 22, Jennifer McWethy for the Spartans.
Gotta have this if you're the Spartans here.
Big opportunity to start cutting down that lead that Florida fought for. Bounce shot, able to get it in. McWethy knocks it down, and the Spartans finally strike again. And now MSU looking to now start cutting into that deficit, and that could be the momentum shifter for this squad.
Yeah, so 3-9 here, and that's exactly what you need. And on the other side, you're going to need to start winning a lot of these draws. As the minute Florida gets possession, they'll slow things down and chew up the clock.
Agreed, huge opportunity here for the Spartans to start trying to win some more draws to get back on the scoreboard a little bit more often. So 3-9 is the score. Florida, the red, the blue is the Spartans when it comes to the scoreboard we got down there.
Spartans in the blue on the scoreboard, white on the field. The Gators blue on the field, red in the scoreboard. Of course, little confusing there, but
couldn't have said it better myself.
The scoreboard pointing in the direction of the benches. That's the way I'll go off of. On your screen right now, Michigan State bench to the left, Florida bench to the right.
Very true, very true. So Florida's able to take another draw win. We'll see if MSU's defense is able to put a stop to anything here.
And the draw wins for the Gators have really just suffocated the Spartans here. And to use one of your puns, have clamped down on the Spartans' offensive hopes.
And of course, Florida still trying to rotate. Foul there on the 8-meter.
As it'll be on the outside fan here. And we'll get
quick timeout call.
a quick timeout call.
We'll take a quick timeout as well. Everybody, the Cactus Classic still underway here in Tempe, Arizona. The Florida Gators taking on the Spartans. We promise you the score is not 24 to whatever the other number is. We promise you it is actually 9-3 in favor of the Gators. You know, it does say 24, as that would be a incredible score.
In the first half, that would be insane.
That would be very impressive. However, it is sadly a mistake on the wind.
As 9-3. in favor of the Gators, and the Gators going to slow things down on the offensive side of things. And really, it's just been, among a lot of the other things Michigan State could improve, it's the draw circle that's hurt them so far.
Good movement by the Gators. A lot of movement, too.
And again, the Gators just content to hold it, not really do anything, and no reason to. It's the Michigan State crowd trying to play
do a
home.
little bit of trickery here on the Gators. And the Gators trying their best not to pay attention.
Has all different times left in the game. We know the third or second quarter
Even
is
we don't
winding
know
down.
the official time. We hear a countdown, though. And the air horn gets blown, but we'll see if the free position shot will happen first.
Yeah, I imagine they'll give them the free position before or as the last play here.
So free position on its way now. The Gators have an opportunity to hit double digits before halftime.
And this is one the Spartans really need to stay in this and build some momentum going into half.
Keep it ready. The Gators looking to capitalize. Here's a shot. Pouncey with a save. Last second. The Spartans able to pull off a phenomenal late second stop.
So going into half, 9 goals given up in the first. I don't think that's going to be something in the huddle that coaching staff is going to be too pleased with, but a lot of those coming from free position shots, and a lot of those also just coming from transition turnovers.
And the Spartans at 3, Gators at 9. We'll be back right after this halftime break. We'll play a little bit of Bad Bunny for the halftime show. Be right back. welcome back everybody to some second half action at the Cactus Classic between two very classic teams, the MSU Spartans and the Florida Gators. Score currently 9-3 in favor of the Gators.
And if you're just tuning in, the scoreboard not a full representation of the skill difference between the teams. Evenly matched, but the draw circle been the story of the game. But Michigan State starts off with an early draw win.
And able to get things started for the Spartans was number 20, Gabrielle Bees. And Beals moving forward with it now. Passing it right along to number 32, Taylor Sipin. MSU taking their time now, trying to build up the attacking formation. Again, the Michigan State crowd has only grown bigger in size as this game has moved on. MSU and Florida fighting for it on the right side, and we'll see who this goes towards. Probably Florida, and it will. And it does seem like this crowd has quite literally doubled in size.
Yeah, so literally surrounded even more so by Spartan fans that have made the trek down. But again, the Spartans win the draw, then turn it over. It doesn't help their comeback chances here.
Yeah, the Spartans trying their best right now to really facilitate their own pace of play and try to come back in this scenario. This is a spot that the Spartans are all too familiar with, and that's playing from behind and trying their best to just cut down that lead one. We apologize, too, for any of the windiness that you might be hearing. It's a very windy day in Tempe. Over the last 2 days, it's been very windy, actually. Knowing our luck, I feel like we're going to leave, and as soon as we do, it'll just not be windy anymore.
Yeah, most likely. It's a, chilly weekend in Tempe, but chilly here is 65 and sunny.
Most of the time, no problem. Most of the time, it's not like this. Here's an opportunity for Florida. Bounce shot right past the MSU goalkeeper. That was number 28, Allison Brettbach, who was in between the sticks. But the goal was nonetheless made by number 7 for Florida, and that is Sarah Miller, who picks up her hat trick. So Florida now with a double-digit lead. It is now 10-3.
And really that almost the nail in the coffin there, getting close to that for the Spartans. We've seen them come back earlier on in this tournament yesterday, but 10 goals is pretty high as the lead has blossomed up to there.
Florida has just done a phenomenal job at capitalizing off the draw and then playing good offense in transition.
Yeah, Michigan State won the 2 draws so far today, but they're going to need to start scoring and scoring quick. They're going to need to, again, you want to get that within probably around 4 goals heading into the 4th, and if they're unable to do that, the chances look grim.
Peroni now moving over to her right side. Michigan State trying to center it, but loose ball, and Florida's able to get it to go.
Yeah, and that's a centering pass that you really would love to have back if you're the Spartans, just right toward the center and unable to catch it.
Florida again still moving up with it now. Florida on the far side, moving things forward. And the Gators again leading 10-3 as the official score. The Gators controlling it. Sarah Miller here. Moving along the near and back side. Good formation. Setting things up again through X. trying to alternate. Got a couple of good cuts there, but Florida trying to pull off some MSU defenders and get something going. Good passing along the back of the net. Handling it now is number 24, Kelly Mouse. And that'll be a foul on MSU. Handling it now is Kelly Nas once again.
Another 8-meter here for Florida.
So now Florida with an opportunity to capitalize on another free position shot. Here's the bounce shot, able to get it to go. The 11th goal for this Gators squad. And that is Mouse with the goal. Oh, my fault. I thought you said yo. I was like, what? And the Gators and Spartans getting ready for another draw here. And the Spartans, like you mentioned before, Pierce, so far have won all of the draws in this half. Looking to try to do it again, but Florida's just done a good job at swapping possession. And another foul and possession awarded to the Gators. As there is now a very big crowd that has joined us over on the right side. They're advancing for Florida is number 8. That is Abby Noe.
As Florida gets the call and wins possession.
We mentioned earlier, too, that the Spartan fans doubled. I believe they have now tripled.
Yeah, the whole sideline right now. Just look to my left and right, and we're surrounded.
Is nothing but MSU fans. Quick fumble there by number 22, Angelina Palavasquez. Florida handling it now. It's number 6, Isabella Bazelon, who's got a goal tonight as well. Palavasquez now, one of the seniors, tries to go with a quick pass to the left side. Overhead shot.
As near side official by us is waving off the goal.
But it will be another free position shot upcoming for the Gators. So now, number 20 again, Reese Rinaldi with an opportunity. Here's a free positioning shot. She advances, overhead, bounce shot right between the 5-hole. Rinaldi able to add on to the lead. Rinaldi adding things on for the Gators. It's 12-3, and
that might have been the dagger.
Might have been the death roll, folks. And again, majority of the goals so far for the Gators up to this point have been the free positioning shots, which they've been able to capitalize on multiple times, and they've done a great job so far too, forcing the goalkeepers for MSU to play low and have just really capitalized on sneaking things around the 5-hole and splitting gaps down low.
And again, Florida with possession in their back end here, and they'll run things out up 11 goals.
12-3 is the score here. (12-3), MSU taking things back. And the Gators fighting for possession. Same with the Spartans, however. It's a 1-on-5 as the Gators just able to take things away. Number 20, Reese Rinaldi, able to take things away, and now handling it is Palavasquez. And we mentioned the seniors before, but I believe there's 9 seniors on this Florida squad. A lot of experience and a lot of veteran leadership.
And a lot of that veteran leadership on the defensive end of the ball.
Especially, too, with the goalkeepers. Both goalkeepers for this Florida squad are seniors, the backup and the starter, Jordan Sabali, as well as Jodme Lidonis. Florida is still trying to advance here in MSU zone. I'd like to thank all of you for tuning in, too, for this spectacle. It's always a fun time watching 2 heavy hitters play each other in the Spartans and the Florida Gators, especially, too, with the MSU fan base traveling very well here.
Yeah, and the Spartans with another goaltender in the net. See how she fares. Didn't point that out earlier on, but earlier on from Reedy, she likes to come out of the crease while the ball's at X and try and affect the play there.
There's Rinaldi again, trying to do a little advancement. She'll take a shot, almost sneak through the 5-hole, but they'll say a foul. So another free positioning shot by the Florida Gators. And an opportunity to quite literally have a double-digit lead. Here's the Gators stepping forward, fires, rips it low, and able to knock it in. The Gators capitalized on yet another free position opportunity, and Rinaldi picks up her 2nd goal of this one. Again, one of the very few seniors on this squad. And that double-digit lead comes into effect as the Spartans 3 goals on the day to the 13 for the Florida Gators. And we'll be right back as everybody takes a timeout. following the timeout and the latest goal by the Gators. Florida leads by double digits. 13-3 is the score. And we mentioned it before, but again, MSU just really not being able to take advantage of these draw victories. However, they were able to take this one away, and we'll see if something can come away.
They've done way better in the draw in the second half, just have yet to find the back of the net in the second.
The opportunities have been there, but the capitalization just has been with a lower seed. Trying to advance now is the Spartans. That was number 20, Gabrielle Beals. Beals now with control. A little flip to herself. MSU again still just trying to play patiently along the top of the fan. Opportunity here. And just a quick dish right back out. MSU with a centering pass, not able to get a stick on it. However, they're able to take the ground ball. Opportunity, passing it around towards the 8-meter. That was number 9, Ava Peroni, who picked it up. And really just not a whole lot working for Michigan State.
No, not a whole lot working at all. I mean, the scoreboard reflects that. It's a talented team. The scoreboard doesn't reflect the talent gap, but just overall, the senior Florida team has really excelled with the target on their back as the Michigan State fans clapping about the call awarded to them.
So the free positioning shot awarded to Michigan State, an opportunity to capitalize. Bounce shot saved by the goalkeeper. Ground ball picked up again by MSU, a second chance squandered.
And that's been the story of the night for the Spartans here.
And Florida coming up with a major stop, and the Gators continue to just keep on swimming. Here's Sarah Miller to the left side, guarded tightly by number 3, Lauren Bill. Florida trying to play a little bit laxed now. Here's Sarah Miller, takes a bounce shot, rips it, it's good. And Sarah Miller picks up her 4th goal of the day. And that's a Gator with a Texas hat trick. 14-3 now is the score.
Yeah, so 14-3 here in the third. Felt like that the goal that we said was the dagger, but that was the dagger, as Florida's just adding on to that. But for a Michigan State side of things, really just similar to their basketball team. Slow starts are what killed them.
Haven't heard that comparison yet. I haven't tuned in though for MSU basketball. Maybe I need to.
If you're gonna tune into MSU basketball, watch Cohen Carr highlight reel in a human being.
We'll have to do so. ASU basketball, another good squad as well. Took down number 13th ranked Texas Tech just recently. They're the ones hosting this Cactus Classic.
I wouldn't say they're good. I would say they had a good win.
Bobby Hurley doing his job as the head coach, getting things done. Well, we'll get back to lacrosse as MSU still continuing to advance. And Florida's on the side. And MSU just looking to try to find the back of the net. Ava Peroni with a huge grab, bounce shot, and a huge save by the Gator goalkeeper. And here's a long pass, fast break opportunity. It's a 4-on-4. Finally a 5-on-4 as MSU will get back to defense. That was a good transition, however, though, by Florida.
Yeah, Florida's just been dominant with clearing the ball as of late, and that's evident today. As Florida passes around top of the key. Florida looking to drive inside here, dishes it to X. Swinging the ball around, trying to build out of X, and realistically here, just take your time, no reason to do anything. There's no shot clock in women's club.
And another huge goal by the Florida Gators. And they continue to just keep on pouring on. This is a squad that's just been imposing their will, and number 13 for Florida was able to knock it down, and that was Leah Ware. That's the hot one, I think. So MSU now with the draw win. Apologies, folks. We got a little food for us as broadcasters, producers. And MSU now in Florida territory. The Gators trying to put a stop down. Some solid defensive play. Spin move, chucked it right in front of the goalkeeper. Second chance opportunity. Florida poking it away, able to take it back. MSU not able to capitalize. Ava Peroni now playing some ferocious defense, but they'll rule it a foul. Take a quick timeout. We'll be right back. That's one of one. Welcome back, everybody. Cactus Classic action. Again, still Florida Gators leading by a larger margin. MSU still doing their job, fighting back, still trying to take advantage of their attacking opportunities. And it's been a good day here in Arizona, right next to Tempe Bay.
Yeah, it's coming up next for us, I would say, arguably game of the tournament, UCSB versus Georgia. That's on Field B
Two
next.
top 10 ranked teams.
Yeah, and then we'll have the next MSU game right here on Field B, MSU versus UVU.
And I know we mentioned that we'll have a great game coming up next, but I don't know if we'll have a fan section as big as this one. MSU has shown up and shown out. Here's Flauder again attacking. Big opportunities being created, a lot of separation.
Yeah, and Florida will go on from this to play a Utah team on Field C at 2:45.
And that horn will signal an end to the third. We'll be right back with the fourth. Welcome everybody back. The fourth quarter of play is now underway. A lot of action between the Michigan State Spartans and the Florida Gators. We have a running clock now, especially too with Florida leading by more than 10. MSU, however, winning after the draw in attacking position. This will roll out of bounds now. Spartans still in control. Handling it now is Ava Peroni. Peroni now with positioning. MSU now just trying to set up attacking formations. MSU rotating behind X, trying to set something up, trying to throw it on a run and a hop, not able to do so. The Gators able to take it away. MSU stumbles. Opportunity to transition and get a fast break going. MSU's defense, however, tough. And a foul called.
Will be Florida ball after, again, a lot of these penalties stacking up against this Spartan team.
Michigan State crowd still energetic as always. And Florida alternating, trying to get something to go for them. The Gators now moving along the right side of the fan, trying to set something up for success and extend their lead. And another foul here on the Michigan State Spartans. And again, the physical defense has really been great for the Spartans, but it's also kind of shot them in the foot a little bit, if you will.
Yeah, they'll go back to conference play. I think lacrosse is reffed differently around the country. It's something that a lot of East Coast teams, when they'll go play private California schools, will complain about a lot of the time, is the difference in officiating, and it's something that you need to get used to and adapt to, and it just comes with the game as the game grows.
Of course, the Spartans trying to play some good solid defense here, not allow too much action from the Gators. Running clock is active, like we mentioned before, just because of the 10-goal difference with the Gators. Passing it forward again. Florida doing their best to move inside, trying to hit their mark.
And again, no shot clock here, so no rush. I think personally would love to see a shot clock added to club, but it would be very hard to implement and costly. You'd need to. I mean, yeah, it'd be a hard and costly thing to implement, and I understand why it's not, but wishful thinking would love to have it.
And I believe we'll have another foul. Free position upcoming once more for the Gators. Here's the advantage. Bounce shot blocked and over. A little bit of a chip shot and a bounce to that one as that actually goes over the head of the goalkeeper.
Unfortunate, the goaltender read the first one, would have looked like saved it, but then the stick chipped there from the back, and because of that, the shot, little change-up ball, bounces its way up and in, and a shot that the goaltender normally would have had if she knew it was going to be tipped like that, but of course you don't, so that's how it ends up trickling in.
And Maddie Calindo, the other member of this Florida squad, takes advantage, and of course running clock, meaning I do believe that even right now,
yeah,
the clock is still ticking down.
You get tournament clock here with it just running, but again, next up I would say we have matchup of the tournament, UCSB and Georgia. I would stick around for that, because then right after that it's MSU versus UVU right back here.
You talk about an all-star game.
Yeah.
Later, that UCSB versus Georgia game, two top 10 ranked opponents, could be the all-star game in a way.
Yeah, and for Florida, I mentioned it before, they'll go take on Utah over right behind us on Field C a game from now.
In
front of us.
In front of us.
Field C.
Field C. Little confusion with the pattern and the layout of the lacrosse fields here.
As Michigan State looking, here's the officials talking. Murmurs from the crowd about them playing one short. Not sure why.
It's been an interesting game, to say the least. It's been an exciting one to watch, though, nonetheless. I believe that air horn will signal an end to the game in front of us.
As it all ends up with 8-meter, it looks like, or no, shot from the fan here.
That was number 22 with it, Jennifer McWethy. She also has a goal on tonight's game. Here's an opportunity, overhead shot, top right corner, knocks it down. McWethy's got her second of the game. McWethy is wealthy with her second.
And again, we see the potent offense from this Michigan State team. It just can only think if they were able to get that going earlier. But, I mean, would be a miracle here, but if you're able to win a few draws and get off of that running clock, you're back in it. But that's going to be a tall task. Is the clock running right now?
And the Spartans slash into the armor of the Florida Gators. Of course, the Spartans crowd now energized. Of course, too, the referees doing their best job here tonight as well. Obviously, too, trying to make sure the running clock is still active, but also making sure, too, that these draws go quick and that both teams have equal opportunities to go out and win this one. Here's the Gators now, trying to advance. A check in the back, and that'll be a foul. So Florida will keep possession. Green card as well awarded to number 3, Lauren Bill, for this MSU squad.
And again, the draws killed the Spartans earlier. Not killing them too much here is really not much that they can do already with the running clock, but still, lot to build on for both teams here. For Florida, I mean, hell of a defensive effort led by some of your senior stars. And for the Spartans, the penalties, gotta limit them. Whether as a team or as a fan base you agree with them or not, that's the call on the field, and gonna need to play again within the confines of what the officials are calling.
Of course, it's been an exciting matchup too. Obviously, lots of playmaking and a lot of aggressive defense. And again, you mentioned it before, those free position shots have killed the Spartans so far in this one. But the physical mindset is something that is hard to kind of shift away from, especially if that's the way you've been playing all season long. Both teams too, in this, a couple of games under their belt to start off the season. Again, you mentioned very early tournament though, into the year. Still early. It's still weird, I feel like, to call this year 2026 in a way.
Yeah, it feels weird staying 2026. I was on softball call for ASU a few weeks back and said, "Oh, 2026," and it's a weird saying.
It is. I feel like 2025 wasn't that long ago. It really wasn't, but it still doesn't feel like it's a new year yet. I think COVID kind of scrambled my yearly calendar.
Scrambled everyone's timeline here, but Florida again, they're gonna count that as a shot. They will. So that was always the big argument Weed playing would always have with the officials, is whether to count it as a shot or a pass. If it's a pass, then it is just out of bounds off who at last touch it. But if it's a shot, it's out of bounds off who's the closest to where it goes out of bounds. So
I think it's hard to differentiate the two, especially
normally,
two in front of the goal.
Being neutral here, normally when in doubt, you say shot, just because you should back up your shots, or if you don't, then you don't really have a case to argue.
Would you say a little bit less rip to it would be kind of like the signifying factor of whether or not it was a pass or not?
It is purely judgment. It is purely judgmental. If it's again, if it is questionable, I just reffing a few middle school games in my time would just put it towards shot.
Here's an opportunity. Sarah Miller hits it off the goalkeeper and into the back of the net. That was Allison Brettbach, who wasn't just able to get in front of it, but Sarah Miller picks up her 5th goal of the day.
Yeah, extending the lead even farther now to the displeasure of this MSU crowd.
And again, still a running clock, so during all this intermission time, we still have a clock that is just continuing to tick, tick, tick away.
Yeah, as this one will wrap up before a lot of the other ones, so we'll have a little break on Field B between games.
As the famous Netflix movie goes, tick, tick, boom. That's how this one will probably wind up ending. All we need is Andrew Garfield here now, Spider-Man.
Proud of yourself with that one. I look over and see you smirking over there.
I am a little bit.
As MSU able to win the draw. And again, can't help but think if they were winning some of these in the first quarter, what a different game it could have been. But also, allowing 17 goals is not something that the coaching staff is going to be very excited about.
Huge opportunity here for MSU to capitalize. And you're right, 17-4 is the score. Currently, it's the Gators that are leading.
So we'll see the senior goalkeeper for the Gators, the backup, getting some action here, making the trip.
Opportunity, ripped it just high.
Making the trip all the way from Florida to Arizona, might as well get her some playing time.
And of course, McWethy trying to go back up top, go bar down, and not able to do so. Just a little high, but MSU now still with control.
And both goalkeepers in the team-issued shorts, not in the sweatpants. Normally, that's the first time I've seen that with both netminders not in the armor that is provided to you in the sweatpants. You in a 60-mile-an-hour rubber ball, the armor you get for your legs are sweatpants.
And here's another rip, and this little bit of a dribbler. That was my number 2, Amanda Grenadier. This one kind of gets poked away. There's a fight for it in the crease. MSU just kind of, Amanda Grenadier just kind of circling the goalkeeper in a way.
Yeah, smart there from the netminder, just using the crease to her advantage. As again, Florida no rush to do anything as wayward pass from D to D.
Of course, and MSU again trying to double team a little bit here. Want to get possession back, still stay aggressive and keep the energy up. It's still another game left to go in this tourney. Couple of dishes behind the back of the net.
So you hear the chants from the MSU bench, so not dissuaded at all by the score.
The Spartans just trying to stay loose, trying to stay positive despite the goal differential. And again, the Gators moving things back and forth right now. The Gators have really just kind of kicked in the door on this Spartan squad. And a little bit of a longer game here for us, as it seems that the other two fields are officially wrapped up.
Yeah, surprised with the running clock here. But nonetheless, 4-17 in favor of the Gators. Gators red on the scoreboard, blue on the field. Spartans white on the field, blue on the scoreboard. As trying to force a turnover, and successful are the Spartans, and tripped up, and whistles blown. As
And
Michigan
a little
State,
confusion here.
Florida calling timeout, but see if they get awarded it is discussing whether or not Michigan State had possession of the ball. And will not be awarded timeout as Michigan State had possession of the ball. Can't call a timeout when the other team has possession.
Exactly.
As pushed into the bench and taken out a few players there like bowling pins.
Yeah, and that was
Call I want to strike.
it was kind of a pile of dominoes right there as there's a few players taken out. Thankfully, everybody's okay. Takes me back to my playing days in football, where you used to kind of overrun sometimes, head towards the sideline. You take out a water bucket or two and a couple of fellow teammates on accident.
This is just any blowout game we have here just becomes a soapbox for both of us to talk about. Oh, well, back in my playing
Back
days.
in my day.
As yeah, well,
Good. Well,
you
back
run
in
out
my
of you
days-
run out of filler content eventually when you're
Yeah.
when you're calling all day. And you got a softball game later tonight
Yeah.
for
Blaze Radio.
yeah, anyone
Card.
has a green card shown here to the Spartans. Really just inconsequential now, just able to just get some playing time in for some players that made the trek all the way from Michigan and Florida respectively down here, and have them be able to kind of tap in and get some playing time.
Yeah, of course, it's a very exciting game. And MSU trying to advance. And Florida still trying to pour on to this lead already.
Yeah, the physical defense by the Spartans has really been the pain or the thorn in their back. Has really just
Oh, what a save by the MSU goaltender. That was number 28, Allison Brettbach, but it didn't matter in the end. It popped in and out of the basket and right into the net. It was almost an own goal, if you will.
yeah, just the power behind that shot, forcing it in, and really just for the Spartans here, for both teams having their backup goaltenders in. Again, just getting some extra minutes. I don't think score differential matters in the seeding for the tournament and the finals for the tournament, but for the Spartans here, realistically, if you lose one game here, you're not finishing first. So the score differential for them not mattering too much, as it's up to 18 to 4.
And Florida trying to take this away, but they're able to do so.
And the Gators have just won the draws when they've needed to, and have prevented the Spartans from getting anything set up.
Keeping the pace of play up, too, the Gators.
As a good check there from the attackman.
And MSU trying to go coast to coast with it. This time poked away. And a foul awarded to the Gators.
And they're going to say the MSU clamping the ball there. So something you're not allowed to do in women's but allowed to do in men's is clamp the ball so the back of your stick over the ball. And they're going to say that's what MSU did there, to the dismay of the fans here.
MSU
But
fans, yeah.
Ball right back in the stick of the Spartans. Checked in the hand, and that one will hurt in a few hours.
And that horn will signal an end to this game. So the finale of MSU Florida is officially over. A lot to a little was the finale, but the Gators take down the Spartans. The death roll was too much, and the Spartans not able to come out victorious of the Coliseum. We will be back with some more action, possibly between two of the best squads here on Field B. Gengabus, Pierce Gordon, Tanner Buck, all here, and we are excited to bring you some more action of UCSB taking on the Georgia Bulldogs. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Cactus Classic. Thank you, everybody, so much who's been here all day. We're now entering our third game on the Saturday slate. Only one more follows. But today, we have a good one between two top 10 ranked teams in club lacrosse, and that is Georgia, the Bulldogs. Who's that coming down the track? And the UCSB Santa Barbara squad, the Gachos, the number 2 ranked team in the nation. This will certainly be a thriller in Manila.
Yeah, I mean, we're on set for a great game here. Some high-level club women's lacrosse action set to be on deck here, and yeah, I want to let the playing do the talking.
We mentioned before, this is probably one of the more anticipated rivalry duels in this one, and joined alongside me, Pierce Gordon. I'm Kai Gengabus. Our producer on the sideline with us is Tanner Buck, showing a lot of veteran leadership experience with us.
As you hear faintly in the background, we got NCAA women's lacrosse ASU taking on Lindenwood right now. Behind us, about 500 feet to our left, and then behind us directly got Field A, in front of us Field B, and all the way down is Field C. But
as far as the eye can see, there's lacrosse at every corner in Tempe, Arizona. And starting things out is the Bulldogs in black, the USCB squad in the blue and whites, and storming down already is the Bulldogs. That was number 18, Mia Pisani. She's been a big factor for this Bulldogs squad. In their last game on Saturday, she picked up about 5 goals for this Bulldogs squad, so keep an eye out on number 18 over there.
you know what's great? This is the first time we've had the scoreboard match the team colors.
Ah, you are perfectly right.
Yeah.
That is a relief for us, but we'll explain it. The blue team is UCSB, and then the red team being the Bulldogs. And speaking of the Bulldogs, with possession, Pisani will dish it towards the center. Chance to cut across and get a shot as number 15, Jax McDaniel. Wasn't able to do too much with it. Number 2, Jill Fullick. Handling it now is number 28, Annie Ritter. One player we didn't see a lot of action out of on Friday night, but starting here for the Bulldogs. Good backup there, though, by the Bulldogs for a miscue pass. It's a 2-on-1 opportunity. Struggles picking it up, but with those struggles comes a turnover.
Yeah, I mean, in all the games on Field B, the team to score first has been the team to win.
Really?
Yeah.
Haven't realized that. I guess the early scoring streak will probably continue, or we'll see if it gets interrupted.
Yeah, but coming into this, you have number 2 versus number 7 in the country. So a top 10 matchup early on in the season gets some... No, that's going away in the football realm of things as teams backing out of playing each other in the non-conference. But club women's lacrosse, we got top 10 non-conference matchup between 2 teams that aren't very familiar with each other other than playoff runs.
Of course, the Bulldogs kind of being the underdogs in this scenario, but nonetheless, is still 2 heavily favored squads in this one. And again, UC Santa Barbara, the big thing to look out for is UCSB tends to be a squad that is a little bit more pass heavy and a little bit more too when it comes to the individual prowess of the players. They typically spread the ball around a lot more than the Bulldogs. The Bulldogs heavily rely on their main attackers like most squads, but they get the job done.
As Bulldogs have had the possession most of the time, one failed clear from UCSB.
Opportunity cut through the inside, over the top throw, catches the goaltender off guard, and Annie Ritter picks up the first goal for this one, and we'll see if that trend continues, Pierce, as that might have been the dagger already.
I have a feeling we'll be in for a close one here. Top 10 matchup, number 7 goes on the board first.
So Annie Ritter getting the scoring started for the Bulldogs.
Not as many, Michigan State fans, I would say the most well-traveled. There was more Michigan State fans than GCU fans here for the last game.
100%.
But UCSB representing themselves pretty well is, I would say, probably 75% UCSB.
Couple of Bulldog fans in the crowd.
As the winds died down a little bit, it's nice. Sun's on our backs.
Starting to get a little bit hot here for me. Might have to take off the sweater pretty soon. Running up now is number 20 for the Bulldogs. That's Kay Page. She had a hat trick in Friday's game.
So the Bulldogs offense versus Utah, the other game we called, is they really like to build out of X and send cutters down from around the fan, and then those cuts don't work, send those cutters back and set screens for other cutters to cut inside around the fan, and they found early success with that in the Utah game. See what type of offense they bring here.
Agreed. Here's Annie Ritter again, passing things around, back over to number 14. That's Avery Finley. She was knocking on the door of a hat trick too in that last game we called against Utah. And again, Georgia trying to move inside. Is quick stick to the head, and that'll be a free position shot awarded to the Bulldogs.
That's
yellow, a lime green yellow card awarded.
Backside officials' yellow card is a little lime green, but nonetheless, 9 or 8 meter opportunity here.
Jackson McDaniel stepping things up, and that's Kay Page, who will strike again for the second goal early on for this Bulldogs squad. And she's got a goal of her own, and the Bulldogs, the number 7 squad in the country, up by 2 against the number 2 squad in the country. And we saw to UCSB's prowess in the first game on Friday, where they took on Grand Canyon, winning 20-7.
Yeah, and obviously UCSB, a more talented team than Grand Canyon. It's completely fair to say that's not a knock on Grand Canyon at all. You're facing the number 2 team in the country. Just this year is not going to be that formidable, but facing a way better team in Georgia now, like you mentioned, and Georgia already starting out with a great start.
And keep in mind as well, UCSB still undefeated on the season, even in the Cactus Classic here. I believe 12 or 13 official games under their belt.
Yeah, they've played a lot.
And they've done a good job stepping things up consistently. So,
first real offensive possession from them. We'll see what their offense looks like here.
Handling things now is number 1, Annie Husband. And a quick goal for UCSB in their first attacking formation, but they'll wave it off.
You get shooting space there as try to sidearm that around the defender.
Nonetheless, a great shot by Jackie Eanes, just not able to actually get it to count on the scorecard.
She took 1 or 2 more quick steps up top, maybe would have allowed that one, but disallowed goal 1.
Now Georgia has the opportunity to counter there. Annie Ritter moving up on the near side right at us. Joined alongside her is UCSB's number 15, Gracie Rodriguez.
As you hear the communication and something to look at, the higher level the lacrosse gets, the louder the field gets. You're gonna hear call-outs from all over.
Here's an opportunity on the inside crease and firing away the Bulldogs. Not able to be chained down. As that's number 28, Annie Ritter, picking up her second goal. Like we mentioned before, didn't see much out of her Friday night, but decided to show up when the lights are the brightest.
Sun's the brightest.
Sun's the brightest. The Sun Devils as well.
Yeah.
The Sun Devil facility here in Tempe. The Cactus Classic's always a fun time. Now I gotta represent the Cactus Classic with a cactus themed hat as well.
It is beautifully well-maintained fields, and I mean, I mentioned this before, but women's lacrosse all over the valley right now. We're surrounded by it.
quite literally in every direction, north, south, east, west, northwest too, if you want to include the sub-4 main coordinates as well. There's a lacrosse player, a lacrosse family, or just lacrosse in general happening. It's a great day to be a WLAX fan.
As UCSB's second real offensive opportunity here. First one had the goal waved off.
Grace Emery, too, attacker for UCSB. She notched a hat trick, too, in Friday's contest. And here's another huge shot. Cross body finds the top right part of the net, and that's number 2 for UCSB. Kayla Carpenter, another one of the main attackers. She put up 4 goals on Friday's contest and notches one already here in Saturday's contest.
Yeah, and again, this UCSB offense has been clinical every chance they've gotten here. The one goal waved off, second one not going to be waved off, so 1-3. Georgia's still with the lead, but early on in this one, Georgia's going to need to keep the ball out of UCSB's hands if they want to have a chance in this one.
Of course, and I have to see a lot out of these players to really add some more depth.
Again, the draw circle. Mention this every game we called. The draw circle is going to be probably the biggest factor in the game.
And continuing now, UCSB opportunity. Top shelf, knocked it in, right in the bin. Number 18, Amanda Grissom. Adding some much needed help, and this is a game that can just flip on a dime. Apologies, that was Jackie Eames who picked up the goal on that one. That a huge goal to put UCSB right back in it early on in the first quarter. 3-2 is the score, and the Bulldogs continue to.
And what I'm liking so far, other than the high level of lacrosse action here, is the pace of play. It's like we have, I mean, I know the ASU playing Lindenwood over there in NCAA D1, but right now the pace of play acting like we have the 30-second timer after a goal in the stick check.
Playing with a lot of tenacity and a lot of ferociousness. Both these squads have done a great job controlling possession and just capitalizing on their attacking plays. Georgia so far has capitalized on almost all of theirs, and the exact same goes for UCSB.
So you've got a whistle and a stoppage of play as officials resetting and showing a green card to the goal scorer.
So Jackie Eames will be out for just a minute, quite literally. And Jill Fullick will get the opportunity to take things to the restraining line, able to do so. And now Georgia back in attacking formation. Again, been a formidable squad in this area of the field.
So send it to X here is face a defense they haven't really faced before in a traditional women's lacrosse zone defense here.
And Pierce, as a defender, what's the main thing you're looking for as a defender right here in this scenario? And a great pick-off there by
What
UCSB.
I'm looking for is just what UCSB did right there. If you can deny those inside passing lanes to the crease, especially in women's lacrosse, it's a lot. If you're in front of your defender and have good footwork and able to deny top side and deny the cutters, it's going to be a long night.
Yeah, that was a great job by Sophia Staggs to pick that one off. Staggs staggers this offensive core that the Bulldogs have.
As again, this clinical UCSB offense has been potent to start the game. Using a lot of SAT words there, but
here's Kylie O'Connor, another top goal scorer for UCSB. Typically see her too on those screens riding around the top of the fan. And when UCSB plays out at X, you can definitely see where she lines up for her formation. Stands tall among all the other players. Here's Brooke Eanes back out to Kylie O'Connor. Quick flag, and it looks like we will have a free position shot for UCSB. An opportunity to capitalize and tie this one very quickly.
Maybe Jackie Eanes will get the shot here for the 8-meter.
She wants her give back. You know it. Everybody knows it. She takes a step, fires. Top right bin, but saved by number 27, Emily Ware. We mentioned she was a huge part in that Friday's contest as well.
Yeah, Emily Ware, practically the reason Georgia blew out Utah. Utah, of course, a younger team and still finding themselves and finding the team, but back to this, Ware was basically the reason Georgia was able to blow them out.
Right, literally the MVP. Might see her in the All-Star game in just a couple hours from now. Fortunately, we won't be broadcasting that one, but we encourage everybody who is here to tap in for it and stick to the head, and hopefully everything's okay over there for Kayla Carpenter.
Yeah, it looks to just a stinger there, and that one hurts. Stick to the back of the head as official wave for head contact. I imagine showed a yellow card there. As curious to see if that's releasable or unreleasable. I imagine probably unreleasable.
You're probably right. Kylie O'Connor passing it over to her left side. That's Jackie Eanes still with it.
And that's new. That's a newer rule this ish year, with yellow cards being releasable and unreleasable depending on the severity.
Here's an inside pass. Jackie Eanes pulls up from the 8-meter, finds the top right of the bin, and Eanes connects.
We have ourselves a tie game.
And already Jackie Eanes 2 goals on the day. And Kayla Carpenter with the 1. And a tie game. Bulldogs got out to an early lead, and UCSB says, not so fast, as Lee Corso would say. For anybody who knows what I'm talking about, shout out you. We'd like to thank everybody too in attendance tonight. It's been a great day. Unfortunately, my last game here of the Cactus Classic, but Pierce Gordon will take over play-by-play and color duties going forward, as I'll be moving over just across the ways to Alberta B. Farrington Stadium for some softball action between Arizona State and the opposing foes for the Michigan State squad here. The actual Michigan Wolverines will be playing over there. And here's another miscue of a pass, but Bulldogs being able to pick it right back up. Handling it now is number 26, Emma Dean. She'll dish it right back to Alex Young. Bears, out of curiosity, do you have any favorite lacrosse moments?
Of my career? Probably our state semifinal or Final Four run junior year. That was probably the highlight, but
here's Pisani inside, this time poked away. UCSB's got the ball, great defense. However, Georgia playing even better defense, stepping up. It's a 3-on-1, trying to pass it away. The Bulldogs still take it in UCSB's own end. You mind indulging me a little bit about what was so special about your Final Four run?
I think we talk about the game at hand. I don't think the folks need to hear about back in my day. As the errant pass there goes just out of bounds.
UCSB's number 18, Amanda Grissom, handling it now on the near side. Running forward with it. Good defense at midfield, but the transition offense for both these squads has been phenomenal up to this point. UCSB is basically 3 for 3 in their last attacking positions against the Bulldogs. Here's another pass up top. Jackie Eanes now rotating to her left side. Overhead thrown and poked away. However, UCSB retains control. Eanes will pass it right back over to Grissom. Just kind of setting things up right now. It's been a good game so far. We mentioned it earlier. It's going to be a close contest between 2 top 10 squads. Here's an opportunity here to cut inside. Kayla Carpenter was looking for Grissom, but not able to get a connection. Here's Grissom again. Top of the fan. Dishing it right back over to Kylie O'Connor on the left side. And again, you'll see O'Connor kind of rotate back towards the top of the fan right there. And She'll be a main contributor when it comes down to setting up plays inside that 8-meter arc, giving opportunities to the rest of the squad. Amanda Grissom, again, rotating towards the top of the fan. Rotating to her right side, trying to look for a cutter inside, not able to find anybody. Again, in control is number 24. And again, just a lot of rotations, a lot of key setups here from both squads. UCSB's done a phenomenal job at capitalizing on these positionings, these attacking formations.
Yes, this UCSB offense has really been clinical so far, and looking to continue that as they're so patient.
There's playing conditions kind of died down a little bit. There's 20-mile-per-hour gusts turning into 0-mile-per-hour gusts. Here's a rotation inside. Top bin falling down, but able to connect is Kate Carvalho. Able to knock it in. And this game quite literally flipped on its script. And that is a 4 consecutive goal streak for UCSB. Georgia started it out 3-0, and now it's 4-3.
Yeah, not much Ware could do about that one in the net. And again, keep saying it. I think the word clinical is the best way to describe this UCSB offense. Just any possession they get,
they're surgical.
Like they're going to score. Surgical. Another good word. Just keep throwing out some SAT words over here.
There was a reason why I got a 900 on my SAT. I'm just kidding. It was an 800. Thank you, ASU, for not asking for my SAT scores from high school. We appreciate it a lot. There's a reason why we're sports journalism majors. We'll leave it at that. And Georgia now back to attacking form, trying to finally get their get back and end the streak. Cutting on the inside, throwing just over the top of the net. That was number 28 again, Annie Ritter. Who's just kind of letting that one rip. Kate Page rotating behind the back of the net, trying to get inside. A lot of contact, but it looks like there will be a foul on Georgia. And this
call a charge on Page there, just trying to work her way to the crease and offensive charge.
And now, alternating inside, trying to get something to go is UCSB. A lot of rotations, a lot of great attacking forms for UCSB. We got a 1-minute warning now. UCSB working inside. Annie Husband now rotating on the left side of the crease, trying to get a cross-body shot. Finds the back of the net. 5 consecutive goals for UCSB, imposing their will, their surgical, clinical, whatever you want to call it. Throw out any Grey's Anatomy turn out there. That's what's happening. UCSB.
And number 1 gets her first goal of the night. The attackman putting it in the back of the net. And again, this UCSB offense has just dominated every single game they have played.
And Annie Husband picking up her first. It's been a fun one. Cactus Classic is always a fun time, especially here with the fellas, the crew.
As draw underway, and one Georgia's going to need to start winning as they do there.
Stick to the head, but it's all good. Georgia moving forward with it. Number 13 in control, that's Kate Collier.
And a yellow card here shown to UCSB. And
some 17-on-17 defense and offensive action as Kate Carvalho is lined up with Alex Young over here on the near side. Pressing forward, though, in a 1v2 scenario, being double-teamed is Kate Collier. Collier moving to her left, and a lot of defenders in front of her. Great stick work and even better footwork. Alternating to the left, transition opportunity. Here's a counter, looking for a cutter inside, and the air horn will sound, and that was a opportunity for Georgia, but the air horn sounding, that'll signal an end to the first quarter. Great first quarter of play.
The air horn bailing out UCSB there. Georgia had two wide open players backside or near side towards us. Two, I think it was number 26 as well as another one, just wide open on that near side post and unable to get it there before the air horn.
And instead of saved by the bell, it's saved by the horn. We'll be right back. Second quarter of play between two top 10 teams underway now. The draw begins. UCSB 5 consecutive goals after Georgia got out to the 3 consecutive goal start. We'll see a quick flip of the script, and not just the score, but in field territory as well. Penalty announced on the 20K page. And again, Georgia doing a great job lining up in their attack formation. They've done a solid job, too, catching UCSB off guard a couple of times. A missed opportunity from Mia Pisani over on the left side. And just not able to capitalize. But UCSB has the opportunity to shake things up a little bit. UCSB moving over into Bulldog territory. Good transitions. Again, starting to get a little bit hotter outside, but it's all good. Starting to get that nice chilly breeze. Real spring weather.
Some nice spring weather here, though.
Very nice spring weather. Handling it now is Jackie Eanes. Again, 2 goals. Would have the hat trick if it wasn't for the one that was called back. Again, first half of play still. Second quarter underway. UC Santa Barbara with the miscued pass, and Georgia trying to take it back. Poked away, however, by UCSB. It's a 3-on-1 opportunity, but taking it away for the Bulldogs is Emily Ware.
I think that's the first time we've seen a miscue on the UCSB offense. Georgia looking to take advantage.
Of course. And a wicked juke at midfield. Trying to put themselves in a position to score as the Bulldogs. Mia Pisani right around the 8-meter arc. She'll dish it right back out to fellow teammate Avery Finley. Trying to get a couple more teammates inside. Pisani rolls to her left side. Over the top. What a save! Oh my goodness! And you just saw Josh Thomas make an incredible opposite hand save with the stick.
And Thomas just flashing the net there. I mean, that shot couldn't have been placed much better. Opposite stick side, and she just gets her stick over there. Wow.
Thomas went bass fishing with that. That was beautiful. I'm more of a fishing pole person, but that was a great net save over there by Thomas. And here's an inside shot. Kayla Carpenter runs inside, nails it back left corner. Kayla Carpenter putting in the work, and that's her second goal of the day. And the Carpenter is starting to build off this lead.
And that's what happens when you give UCSB too many chances on the offensive side of the ball. They're the #2 team in the country for a reason, and I think we've ran out of Grey's Anatomy terms or medical terms to describe the offense here.
I'm sure any of the Edison majors watching could give us a few tips. A few tips and tricks off their note cards.
Do not envy their schoolwork.
Do not either. Again, there is a reason why we're sports journalism majors. And it's because we love sports. And Carpenter is starting to build a hat trick there. And again, this UC Santa Barbara squad, 6 unanswered goals after starting down by 3. And that's just what happens when you see 2 top 10 teams play, especially the second-ranked team in the country. Here's Ellis now advancing. Ground ball, but able to pick it right back up, and now into UC Santa Barbara attacking territory. The Bulldogs just kind of looking for a time and place to answer. Ellis able to scoop that one up. That's the one thing, too, we've seen a lot out of from this UCSB squad is the ground balls have been effective. Here's a pass inside. Carpenter trying to make something happen. Back out to Eanes. Eanes rotating on the inside to Husband. Husband now looking for something. Can't get it. Eanes now back over to the top of the fan.
Great recovery defense on that last play by Emma Dean. Just great job getting her body and her footwork right in front of the shooter preventing her from shooting that shot.
Here's Grace Emery on the left side, too. Carpenter at the top of the fan, joined alongside her is Jackie Eanes. Eanes, fake cut to the left side, trying to get something going, and a foul. So a free position shot now for UCSB. Kind of one of the first ones we've really seen of this game. A lot of aggressive playmaking, but not a lot of fouls.
No, and we'll hope to keep it that way, but I think it's a second or third free position.
Opportunity, Eanes inside, 2 defenders in front of her. Can't make anything out of that.
I think Eanes overthought that one a little bit. Just trying to do a little too much there, and Georgia defense able to recover and make a beautiful tip.
Emery now with control after losing it. However, the Bulldogs able to pick it right back up. Joined alongside number 6 on the near side is Kayla Carpenter. That's Gretchen Klein. Gretchen Klein trying to go coast to coast now with it. Has the chance to do so. She'll stop at the fan and let her team get there and start building something. It's number 20, Kate Page, rotating on the inside. Cut across, shot opportunity, left side. It's good! Mia Pisani showing up and showing out for the Bulldogs.
And Mia Pisani, a name that we've said a lot as this tournament has progressed. Second Georgia game we call. I feel like we've said her name an ample amount of times. Testament to how good she is and how much she means for this Georgia team.
Mia Pisani stepping up in a big way, and now this Bulldogs squad finally ends the 6-goal streak that UCSB has just been kind of riding on the last 2 quarters.
Yeah, the Bulldog squad,
Their defense has finally settled in, which has allowed their offense to have possession and put some shots on net,
get someone in the net.
It's been a fun and an eventful time for both these squads, and the Bulldogs, number 13, Kate Collier, wins the draw. It's been a phenomenal display of athleticism from both these teams, and the Bulldogs looking now to go unanswered as well. Start seeing a lot out of all these teams. Bulldogs trying to rotate inside. Not a lot going for them now. And miscue of a pass. UCSB is able to pick it back up, retrieve it, march all the way down to the opposite side. Kate Carvalho trying to go coast to coast. She'll pass it in front of her. That's Annie Husband. Husband now kind of waiting for things to build up a little bit. Another pass to Kayla Carpenter to her left. Carpenter back over to Emery. Emery over to Eanes. Eanes back over to Carvalho.
And any PA announcer you hear slightly in the background, that's either over at softball, which has games there all day, or over at the soccer lacrosse stadium.
Well, what other place would you rather be than at the Cactus Classic?
Yeah.
There's Kayla Carpenter again on the left side. Annie Husband now trying to rotate inside the 8-meter, but good defense by the Bulldogs. Carpenter fumbles this around the backside of X, but is trying to build up now with UCSB. Carpenter will dish back out to Eanes. Eanes moving to her left. Rotating back around, 2 defenders in front. Dish it right back out to Carvalho.
Some great defense from Alex Young there, just denying UCSB's top player so far.
Carpenter right back over to Eanes. Eanes now over to Haley Schmella. UCSB trying to rotate. Not a lot going for Annie. Husband rotating inside. Cut across. Finds the back of the net. Grace Emery.
And again, just some perfectly run offensive sets here for UCSB. Dodging from X up top, draws the slide, draws multiple defenders and then passes it across for the dunk on goal.
It's a new nickname for Grace Emery, the improbable Emery. What a great shot there. And UCSB continuing the aggressive, fast-paced offense. And 7-4 is the score. And while UCSB's run did end to a Bulldog goal, they said, not so fast.
So 7-4 the way of UCSB, but I have a feeling it's not the last we'll hear of the Bulldogs.
Now with it, number 5, Sophia Stagg. She's the one who had that incredible interception earlier on in this quarter to start a momentum drive for UCSB that led them all the way down and scored. Here's Kayla Carpenter trying to rotate, 2 defenders in front. She'll dish it right back out to Eanes at the top of the fan. Eanes will go back to Carvalho over to the right side. Carvalho guarded tightly, however, by number 6, that's Gretchen Klein. And some improbable action. Another incredible shot from inside the 8-meter. And Jackie Eanes connects. And Eanes is eaten. As that's a hat trick in just the first half for Jackie.
And as the wind picks up, Eanes picks up as well. Get on the board with a hat trick. She'll take a well-deserved rest here. The midfielder will.
We'll take a quick timeout as the rest of the squads.
As we welcome you back here to Tempe, Arizona, in the Sun Devil Sports Complex, Band Fields, whatever you'd like to call them. As draw about to get underway out of the Georgia timeout. Georgia, of course, started out really strong, up 3-0. Then UCSB went on a run of their own, and that's how we ended up at the 8-4 tag. As draw set and up and one the way UCSB, and
get another look at their offenses, pushing in transition. Quick shot to the 5-hole. Did it trickle through? They're going to say no, as Ware was able to stop that one. As O'Connor, draw specialist, taking the draw and then trying to go all the way. And almost trickled through the 5-hole, but unable to there, as Georgia now with possession, trying to clear it. Again, no rush. Turned away by the UCSB defense at midfield. Ball on the ground. UCSB picks it up. Annie Husband has it, as she'll push down near side and slow things up and dump it down to Carpenter. Carpenter now pushes it to X. Back up top, far side, Fan now right in the middle. This UCSB offense, again, clinical, just swinging it around, looking for opportunities. One cutter placed just outside the goal mouth there, as motioning overall to the right side. Husband now from X, cuts up looking for a cutter down the middle. No one there, guarded well by Georgia. UCSB will reset here. So swing it around the top. Back to Husband at X. As the pass inside, batted away and recovered by UCSB. As swung over again, the Georgia defense scrambling a little bit, but able to recover there, but not for long, as Husband drives inside, shot deflected out and wide, recovered at X by Carpenter, as she'll dish it out. Another shot blocked from the 5-hole, as that will make its way out of the back, and they'll give it back to UCSB. Normally when in doubt and that goes out of the back, it always ends up going the way of the offense.
Very true. UCSB has done a great job up to this point playing in their attacking formation. And that was 2 missed opportunities right there to extend their lead.
As Ware really keeping them in this, as that horn was for field C, not field B.
Very similar, very similar. Handling it though for UCSB's number 23, Brooklyn Deo. Now Kylie O'Connor. O'Connor towards the top of the fan. Will flip it over to fellow teammate Shmela. Shmela back over to Orvalo. Here's Husband.
Kind of the whole offense running through Husband right now.
Opportunities here for Kayla Carpenter. Squandered as she's in a one-on-one. Ground ball picked up, however, by the Bulldogs. Flip it back to Ware. And Ware now can help Georgia start playing up front a little bit more.
I'm sure this Georgia coaching staff excited by the defense they were able to play there. I think that was the most sustained possession they were able to get, or UCSB was able to get. Georgia was able to stifle it.
Great job all around. And Georgia again trying to play up, trying to add a little bit more pressure, and there's a missed opportunity. It's number 20, let that one rip and go. And the Bulldogs, again, trying to keep that pressure up. Don't want to fall too far behind here.
He's trying to rip that shot near side post and unable to get that one to fall.
Kay Page on the left side, trying to get something building out of that X. starting to come together here for Georgia. Here's Mia Pisani across the inside, fires, lets it go. Kay Page turns the page as that's another goal.
And Georgia going back to that old reliable, going down to X and building out of there. And then cutters all around the fan cutting in, and it's so hard to keep track of those cutters backside. We saw Utah really struggle with that, and then UCSB struggle there as a 3-goal deficit now for Georgia.
Kay Page doing a great job putting in some work. And everybody doing exactly what they need to be. And this Georgia Bulldogs bench and team as a whole fired up. And awaiting the draw following the goal. And here's Eanes now taking things away. Husband and Carpenter. The 1-2, quite literally working out of the 1-2. And Eanes passing it along right back to fellow teammate Amanda Grissom. You can tell too the Bulldogs defense saying they need a little bit more communication.
As Santa Barbara offense has been potent.
This UCSB squad just continues to keep on attacking and applying that pressure. Eanes again, moving forward, rotating to her left side. Tried to get an over-the-head shot, but just went wide as it was poked away by Georgia Bulldogs defender, number 17, Alex Young.
Yeah, tried to get a Canadian shot there and unable to get that one to fall. It's always tough to generate power behind those.
And UCSB now just alternating, waiting to build up on opportunities. Here's a chance from Jackie Eanes. Good shot, however, where is there?
I feel like we've said her name a lot tonight. Going back, and realistically, I think the MVP for Georgia so far in the games we've covered at least.
An opportunity, this ball will fall out of the pocket from Gretchen Klein. The UCSB trying to get back in the Georgia Bulldogs' own zone. They're able to do so past their restricting line. Opportunity to fire, and where is everywhere.
Yeah, it's one of those shots I don't think you should take. You've seen how talented Ware can be, but if you're this confident in the clears and you're clearing defense, might as well as the horn sounds.
And that'll signal an end to the first half of play. Currently, very close game still. Very close game. UCSB up 8 to the Bulldogs 5, and still could be anybody's game at this point. We saw 6 straight from UCSB, and we still need to see what's in store from the Bulldogs. We'll be right back after this quick halftime intermission. Second half of Georgia versus UCSB underway here in just a few seconds. We're getting ready for the first draw. As you can see on the score, UCSB 8 to the Bulldogs 5. It's been an exciting matchup here for what possibly could be probably one of the best games of the Cactus Classic. Bulldogs looking to fight back. We saw a couple of streaks from both squads. UCSB had a 6-goal streak, and then we saw Georgia kick things off with a 3-goal streak.
And a good comeback move there, but lost the ball.
And Mia Pisani able to get that one back. This time almost rolls away, but Kay Page able to maintain possession. She'll dish it back over to fellow teammates and company over to the right side, but this one will score away. That's number 5 for UCSB, picking things back up, Sophia Staggs. One of the better defenders for this UCSB squad. And UCSB trying to add on to that lead.
Yeah, 8-5 entering the third. Handily have the game in their grasp, but need to close out here.
And to no shot clock, so if UCSB was to try and do so, they could hold on to the ball for as long as they wanted to, but
only guaranteed one more draw. That's coming out of the fourth quarter.
Well, I will be shocked if Georgia's defense decides to just let up here. And that will be a pass out of bounds, and that'll be given right back to the Bulldogs.
And as this game has progressed, the Bulldogs' defense has settled down more and more and more, and gotten the better of this UCSB offense a few times.
And here comes Annie Ritter for the Bulldogs. Trying to go coast to coast with it, back at the line. Still moving forward with it now, cutting to her left side. Just kind of dishes this one out to fellow teammates. And there's a 2-on-1, but a foul called. And hopefully everything's okay right there for Jill Fullick. Who just kind of got pinched between two defenders on the UCSB side.
Yeah, I think that was the shaft to the top of the knee. That stings a bit. You know, walk it off. And again, the best medicine is the ball in your stick.
Agreed. So yeah, Jill Fullick now with it. She'll dish it right back out to fellow teammate Kay Page to the right side. And again, Georgia looking for an attacking opportunity here, trying to cut that deficit down even more. Kay Page trying to find some fellow help from teammates inside. A lot of people there, causing some traffic in between the lanes. Daniel dishing it back out over to number 14, Avery Finley. Another top goal scorer for this Georgia Bulldog squad. A lot of communication now, too, coming from this Bulldogs offense. That was something they were advocating for in the first half, and you can see that has changed drastically for this team. We'll see if that helps out a lot, too.
I mean, you hear the communication here from both the offense and the defense here, as well as the fans and parents supporting along the sideline.
Of course, UCSB kind of outnumbering a couple of the Bulldog fans here. Here's an opportunity on the inside. Try to go stick high, but not able to do so. That was number 2, Jill Fullick, looking to get a goal.
Yeah, Fullick got the pass inside, turned around, and just saw 2 UCSB defenders there, and not much she could do. She was surrounded. As a beautiful turnaround there from number 18. It's Pisani. Just able to force UCSB to regroup on the turnover.
Oh,
now
a one-handed interception. Oh, my goodness. Kay Page storms down, fires just wide.
And the run out goes the way of UCSB. Pisani was ready to catch the ball or get a pass and unable to there.
And that was Thomas who was able to chase it down, the goalkeeper. And some risky passing here by UCSB, but been able to kind of get on the counter a little bit here. Here's an opportunity for a fast place opportunity. It's a shot, it goes wide, and now Annie Husband's chasing after it. Husband will get it. And here comes Ellis. So this it right back out to Eames. Those two do a great job kind of controlling the top of the fan and making sure they get some help inside from their cutters to set up some good playmaking. It's probably been the closest game we've seen so far on this field. There's an opportunity left side, and Jackie Eames finds it.
As opening the scoring here for UCSB in the second. I think we'll get a timeout from them as well after the goal. This will talk things over, but again, Eames just really taking the game and grabbing it with her fist.
Jackie Eames gets the screens and now is considered the bee's knees for this UC Santa Barbara squad. And as the timeout's taken, we'll be right back.
Get this guy to an open mic.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. Third quarter of play. Georgia versus UCSB.
Some club sports updates just around around ASU. You got ASU men's hockey, Division I club, not the NCAA team, went down to Arizona and won. They swept them for the first time in 9 years.
Incredible feat.
Yeah, and ASU club rugby, I think, won 67-7 over USC. And women's hockey, of course, playing U of A right now down in Tucson, and won last night 1-0. And all around, it's a sports-filled state.
Yeah, 677 too. No easy task for a rugby squad. Over the ASU club squad, getting things done. A lot of club sports today in the Valley. The Sun Devils have sports all around the sun in a way.
Yeah, it's a beautiful place to come. Been a chilly past few days, but
starting to get a nice little breeze with some heat. Here's an opportunity inside, but squandered. Ellis was trying to pick something up there, and everybody's fighting for it. It's a ground ball. Everybody's got an opportunity. Annie Husband picks it up for a second. Taken away again. Finally scooped up by Georgia Bulldogs, number 24, Gabby O'Neill. And trying to play from behind their own net. Passing it towards midfield. Bulldogs and UCSB all fighting for it now.
that's a clear given up, turned over between the lines.
And that midfield has not been in favor of this Bulldogs squad. As those miscues starting to tally up a little bit more too on the scoreboard. At Schmella now. Some good passing inside. This UCSB squad just filled to the brim with playmakers. And now the Bulldogs pressing forward. Handling it now, number 24, Grace Emery.
Yeah, an important possession here for the Bulldogs, down 4. Really need to cut that to 3, but we've seen, I mean, Michigan State came back against A&M down 4 in the 4th.
A lot of good movement around the top of the fan. 9-5 is the score. Bulldogs down by 4. Here's Mia Pisani now, trying to fake a roll inside. Tries to pass it, gets poked away. However, Pisani is going to try to chase it out of bounds.
And a good goose by Pisani, or with her stick or foot, couldn't see there, but a little too strong on it.
Now UCSB has the opportunity to go back to the attacking stages. A couple of substitutions, a couple of whistles blown. Looks like we'll see a green card on Georgia's number 12. That's Hannah Driggs. UCSB setting some things up around the back side. Here's a pass inside. Brooke Eanes cuts and blocked away by Ware. There's a scrum forward right in front. Kayla Carpenter tried to hold on to it, but Ware comes away with it. Number 17 for Georgia pushing in. That's none other than Alex Young. And we got a loose ball right in front of the parents/fan section. This pass will go out of bounds, so awarded now to UCSB. And a lot of great pressure being added to from this Gacho squad. Carpenter again still playing from the backside, working behind the X. Opportunities here for UCSB. But nothing able to get going for him. And it looks like we'll take a quick look at one of the Bulldog players as she went down in a heap. Thankfully, everything's okay. So now with it again is now Haley Schmela. Jackie Eanes in control. Eanes to Ellis. Ellis to Schmella. Schmella now over to Emery. And Emery goes back to Husband to Carpenter, and it all the way around the fan, and the exit will go. Here's a pass inside. Eanes takes a rip, fires! And like we said before, Eanes is quite literally the bee's knees.
And who else but Eanes? I mean, she's been there all night.
And that is her 5th goal of the evening. And Eanes doing a great job at facilitating the pace of play for UCSB, and the scoring onslaught continues. 10-5 is the score here in the 3rd quarter. Still another full half to play up to this point. Maybe a little less with the 3rd quarter kind of ticking down the way it has. Great move by Georgia to win the draw following the Eames goal. Still advancing. The Bulldogs slowing things down, taking their time with it. Still now to the Bulldogs moving forward with it. And a good pickup, however, by number 37, Thomas, in net for UCSB. And now UCSB threatening, but the Bulldogs playing some good defense to take it away. Another good pass by the Bulldogs. One-on-one opportunity. Mia Pisani's by herself. She's got Thomas. One-on-one. Rips, fires, top left. Got it to go. Slams the stick. Pisani just able to catch the defense off guard. The fast break, the transition, everything was perfect. And the Bulldogs still fighting.
Yeah, Mia, I mean, that's not who you want to see in transition. If you're Santa Barbara, you do not want to see Mia Pisani running just straight down at the net.
Pisani putting in work for the Bulldogs.
And she faked high and went far side. Not much any goaltender can do about that.
And the benches and the coaches over there for the Bulldogs excited. That's Natalia Scott cheering on her star attacker of the Cactus Classic.
Yeah, and I mean, 4 goals is awfully close here. We got ourselves a good top 10 matchup early on in the season.
10-6 again is the score in favor of UC Santa Barbara. The Gauchos been able to get the better of the Bulldogs. And really was that 6 consecutive goal streak that kind of shifted the way this game has turned out. After the Bulldogs really were the ones who got out to the earlier start with a 3-0 lead. And still just trying to line up an attacking position.
As this potent Santa Barbara offense has been stifled a little bit by this Georgia defense doing their job as of late. Thought we were going to be in for a barn burner at first where just everyone's scoring, but has settled in.
Ellis, of course, slowing things down a little bit. Rips it, though. Had the chance. She got it to go. And Ellis connects. Low stick side against Ware. And UCSB gets the get back immediately.
Yeah, great response in response to this. The Georgia goal pushes that lead back up to 5. And again, going into the 4th, you want it around that 4-goal mark because Santa Barbara could start just slowing things down if they want to and if they want to take advantage of that. And I imagine that will probably start around the 4th quarter.
And Pierce, what more would you like to see out of his Bulldogs squad?
There is not much you can do to stop the number 2 team in the country's offense. There is very little. I think the defense struggled at first, but has made their comeback. It's just the other things like winning the draw right there, which they did, and picking up ground balls, running after shots. A lot of the effort plays, just you got to capitalize on those. And when you have chances on the offensive end like you have right now, you have to capitalize. You've got to back up your defense.
Of course, we've heard Natalia Scott as well talk about the hustle from this Bulldog squad. Here's an opportunity. Goes low. Kicks in. Number 2 for the Bulldogs, Jill Fullick.
Yeah, and that was a beautifully designed play. Fullick, again, Georgia loves sending cutters in from the top of the fan, and the Santa Barbara defense just lost Fullick in the transition.
We almost lost Fuller. Great job cutting inside. Found the one-on-one opportunity, and you can tell Thomas a little frustrated with letting that one in. But it's 11-7. 7-11 if you want to flip it. I do believe they might be starting their Bring Any Cup Day pretty soon. We'll be bringing my bucket from Home Depot.
Oh my God. Was that in the ad read?
Potentially in the future. I don't know if Home Depot necessarily is sponsoring right now. If they're
Or
watching, we
7-Eleven.
appreciate you. Or 7-Eleven. To be honest, I really can't tell you the last time I went to a 7-Eleven.
Neither can I.
Quick foul blown, but in favor of the Bulldogs. Advancing again is Fullick. Fullick to Pisani.
Back to this one. Pisani and the Bulldogs have clawed their way back in this one and started out really strong, up 3, and the UCSB offense just kind of collapsed after that. Then going forward, the Bulldogs are trying to fight their way back into this one, 7-11.
And K. Page handling things right here at the top of the fan. Looking for Pisani inside on a high stick. K. Page, though, recovers the ground ball, but UCSB gets it right back.
Yeah, Paige going in, just left her stick hanging, and that's a wide open check for the UCSB defense.
Good defense now being played by the Bulldogs. However, still handling things over there is Amanda Grissom for UCSB. There's Ellis now with control. Tries to fire this one in. And oh my goodness! A backhand from Jackie Eads. What can't she do is the real question here. Her 6th. Yes, you heard me right. Her 6th of the game. Half of the goals have been from Jackie Eads. Unbelievable.
I mean, from the Georgia defensive perspective, I mean, you know I'm a defensive guy looking at that. Good offense is always going to beat good defense in this sport. And that was just an insane catch. One, to have that on your hip, not a great pass, but put it in a place where only Eads could get it. On the hip to be able to catch that and then flip your stick around and backhand that in. Wow. I mean, the defense was in the right. Looking at that play, there's not much more you could do unless you're completely smothering her inside, which is borderline not possible.
Must have been a little bit of voodoo from the Voodoo Donuts down the corner. But great playmaking there by Jackie Eads, capitalizing on that opportunity. Kay Page falls to her knees, was 2-on-1, able to get it back, and Annie Ritter can't get it. Almost picked off again by Ellis. Back to the restricting line, horn blown, and that'll signal an end to what was a wild third quarter.
Yeah, the Georgia offense there, a little bit of a scramble mode, but that was because of the clock ticking down. But yeah, what a first 3 we've had here, and I think we're in for a good 4th here.
I agree. We'll see what the further has in store for us, and we'll be right back here on South Mountain Sports. Hello, everybody. The fourth quarter of the Cactus Classic is underway. My final quarter. And it's been an exciting one. Both these teams have had a phenomenal game up to this point. UCSB has been the leader. 12-7 is the score. But the Bulldogs showed a little bit of determination and grit in the final stages of that third quarter to play. And it is still too early to call it quits.
The Bulldogs can get one here. It really puts things close. But you need to get one here. You need to get within that 3-goal deficit. But 1 goal at a time. So slow things down to get the right personnel on the field.
Of course, the Bulldogs, again, have done a phenomenal job at really hanging in this one.
Broken stick there, looks like, for Emma Dean. She comes back in with a fresh one. And I know for men's, you go through, especially as a defender, you go through a lot of them, and they are not cheap pieces of equipment.
As a high school baseball player who used wood more than metal, I can confirm it is probably one of the worst experiences as a player.
And you break your stick, you're out there just like helpless.
Yeah.
In most ranks other than NCAA, you can't play without a stick.
Exactly.
So.
See, I typically always had one piece of hardware during my baseball days, but also too it was terrible because then I had to ask teammates if I could borrow their bat, and most of them did not like that. So
as a ground ball won by the Bulldogs, and they'll earn, can't see if that was in the 8-meter or out of the 8-meter.
Be very close, but it looks like it was in the 8.
So a crucial 8-meter shot to possibly cut it to 4.
Can they cut the deficit? A few steps forward, rips it, bottom shelf, got it! The Bulldogs keep on trucking.
Yeah, Bulldogs keep on barking as 8-12. It's, again, as advertised, number 2 Santa Barbara and number 7 Georgia.
That was K. Page striking again for the Bulldogs. Yeah, this Bulldog squad cannot be contained. Was a broken stick very frequent for you, Pierce?
Yes. I think senior year I went through a lot, to say that. I think I went through like
Double
5
digits?
or 6.
That does sound like a lot.
Yeah.
I think throughout all of high school, I probably went through about probably the same as you actually. Probably five or 6 broken bats.
Yeah, I think with women's lacrosse, you go through a little bit less, but I know they're a lot more particular about the stringing of the stick. That's a whole other art of dark magic, where you like your stick a certain way, and it's beneficial to learn how to string a stick, but I never did.
And collision over there on the far end. Hopefully everything's okay.
Yeah, they'll whistle prematurely, just make sure everyone's okay. It's a tournament, not that like. Top priority is go out there and prioritize your health. So I don't disagree with that whistle at all, especially with UCSB getting the ball and a UCSB player down.
Carvalho is the one who went down. Thankfully everything's okay. Yeah, see, I always had a lot of people tell me you got to learn how to string a baseball glove. Cutting on the inside, trying to get a cross-body shot, able to knock it down. Amanda Grissom.
And everything Georgia does, Santa Barbara does again.
It's just a counterattack on counterattack. Great job from both these teams. UCSB continues to just keep getting the advantage. As following this, only one more game of the Cactus Classic remaining. Next to the All-Star game which will be shortly after, followed by what I believe is the trophy ceremony.
Yeah, well, trophy ceremony at 5, All-Star game at 5:30.
Oh, so trophies first.
Imagine they'll announce the All-Star game probably at the trophy ceremony here, but both of these teams trying to get there, trying to get to that podium here. Georgia, a little bit of a mountain to climb here, but
And here's an overhead shot, almost knocked in, but Thomas playing some good defense.
that's one you have to get to fall. As Santa Barbara can really run out the clock here every one of these possessions. Ideally for UCSB are around 5 minutes, and that's just suffocating.
Here's, you can hear the PA announcers behind us we mentioned beforehand. That's actually the Arizona Diamondbacks announcer that you can hear as well.
Yeah, all the PA announcers around the valley are actually really pretty close with each other.
Yeah.
It's just funny how many of them you'll run into and just be like, oh, you're so-and-so. Oh, you
Yeah.
do the other games.
Now the Diamondback announcer, he does a lot. I know he does the lacrosse games over here. He'll do baseball.
I know he's always wanted to do hockey, but it's a coveted announcer spot.
And here's a shot over the head, but good block by Ware.
Yeah, and Ware is the reason that Georgia's in this game. Her and the offense are really propelling this team forward as the defense trying to hold the Santa Barbara team down. And I think it's really a question as Georgia trying to force a turnover ball on the ground. They get it, but it's really a question of whether Georgia can score 14 or not. And if they can, they're going to need to start racking some points up soon.
And you can tell this Bulldog squad still determined to possibly get some late life here and capitalize on their last couple of attacking chances, as this pass will get away from them and UCSB will recover. It has been a beautiful day here too in Tempe. Weather has shifted a little bit.
Yeah, sun back on our backs or behind the camera.
And now moving forward, it's the Bulldogs, number 26. That's Emma Dean.
And really for the Bulldogs, love to get your personnel on the field, but the minute you do, you gotta get into a set offense.
Agreed, and both these teams really trying their best to keep the pace of play going, as well as the Bulldogs just, again, trying to find those quick opportunities and maybe do the best they can to fight back this 5-goal deficit. Here's an opportunity from Witter. Witter will fire, and oh my goodness, I believe that hit off the head of UCSB defender. That was number 28. I believe that was Petr Koliskowski who was in there, and that just kind of ricocheted. And wow, what a shot. Don't have a lot to say besides that was nuts.
It looked like that was going to be pretty handily, easily saved, and then goes off the head, and that's unfortunate as a defender. I've had a few of those where you're always taught, put your body on the line, put your stick on the line, go and try and block that shot, and just unfortunate there, and it pops up over the goalie's head.
And like you said, not a lot you can really do about that one. Just that little trickle in and a 4-goal deficit now in the face of Georgia.
As Brooke Ellis for Santa Barbara tries to win the ever more important draw.
Bulldogs able to scoop it. That's Ritter with it. And UCSB taking things away. That was Grace Emery there playing some good defense as the attacker.
As Ritter, the midi back on defense there, but ideally, yeah, it's tough to turn that over.
And good comms from everybody.
As a 4-goal deficit now for the Bulldogs. Really, they need to force some turnovers and win some draws. And
giving Santa Barbara these possessions. It's going to drain 1, 2, 3, 4, sometimes 5 minutes off the clock, which is not time you can give up, as we're already pretty much halfway through the fourth, it feels like.
It's been a very close game. Relatively fast-paced playmaking. And here's Eanes again on the inside. Eanes really been the main difference maker. I mean, without her, quite frankly, this score would be completely flipped, as Eanes makes up a total of 49% of the goals for this Gacho squad. And here comes Kayla Carpenter, rotating to her right. She'll kind of dish this one over to Grace Emery. Emery will cut inside. Some good stick work there. A couple of good deke moves, and back over to Ellis.
And a smart play from Emery. Doesn't have it, don't force it.
Ellis now passing back over to Eanes. Some good passing behind the back. Two of the X zone. Cutting in is Carpenter, but she'll just give this one back to Schmila. And Ellis at the top of the fan, still trying to control pace, and like you mentioned too, no shot clock. Take a lot of time off, as much as UCSB wants, especially if the Bulldogs don't start trying to press a little soon. Here's Carvalho. Back over to Eanes now. We'll see some patience from this UCSB squad. UCSB trying to cut inside here. Eanes rotating behind. Still one-on-one with the defender. Here's a high pass, but Ellis was able to retrieve it and pull it back down.
Very impressive and important catch from Ellis to not let that go back into the Bulldogs attacking third.
Here's Carvalho back over to Eanes. Eanes inside, cutter, shot, good, top left. Beautiful playmaking there from Eanes to Schmella to goal.
And that could be the dagger in this one.
And the Gachos say gotcha.
As we'll have a timeout here from Georgia. Last-ditch effort to put on possibly a miracle.
And we will also be taking a quick timeout. What else did Chris say about it?
He just gave it a thumbs up. I don't know. It's all in the group chat.
I'm sure he'll come over to you afterwards and be like, dude, that was awesome. He probably will. Chris is sick, dude. I love him, bro. I wish Chris could be my boss for the future.
And then I'm back in Chicago.
How's Denise as your boss?
She's okay. She's not even my boss, though. She's the recruiter, so. About another half of the fourth quarter probably remaining. Wish we had the score clock to be a little bit more accurate with y'all, but unfortunately we don't have a play clock on hand. Well, we might have to just start up a stopwatch one of these times.
Keep our own time.
Keep our own time. See how right on we are with it.
As Ellis and Collier taking it off in the circle.
So 14-9 is the score. The Bulldogs with a quick turnaround.
No, and very important draw win for the Bulldogs. 5-goal deficit. Need to crack within 2 awfully soon.
Agreed. The Bulldogs trying to just storm back now as quick as possible. And good call. Kayla Carpenter knew it.
As
great officiating by the referee.
Going forward, we'll have on field B, MSU back again, looking to rebound after the tough loss versus UVU.
I believe UVU, one of the newer schools to the Cactus Classic.
Yeah. Again, sports growing.
Getting their first look at some Cactus Classic action. Well, their last look, I should say. Got a 1 or 2 who will take home the trophy of the Cactus Classic. I believe up to this point, Florida remains undefeated. As for ASU and UVU, not too sure about everybody else. And here's a great block there by Ware.
Off the near side post.
And another up close and personal opportunity as Annie Husband knocks it down past the outstretched stick of Ware. And now
Husband calls game.
We see Annie Husband possibly putting the dagger down. And the Bulldogs might have gotten the short end of the leash.
As just time not in favor of either team. Both teams still huddling up on the offensive side of things as they'll talk things over, but
we see two of the Bulldogs try to hit the double-digit marker. Just needing one more for that.
Yeah, as earlier on, I think it was 14, and it was could the Bulldogs get 13 or 14 on the board, and I think the answer is no.
Of course, already the MSU fans getting ready for the next game, following right behind us.
Yeah, I mean they are well traveled. As probably the biggest fan base here, other than the ASU fans, but haven't been over to Field A. We've been having some great action on Field B, as this was a great game here.
Really was. Things started out in favor of the Bulldogs, 3-0, and then UCSB was just in the mindset of let's get back 1 goal at a time, and that 1 goal turned into 6. And from then on, it was a trade-off, and UCSB has kind of just gotten the better of the Bulldogs. Here's Emery back over the left side. Kylie O'Connor will draw a foul.
Yeah, and that just happens because Georgia needing to play aggressive and try and pick off some passes and jump in the gun.
8-meter shot. O'Connor steps up, throws, overhands. Ware blocks it. Ground ball. Fighting for it right in front of the crease. The Bulldogs taking it away. Still a ground ball, though, and everybody's still gunning for it, and the Bulldogs take it back, passing it back to Ware in the X zone. Passing out to the right side.
Again, trying to break into that double digits, as the goal differential possibly will matter to decide a winner.
And yeah, both these squads still battling it out till the final minutes. Emery now on the left side, and yeah, of course, I will say we mentioned the fans that have traveled really well, and to be honest, of all the Arizona State sporting events I've covered, the Michigan State Spartans have genuinely been the most well-traveled fan base I've seen for any Arizona State-related sporting event. Here's an inside pass, and Husband trying to knock down another dagger, but not able to do so.
Them and BYU. BYU's here, but we haven't
Exactly.
gotten a BYU game on Field B, so. But BYU normally really well-traveled for football basically everywhere, as well as basketball, numerous other sports.
Very true. Utah just a state above from Arizona, but again, Michigan State, that's a far travel. And I'm sure most of them excited to get out of the cold weather that I know a lot of the Northeastern and Midwesterners have been facing the last couple of weeks and months.
Yeah, a lot of the fans back that were listening in the Midwest rolling their eyes at us saying a chilly 60, 70 degree day. His whistle blows. Possibly a trip and go the way of Santa Barbara.
And again, chilly for Arizonans.
Zoners.
And here's your shot. Kylie O'Connor blocked by Ware. Georgia picking it up. And I apologize to my Arizonans. I really couldn't place the name for a second. Arizoners. It's a zone in the U.S.
One of 50 zones. Yeah, we'll use that. Sports journalism majors.
Exactly. For a reason. Exactly.
Nevertheless, Santa Barbara showing why they're the #2 team in the country with their offensive performance and all facets of the game. The only critique I guess they could have done a little bit better is the draw.
And here's Eames trying to cut it inside to Carpenter. Carpenter gets it again, rips, fires, throws, offhand, got it to go. UCSB. So now the score continues to be extended, 16-9. And the 1-minute warning is up. And Kayla Carpenter is really starting to build something out of this lead.
It's a little wave from the bench. The whole bench doing a wave with their sticks. I don't think I've seen that one before. I've seen the canoes.
The canoes is a fun one.
I've seen the duck hunting ones where a whole bench gets on the ground and uses their stick as a rifle. I don't think I've seen the wave yet.
I've seen a little bit of the lightsaber action with it too.
Yeah, seen lightsabers, but the wave, that's a new one. I don't know how people haven't thought of that before. Maybe I'm just missing the clips on social media.
I think too the wave kind of more of I think it's a baseball tradition with spring training finally back in full effect. I think it sparked some new ideas. And Georgia marching forward. I believe we had a 1-minute warning over here by the rest of the benches, so we'll see what continues to happen. Opportunities again being made by Georgia. That's Avery Finley who's stepping up with things.
Yeah, just trying to cut down the goal differential and then hoping for some other action to happen.
And here was a pass that gets deflected, and that air horn will signal an end to the 3rd consecutive game on Field B. Of course, there's been about 9 others, including this one, across the Cactus Classic, but it was a thriller. 2 of the top 10 teams battled it out, and we saw why UCSB is so highly ranked. 16-9 was the finale for this one. It was a great matchup. The Bulldogs got out to that early lead, but UCSB told them to hold up.
So on deck, on Field B, we'll have Michigan State versus UVU. It's coming up next on Field A, Oregon State, and then Field C, Utah and Florida.
And the Bulldogs get sent back to the doghouse. We'll be back with some more action here for the Cactus Classic for that MSU versus UVU game. Kai Gengabus, Pierce Gordon, who will take over play-by-play and color commentating duties, and Tanner Buck as well on South Mountain Sports. One more game. Here we go.
And we welcome you into a almost packed Tempe, Arizona. A lot of Michigan State fans, as we mentioned before, but Michigan State taking on Utah Valley. Battle of the green and whites here. I'm Pierce Gordon, joined alongside Tanner Buck, who's also doing camera here, as draw goes way high in the air and batted down. Utah Valley able to win the first draw as Clark brings it up for them far side, dishes it down to the attackman. She'll set up things from the X. Michigan State, of course, coming off a tough loss earlier today. We had that game. Michigan State to a tough loss to a very talented Florida team, very senior-heavy Florida team, looking to bounce back from that. I imagine went, grabbed some lunch, came back here, and ready to play, and that's how these tournaments work. As Utah Valley now passes it around the top, looking for some cutters inside, but this Michigan State defense just blocking all the lanes for all the passes inside. Finally get one, quick shot and quick goal. As Sophie Grizzle, the midfielder, number 23, gets on the board first.
You know, Pierce, Michigan State has a lot of fans here traveling. Let's see if they can get some on the board and respond.
Yeah, from the banks of the Red Cedar to the banks of Tempe Town Lake. Would much rather go swimming in the Red Cedar. Probably not right now.
Oh.
I don't know if you... I don't empathize with the people that go swimming in Tempe Town Lake.
At the end of the day, I'm still cleaner than... I'm sure it's still cleaner than Tempe Town Lake in that freezing weather.
Yeah. Nonetheless, Utah Valley on the board first. UVU striking first. With Grizzle and her first of the game. As Scott to take the draw for UVU. Low draw, and we'll have a redraws that didn't go above the players' heads. It's the first time we've seen that call tonight. Or today, I should say. Or not redraw, it'll just go the way of Michigan State, or UVU. As two offensive possessions, one of them goals. We'll see how the second one turns out. As they'll swing it around, looking for something. Michigan State doing a good job preventing the cutters from cutting inside early on, but it's going to be hard to score without the ball, and losing draw is a constant theme of teams winning games, or losing games, I should say. Is a good check there, ball all the way to the end line, and gonna call a push there. On Michigan State, and not a fan of that is the Michigan State crowd, as she thought her hands were fully extended as she drove in. Nonetheless, UVU building from X here, as cutters setting picks near side. Nothing there as they'll reset. Carrying it around. Now, fake screen set, then drove through to X. Now, back up top near side. Kind of slow spin move and good help defense there from the Spartans. Able to force it back out. Michigan State back in this traditional collapsed women's lacrosse defense here is UVU trying to break it. No shot clock, of course. We'll mention that constantly. As driving inside now, two defenders collapsing and pushed away. Nothing there for Yost. As, again from X, building out of there. Screen set, nothing there as UVU will get reset here. ISO here from the near side. We'll see if they take advantage of it, and they do, as the back check is successful. Ball on the ground picked up by the Spartans.
Yeah, I think it's a good defensive statement from Michigan State right here. Really able to establish and neutralize this offense that just scored.
Yeah. I mean, that was a stout defensive stand. You saw the ISO and gets beat top side, but able to have the Hail Mary back check successful as Michigan State trying to get their first offensive possession of the game and do. As Rennick brings it across and clears the ball for the Spartans. She'll dish it back up top. And the Spartans will slow things down, swing it around. No rush for them to do anything here in a 1-goal deficit. Last game of the day. I imagine this will probably be the last one, as it's the one who started last year in the Cactus Classic. Is wayward pass corralled there. Now Michigan State setting things up, driving inside, nothing there. Help defense comes, flicks it back, looking inside, Cutter's all covered, and they'll pull it back out and reset. All circle motion on the inside as Michigan State trying to set something up here. So pass it around back at X. He's carrying it up top now. Trying to get topside and unable to there. Has swung all the way across the field. Michigan State with a lot of different faces playing in this one versus playing in the Florida game. You'll burn through a lot of bodies in these tournament games. As driving inside now, nothing there, flips it off. One-on-one opportunity, gets around off the far side pipe, rebounded by the Spartans.
The Spartans just trying to find something inside. You have Cutters going in and out, just trying to find their rhythm and get some points off.
Yeah, Cutters in and out, just nothing there. This Utah Valley defense stout so far, but a great save there from the shot by the Spartans, and whistle blown all the way on that far side, and Michigan State will retain possession with Shaw. She'll pass it up top. Now resetting things, Cutters inside, send 3 or 4 from that far side in, and nothing there. As another one, Cutter inside, ball forced into the middle, tipped around, and weakly shot towards the net as it bounces to X, corralled again by the Spartans. They'll get another opportunity here. So this Utah Valley defense stout so far, but can only hold for so long. Spartans driving inside, one-on-one now around the net, swings by the defender, one-on-one with the goalie, gets it through the legs. We're tied up at 1.
Spartans able to finally find a way to get it in the goal and get points on the board as they tie this one 1-1.
Yeah, well needed from the Spartans there after a long offensive possession.
Pierce, we see the different paces in the game. I feel like this is a little bit slower of a pace from MSU compared to the last game we had.
Yeah, we've seen, I mean, last game was a battle of number 2 versus number 7, and number 2 came out on top in Santa Barbara. But yeah, that was a very fast-paced game. A lot of scoring to start out versus this game, a lot more settled. You see a lot more of the settled offensive looks here with, again, both teams not going out to start on major scoring runs. Both teams just one apiece to start out. And so no need to rush things. They'll play their game as draw is up. Almost caught by the Utah Valley midfielder and poked out and finally corralled as she gets shoved to the ground, and we'll see if that brings out the first card of the game, and does. It will be a green card going against Dooley.
Well, I think one thing we can say about the Spartans is they're known for their physicality on the field, and that's what's been effective for them.
Yeah, they are a very physical bunch. Against Florida, the penalties really hurt them. The amount of 8 meters they gave up were really the cause of that loss, with a wayward pass there. Going from Yost will go the way of the Spartans, of course. In lacrosse, if you're new to the sport, pass that goes out of bounds is just off the last touch, but a shot that goes out of bounds, team that gets possession is the team that has a player closest to the ball where it goes out. So Spartans now trying to clear up and double their lead possibly, but need to get through the midfield here as that ball is tipped on the pass and then corralled there. And sent in. Fast break opportunity dropped right in front of the net. Had a one-on-one opportunity. Her and the goalie did Shaw, but just drops it in front of the net, and that leads to a turnover now. As Utah Valley trying to clear through this Michigan State midfield. As getting pressured there. Michigan State a lot less physical today, or in this game versus the one versus Florida. And I imagine that was something they talked about, is dialing that back a little bit. Less penalties, less time spent in the box, less 8 meters given up or free positions. As Utah Valley pushes through but loses the ball. Michigan State trying to save it and almost diving into the bench to keep it in bounds. Does, but will go back into the stick of Utah Valley. So the Spartans facing the Wolverines, not the type of, not the yellow and maize and blue type of Wolverines the Spartans are familiar with facing, but a different type in Utah Valley.
As you would say normally from Ann Arbor, these ones are from Utah.
Yeah. As a good defensive stand there. And we'll get a hold against Utah Valley and we'll go the way of Michigan State. As the clear pass right to midfield. Now, fast break opportunity for the Spartans if they want to use it. Taking it all the way, loses it on the shot, rebounded, tries to go 5-hole, deflected wide. Battle for the ground ball and picked up by the Spartans. The Spartans midfield just all over the field in this one.
I think earlier you could say the Spartans have really been opportunistic with these long passes, seeing the open hole, getting it to the right person as fast as they can.
Yeah, a lot of trust in the stick skills for the Spartans, seen that throughout. Not lacking in those. As now Spartans trying to set up something, boxing out for the pass back, looking for a cutter inside. A near side cutter, nothing there. We'll end up just dishing it to the near side and reset things. Far side cutter gets it inside, low pass, behind the back shot, tried to get it through the legs. And a good chase out there from the Spartans to keep possession of that, as that almost was turned back over on the run out.
Not only being in the right possession, but the Spartans showing some trickery in their possession right now.
Yeah, a little cutter inside, realizes she has the back to the net, and tried to backhand that in as another cutter inside, nothing there, couldn't catch that one as Utah Valley corrals it, and now the goal scorer in Grizzle tries to push it up, pass deflected down, Spartans trying to corral it as that's on and out of bounds off of Utah Valley. As Glasgow off her stick, as the Spartans try and pass it back to the defender there, is struggling to corral it and does, as she'll find a relief valve in the midfield as they clear it past the restraining line and settle things down, and will sub through the restraining line here and get right personnel on the field and do. As calling a play now are the Spartans, as they'll swing it around X and send a player now far side at X. Cutter wasn't there, she'll take it herself. Pulls it right back out. As Michigan State circling cutters around the crease, near side, backside. Feels like their offense right now. Sets a screen, drives inside, trying to go through two defenders, loses the ball, ends up in front of the net and picked up and thrown in. As Lauren Bill gets her first of the game.
Talking about the awareness, Spartans able to pick it up after losing it in the offensive zone.
Yeah.
Here's a nice start for the Spartans, up in their first lead of the game.
Yeah, it was. So it was Grenader on that, and she was able to just got a gift of a ground ball right in front of the crease, and was just able to pick it up, turn around, and throw it in. as the draw won by the Wolverines, as they're looking to respond to the Spartan goal. As Utah Valley now losing it, and Spartans defense able to recover it and force a turnover, get it back to the goaltender as she'll come out of the crease looking for some help, and we'll get a whistle for a Wolverine player down on the backside of that one. Appears to be Collins, and she'll get up and run off on her own power, so appears to be fine. As ball in the hands of the Michigan State netminder right now. As she has it, quickly pressured, dish to the near side now, and one pass up. As Ava Perone easily breaks this Wolverine press. And Michigan State already doubled the lead, looking to push it 3-1 after giving up the first goal. And shot, stick side high, saved, but the rebound quickly put in and does make it 3-1 for the Spartans. And 2 rebound goals, or 2 goals off the ground. Able to quickly capitalize on those, so 2 kind of sloppy goals here for the Spartans, but I don't think they're complaining.
Pierce talked about the Cutters moving around, just being at the right place at the right time and making the most of the opportunity is what Michigan State's done so well so far.
Namaya Grenader has 2 goals out of the Spartans' 3. As this Spartans crowd very thrilled with the start to this one.
Almost feel like we're at an MSU home game right now.
Yeah. I mean, there are 100 or so people that have made the trek down, and not too hard to convince people to come to Tempe or Phoenix or Scottsdale, wherever they're staying in February, coming from Michigan.
Yep.
Not too hard to Not too hard to convince people. As Michigan State wins the draw again, another opportunity to push it to 4 and prevent Utah Valley and the Wolverines from getting to possession, as Michigan State almost turning it over there. And able to corral it. So we're in the last slate of games in the Cactus Classic. Driving inside, I was off the helmet of the netminder and finds its way all the way to the back, touched by Wolverines player and corralled, as we'll get a timeout, it looks like, as the Wolverines coach was hustling down to call that timeout when his player picked it up. And about halfway through the first, Michigan State 3, Utah Valley 1. As we welcome you back to Tempe, Arizona here. Out of the Wolverine timeout, they have it in their own half, trying to break the two-man press that the Spartans have put on them. Clear the ball, dropped right at the restraining line and picked up by the Spartans. And pushing in transition, gets it inside, and we'll see what they call here, if they allow the goal or not. As players diving in, as they'll give Michigan State the goal and make it 4-1, and who else? Amaya Grenadier has really just taken over this game. It's her third, and Michigan State's fourth. So, all of the games yesterday and today, apart from the last one, the person that scored first dominated and won the game. That trend was bucked with the last game, where Georgia scored 3 quick ones before the offense stalled out, and they only scored 3 for the next 2 quarters. And Utah Valley came out firing with this one, scored the first, and Michigan State on a 4-0 run.
I mean, unable to find any momentum on offense for Utah State after that goal. Michigan State's been bombs away with Grenadiers, scoring the last 3 goals.
Yeah, last 3. As set in the draw circle and up, didn't go above the head. And it will go alternate possession the way of the Spartans, because went the way of Utah Valley before, as they'll set things up again. And that's a bad time to have a draw not go above the head there for the Spartans. Or for the Wolverines, excuse me. It's a bad time, as they really desperately need possession. They had one with the goal, and they had another one after that, and one more. So 3 total offensive possessions, and that's really what can happen when you start losing the draws. You just don't get more chances on offense, and you can have the best attackman in the world, but if you can't feed her the ball, it won't matter. As Michigan State content to just pass it around and look for a better shot. I imagine the ground ball goal and rebound goals were not in the game plan, but they'll take them nonetheless.
I mean, Pierce, it looks like Michigan State with the cushion lead right now, probably just taking their time, looking for the right shot, no rush or pressure to score right away.
Yeah, no shot clock again, keep mentioning that. As, again, just slowing things down. Wait for really the perfect look that the Spartans want to get. This Wolverines defense holding them so far, forcing a ground ball, fight for it right outside the fan. See who comes up with it, and it's the Spartans. As right off of the ground ball, they're looking to push. Quick shot trickling around in front of the net. Ground ball picked up by the Wolverines, quickly pressured by the Spartans, and dished back to the defense and finds its way back to the goalie, as she'll swing it out. As the pass from the defender deflected down. Michigan State has numbers open in front of the net, and turning away, the shot didn't go. As I was surprised she turned to her right side there. The left side was wide open, could have increased the angle of the shot, but nonetheless, the Spartans have just been suffocating this Wolverines clear, as they'll get it in again. One-on-one opportunity, underhand shot right to the body of the netminder, as she'll quickly dish it out to the mid, or the attack, and pass dropped now on the ground, danced all the way past midfield. The Spartans trying to goose it out, and it ends up finding a Spartan stick, and it feels like the ball is just falling the way of the Spartans right now. Talk about puck luck in hockey. Got some lacrosse ball luck for the Spartans here, as the ball's just tipping and finding its way, as a shot deflects around, and another one from far out caught. As the first quarter whistle or horn will blow, the Spartan fans loving what they're seeing through one, up 4-1 over the Wolverines. So we welcome you back to Tempe, Arizona on a beautiful 71-degree sunny day. It's heated up throughout the day. All the way to now, the culmination of the 2026 Cactus Classic here. Pierce Gordon alongside Tanner Buck as draw is set in the circle and tipped up and above the heads, so we won't have an alternate possession. Utah Valley comes away with it, and the Michigan State midfield looking to turn it over, and does. The attackman quickly coming up and grabbing the ball for the Spartans as she'll look to push in transition, but in no real hurry, and dishes it back to the midfield. We talked about at the break the physicality of the Spartans team in playing within the confines of the rules, and how it's a little less physical, but physical in more legal ways.
Yeah, I totally agree. As against Florida, they were physical and they kind of paid for it with the referees. But in this game so far, they've really just been swarming this Utah offense, able to stay out of the penalties and also really maintain possession. I think that's the big thing. They're able to keep possession on the other side of the field and really attack.
Yeah, 0 free shots given up for the Spartans as they'll try and drive inside. 2 defenders from the Wolverines on it as Spartans building out of X, looking for cutters coming around the net as they'll send 2, dish it out far side. 1 cutter coming streaking through, but covered by the Wolverines nicely as they'll get it from the far corner. ISO one-on-one, rips it in, and what a shot for 99.
As Peroni, MSU really trying to set up in their zone, gets it out to the top corner. Peroni, she comes in, just rips a rocket to the left corner.
Yeah, Ava Peroni, the attackman slash midfield, plays both. Coming down from the midfield, and this one just rips it. We saw them set up the ISO up top for her, and she gets a step on her defender, and that's all she needs to just, I mean, Charlotte North-esque there.
Saw that top corner, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah, that was a beauty of a shot. As another draw here is the Wolverines down 4. If they really want to get back in this one, they're really going to need some of these draws to go their way, and this is really the turning point in this game. Early second quarter, down 4. We've seen this with a lot of teams, and a lot of the times they end up just folding and collapsing and getting to a point where they can't come back. As that one just above the heads of the players and tipped out as Michigan State looks to come up with it, and they do. As they'll look for something quick on the offensive end, and nothing there, so play through X now. As that pass could have been intended for 2 players there, as it safely finds its way across the field and carried up. Passed is now back down to X. And looking for a cutter inside, nothing there. She'll take it herself. Finds a cutter inside, tipped but not caught. So that ends up all the way near side. As Ava Peroni, the trusty stick, uses her speed, gets around, bouncer shot, doesn't fall. And we've seen the amount of power she could put behind these shots.
I think not just only in the air, but off the ground. Just like the versatility of her shots really is eye-opening.
Yeah. Very similar to a men's release or a men's lacrosse release, just coming straight down on it. It's very hard to generate power and produce a shot like that with the basically lack of a pocket in a woman's stick, but she's able to do that, generate a hell of a lot of power behind those shots. As really the first offensive possession for the Wolverines in a while, and that pass picked off by the Spartans in transition. They'll quickly throw it up to the attack. Have numbers. It's a 4-on-4 opportunity here. As Wolverines trying to get back. Just the attack and defense, and that pass just too high out of the outstretched hands the attackmen, but they'll corral it and settle it up in the midfield. As swinging it around now up top. As again, like you mentioned before, Tanner, it was just slowing things down. No reason to do anything here if you're the Spartans. Just wait, catch your breath, set up your offense. As one cutter comes across, had her for a second but wasn't looking. There's another one coming down, smothered by the Wolverines, nothing there. Spartans will reset in that far side, straining line areas. Now circling around, cutters going one way, ball going the other, spinning around backside, flips it up, and a good catch there as they'll reset things. So they'll bring it near side, cutters coming, nothing there, she'll take it herself, doubled by the Wolverines, dished back out, and back up top. As again, Spartans looking for a great opportunity, don't need to settle for anything, just good. As looking for cutters, finds one inside, quick shot, low and right in.
I think that's what makes this MSU team so versatile. They're calm and collected when things are going on, and all of a sudden it's all gas, no brakes, and right away they're back up on the board.
Yeah, they keep sending in cutters. They like to run one player with the ball near side over, or far side over to near side, and then have cutters going at near side to far side. So a little swirling action is hard to keep track of in a traditional women's lacrosse defense here.
As that was number 22, Jennifer McWethy, for the Spartans, her first goal of the game.
Man, getting her name, the midfielder getting her name on the stat sheet. As this heavily dominated Michigan State crowd energized here.
I mean, looking around this sideline, all you can see is Michigan State gear everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, all you'd see is green and white either way, but you see the Spartan logos as well. It's again another thing to take a look at. If you look at the bench right now for Utah Valley, not that many players versus the deep bench of the Spartans, as that draw didn't go over the head, so another alternate possession. Utah Valley had the first and Michigan State got the second, so it goes back to Utah Valley, and if that happens again, Michigan State will get the ball. But a crucial offensive possession, down 5 and digging themselves into a hole that looks more and more insurmountable, as a beautiful pick play off ball and sends a cutter inside, but the save from the Spartans netminder as that ground ball finds its way all the way almost out of bounds near side before corralled by the Wolverines, as Spartans defense now a little bit spread out as they'll collapse back in and sit in their more traditional defense.
I mean, like you mentioned before, Pierce, you look at the difference of the two benches in a big tournament that lasts for a while, over 2 days, like the Cactus Classic. I think that takes a toll on a team like Utah State that doesn't have as many people to sub in.
Yeah, for Utah Valley, it's rough when you don't have the subs. Is that one outside of the net? Is the goalie coming out of the crease to try and pick that one up and doesn't, as that will be out of the back. But yeah, only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 subs. 6 if you're counting the backup goalkeeper, but 5 subs for Utah Valley, and only 3 players in the midfield, those getting subbed more often. So you basically have a midfield line plus 1 sub versus Michigan State has a plentiful of players there. But nevertheless, it's good to see a team like Utah Valley having a club women's lacrosse team and making their way out here as the pass inside, and a beautiful cut play works this time for Utah Valley. And Clark, the midfielder, off the screen, gets one to fall.
You talked about the deciding factor often being in the second quarter as Utah Valley is able to score. Pierce, I wonder if there's enough time for them to really get some momentum going and make this game a little closer.
Yeah, I agree. You know, just you need to start winning those draws. It's really the big thing, and the story of a lot of lacrosse games, be it men's or women's, is the face-off or the draw is normally the team with if you have a sizable percentage, whether that be 70 or something as lopsided as that, that team normally comes out on top pretty handily.
I think one thing we could see from Utah Valley if they start to turn this around is, like you said, win more draws, but also sustain some longer possessions. It's been mostly the Spartans with possession of the ball so far. Let's see if Utah can sustain a few more better possessions and get some better opportunities just for themselves.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. It's Spartans content right now, up 6-2, to just hold things and keep things at the status quo as they're happy with it. The draw is up. Both players jumping for it and finds its way to the Spartans. And unfortunate there for the Wolverines is the Spartans trying to clear through the midfield, and smartly will just bring it back through the defense. No rush here. There's no shot clock. Doubled by 2 players. They'll try and go D to D. That pass dropped but caught. As finally getting it up to the midfield now, all the way down to the streaking attackman across the field now. In transition, don't have numbers, will dish it to X. That pass dropped and will trickle out of the back. And that may be the break that the Wolverines need, as they'll try and clear it here. This Michigan State defense and midfield has been stifling against this Wolverine clear. Is right here, the defender trying to bring it up, has 3 players on her, cuts inside, and a smart inside cut there. So Spartans were unable to force her out of bounds. So pass through the midfield. The Wolverines getting it through to Ford. As Ford will dish it off. Ford easy to identify with the pink tape over the head. As she'll look for a cutter and just pass it back up top right on Main Street. It's now far side.
Piers, I think you got to give Utah Valley some credit for that escape. They had 3 players in the corner swarmed as Trevino was able to get through everybody and get it onto the other side for the Wolverines.
Yeah, Trevino with right in front of us, right here on the Michigan State restraining line, was dead to rights with 3 defenders and makes a beautiful cut inside. And Wolverines with a nice clear and now a sustained offensive possession, looking for something. Thought about the ISO, elects not to, will dish it out.
You know, almost in some sequence, she was able to ka-chow past all her defenders.
As the Wolverines getting past a defender, help coming, and help too strong there as the ball was poked away, and we'll have the first 8-meter of the night. Free position awarded to the Wolverines. Sperry winds up, rips it low. 5-hole saved by the goaltender for the Spartans, and she's having herself a game as she passes it, and oh, just a little too high on the clear. And Michigan State struggling to clear it now, as we'll give Wolverines another chance. As they'll win the one-on-one matchup, dish it to X, pass too high for Ford. So it finds its way all the way to the goaltender as she'll pass it back to her defenders. As they'll push it up, green grass ahead, +1 Spartan as she'll cut it inside and dish it to the midfield as Spartan's able to clear there. As I imagine, like you mentioned, they'll have another sustained slow possession as they'll sub through the restraining line. As that quick pass and quick shot. Why have a sustained possession when you can do that?
Like I said earlier, they'll go calm and they'll go all gas, no brakes.
Yeah, it's really easy when you have those cutters coming through.
I think that's a common theme we see with the Spartans. We don't, even when they're not passing around, you constantly see cutters going around as they're constantly trying to create opportunities for themselves on offense.
As number 9 Hope stifles the hope in the Wolverines. As 7-2 in the second, probably a little over halfway through. Of course, in these tournaments, we don't have a clock. The only one that does is at the scores table over there. We'll get a 1-minute warning normally as a draw is up and won the way of the Wolverines. And Scott, who's been pretty good from the circle today. Just some unfortunate alternate possessions back and forth and a few ground balls not won the way, but hasn't been lost cleanly by either team from the circle. As the Wolverines trying to respond here. UVU just really has had a lot of offensive chances. We've seen they really love running a pick play off the ball from the corners or from near side or far side, opposite wherever the ball is. As we see that again as the Spartans ready for it and switching on defense. Let's try to get to Sperry, but she was pushed out very quickly by the Spartan defense. As back up top now with Ford.
Like you said, Pierce, UVU's had some really good opportunities. Let's just see if they can really crack one in there.
Yeah, again, we've seen this a lot where a team starts off bad. UVU started off with a goal, but then allowed Michigan State to come roaring. I think it was 4 straight as Ford drives inside, has her pocket picked, but they'll get a penalty there and will be another free position. I think Ford will get an 8-meter of her own. So, a great opportunity 8 meters away from making it 3 for Ford. So Taylor Ford plays both attack and defense. Low-handed rip off the far side post, rebounded by Utah Valley and then lost in the mix of things in the middle as Michigan State looking to clear. As the defender looking for some help, Ford trying to pick up the rebound or the ground ball and flings it behind her. 2 Michigan State players have it as they'll try and dish it up. Ball bouncing and goes out of bounds at the end of the Michigan State bench. As Wolverines now trying to clear it. Started out having some issues, but haven't had any issues as of late. The issues have really just been finding the back of the net. They've hit the post, hit the goalie, and hit basically just about everything. And have had a lot of opportunities and gotten everything but the finish to fall. So they'll pass it around the top here, and Michigan State making some subs on the attacking end of things. As trying to drive inside on this Michigan State defense and just denying. As Ford drives inside and gets punished, and she'll get rewarded for that. As this physical Spartans defense giving up another 8-meter, and another free position as Ford will have it from the same spot she has it last time. So Ford and the goalie 8 meters away from 3. As whistle blows and she'll swing it across, and a beautiful designed play there. Caitlin Sperry, the midfielder, gets her first of the game. And Utah Valley up to 3.
First, we talked about draws. UVU able to get another draw and really sustain a drive. And we talked about each team that's able to sustain the most drives usually gives themselves the most opportunities. Seen a new sign of life after that second goal for UVU.
Yeah, we've just seen it a lot in this tournament, especially where a team will kind of start out bad and dig themselves into a hole. And I mentioned this before, but sometimes they just dig themselves into a hole that's too deep to get out of. But this one definitely not. 4-goal deficit here for the Wolverines versus the Spartans. As draw is up and flung all the way and will be in the zone of the Spartans, and they'll say Spartans left or touched the restraining line, so we'll go the way of Utah Valley. So I don't know if it goes in the stat book as a draw win, but realistically ends up the same. As the Spartans defense going to need to make a stand to give their offense as UVU passing it around the top, looking for something. Watch that pick play on the opposite side of the ball. We'll run a little, send a player from X and have someone cut and screen her as that pass dropped, kicked around with the sticks, and finally corralled by the Spartans as they'll look to push in transition here. Have some numbers if she's able to beat the defender, and does. Keeps her stick right by her head smartly as she'll pull it out. And Spartans will reset things as they're in no rush to score. As we're under a minute here, around 30 seconds. So the Spartans need to get something, or want to get a shot off something.
I think the biggest thing for the Spartans right now is trying to get an extra goal, or just keeping possession, as they do right there. As that is Ava Perone with her second, with another goal in the game.
Yeah, Perone, we've seen how potent that shot
her third.
How potent that shot can be. And yeah, Ava Perone has just put on a shooting clinic here. Even the ones that haven't gone in have just been very impressive shots. She gets a step on the defender, and you cannot allow her to do that.
As you could almost say, just able to spot that net like a drone, just able to find it.
Yeah. Taken up, Tanner taken out where Kai left off. Of course, Kai going and commentating for Blaze Radio, the student radio here at Arizona State University, for the women's softball game going on right now. We had a lacrosse game, D1 versus Lindenwood, earlier today, and of course the Ann Arbor variant of the Wolverines will play ASU in softball again tonight.
Out in Tempe for sports, they're doing it all.
Yeah, as the whistle sounds on halftime as on Field C, so we still have a little bit of time left here as the Spartans looking to get one more chance before break. So the 30-second warning we got was from Field C. I don't know how that trickled its way over here, but it did. Game of telephone to find out the clock almost. As Spartans now trying to set something up. Pick coming, thrown off, is rolling from the pick, trying to get it, and elects to just rip it in. As again, Hope with our second, just dueling and dicing through this Wolverine defense.
Spartans is doing a good job of getting a little bit of momentum at the end. Just killing that Wolverine drive that had some spark and some life, maybe make it a little interesting. But the Spartans just came in and closed the door in that end of this second quarter.
Yeah, it's 2 goals. Kind of closer to the end of the half here for the Spartans. And this is more of what I imagine their coaching staff wanted to see. I mean, you saw the upset faces of them after the Florida game.
I think I like the change of game plan too. I mean, a lot of physicality, being punished by the refs, but finding a way to really change their game and be effective.
Yeah, you wanna play your game, but you also mentioned this before in the first game. You need to change your play style to play within the confines. As that draw is up and flung around, and we'll get a holding there against they're clamping against the Spartans. As that shot wide and wouldn't have mattered, as heading into half, the Spartans up 9-3 over the Utah Valley Wolverines. We'll see on the other end of the half here. as we welcome you back into Tempe, Arizona for the 2026 Cactus Classic. Pierce Gordon alongside Tanner Buck here. And really, it's the last game of the day, last slate of the day. We're Field B probably going to get done last. Here's Field A behind us, behind the camera, and you see Field C in the background, already second half underway. But we're about to get underway for the third quarter. And Spartans facing a Wolverine, but not in the Ann Arbor type, in the Utah Valley type. As the draw is won towards Utah Valley, and the draw won by the draw taker, as Spartans trying to force her out of balance on that far side, and don't, but pick her pocket and steal the ball as they're looking to push quickly in transition, already with a 9-3 lead. Racking on a couple more at the end of the half. They'll slow things down on the offensive side of the ball. As the fans here egging on their Spartans as they'll send cutters near side to far side as the ball moves from far side to near side. Find one back and off the shoulder of the goaltender. And we'll have a whistle, and I didn't see what happened in the middle, but saw a Utah Valley player down just outside, falling in the crease. As maybe a card shown here. As I can't see, it looks like a yellow card shown to the Spartans.
Regardless of the score, talk about goalies and putting your body on the line.
Yeah, off the shoulders. Not an easy save to make.
Without gear, too, is such an impressive feat.
Yeah, for ASU athletics, women's lacrosse today dominating Lindenwood, and women's basketball dominating Houston 81-56 as that ball tipped around and out of bounds. This is a tough one. I have no idea who this off of, and we'll give it to the Spartans. Or sorry, to Utah Valley. As Wolverines now pushing, Spartans trying to recover on defense and do with a quick double. Very effective double there, as I say that it was beaten, given up top side, then right in front of the net, the ripper falls. Utah Valley on the board first to start the second half.
Wolverines really earning their position in this game so far. As we saw that Spartan offense in the beginning, even though they lost the draw, still swarming and getting the ball back. But Utah Valley really able to play with some urgency and get on the board and put the score within 5 right now.
Caitlin Sperry, the midfield, that's her second of the night. As Wolverines up to 4, send it back to the draw circle here. The Spartan fans not deterred by the goal one bit, as ball set in the draw circle, up one the way of the Wolverines and quickly brought down. Has numbers if they want to use it, and they'll slow things down. And as I say that, Michigan State leaves a player open in the backfield, and again, third of the night for the midfield. They're playing attack.
Sperry with her 3rd goal of the game. I also want to mention that take by Alyssa Brown at the midfield, able to get possession and really take advantage of the opportunity for the Wolverines.
Yeah, and just like that, lead back down to 4 for the Spartans, so nothing getting too comfortable. You've seen how quickly 2 goals can be scored, and the Spartan defense just leaving a player open on GLE. As another draw set to get underway, Spartans have yet to win one when it matters, and the third is that one taken low but above the heads as a ground ball battle for it. CU comes up with it, and Wolverines do, as now trapped by 2 defenders, smartly dishes it back to her own defense. As a cross-field pass picked off by the Spartans. Any cross-field pass here is really just testing the Spartans' midfield, which is something you don't want to do. Spartans had a cutter wide open in front of the net, but back was to the ball where it was at X. As they'll slow things down. 2-goal spurt for the Wolverines, and Spartans trying to end that. So they'll swing it around the fan. Far side now.
Very good heads-up play by that Spartan defender to really key in on the ball and get it back for her team.
Yeah, flag up as that shot's in and saved. Made it look easy. That was Johnson. She'll dish it out, and Utah Valley, a bounce pass up to midfield, successful as the Spartans trying to push her out of bounds and do. Are they going to award the out of bounds or the push? I give her the push. As Utah Valley settling into their own zone here. As when something always to look for here, the Spartan netminder always loving, all of them liking to kind of play out a little bit more, as the Spartans appear to be in their normal defense and then up top playing just one-on-one, closing off number 23 Grizzle, as they're just face guarding her. So that's an interesting strategy here for Grizzle. Has 1 goal on the night, does the midfield, as she's kind of confused what to do. You don't see this too often. Normally you'll do this as we'll get a timeout here. As yeah, the Spartans playing their normal defense, but almost a man down as they just are manning up Sophie Grizzle, and an interesting strategy. I remember, don't see that too often. You normally see that when there's one player that's facilitating the whole offense and you're looking to close them down. You'll see that a lot of the time. I know in the men's game it's a little more common, but interesting strategy from the Spartans defense. We'll see if it pays off. Up 9-5 over Utah Valley. We'll catch you on the other end of the break. So something to look at here is if the Spartans, for Utah Valley, number 23, Sophie Grizzle, the midfielder, plays a little bit of attack as well. The Spartans have just been completely face guarding her. So they'll play their normal defense, but just a man down and take one of those personnel and just send them face guarding her. As you see right now, look at the whole Spartan defense inside the fan, and then up top you see number 5, Avery Gilbert, just face guarding Grizzle right now. So Spartans kind of playing man down here, but not really. So we'll see how this plays out. As yeah, watch 23 in green and 5 in white. That'll be the matchup to watch here. The Spartans just goal of denying her the ball. As Utah Valley, I imagine, saw that, took a timeout, and will draw up something without her. As it's a tough situation as an attacker. She's trying to get the ball, but you're going to need to set a pick or something for her. It's not going to be that easy. As Utah Valley trying to build out of the X as they try and set her a pick, but a beautiful spin move, and that won't matter, and it will go in for, yeah, it's her. Number 9, Maddie Hurd, traditionally a defenseman, but when you're as short rostered as the Wolverines are, you got to be versatile. And a Michigan State lead that looked comfortable is now on thin ice.
Hurd getting in between 2 defenders, able to get that shot in. Very nimble.
Beautiful spin move there from Hurd. Maddie Hurd just from X goes up top, topside denied, and then the spin move, no help defense comes.
Hurd for UVU coming in and attacking as nimble as a bird.
Tanner and Kai. Don't have Kai anymore, but got Tanner over here.
Trying the best I can to keep the energy up, that's all.
The super senior making the You have a headset. You can rebuttal now.
Someone call that. Someone say that. You know, we're still learning. Never
As
old enough to
Michigan
learn.
State in transition, shot deflected high. Already has 1 on the night for the midfielder. Trying to make it a second. Will stay here with the Spartans as they'll get their first meaningful draw win of the third. About probably, my guess would be about halfway through or 1/3 through.
I would say super senior's a little excessive. I'd say student. But
As if you've tuned into the Field B broadcast at all, it's been at least 2 jabs at Tanner's age.
Hey, just more experience, that's all. More
the whole
experience.
game as Spartans passing it inside and trickles its way all the way far side. As the Spartans now dish it around the top. Slowing things down. No cutters so far towards the inside. They're just getting things set up. Every single player other than 1 at X and 1 near side with the ball. Far side. So they'll try and get a cutter. Pass it back to the player at X who cut near side, and Utah Valley quickly helping down. A well-designed play from the Spartans and everything but the final execution after the pass. Has the Wolverines in transition. Spartans trying to deny her and push her out, and they deny her the restraining line as that ball tipped around, unable to be corralled, and the Spartans midfield has numbers on the offensive side of the ball and drops the pass. As that trickles its way down, ground ball picked up, one-on-one opportunity with the goaltender, passes it back, and a unselfish play there from the Spartans. Passes it over to Olivia Shaw, and wow, that was some unselfish lacrosse there from the Spartans as they'll head into the double digits.
Spartans able to answer back after the 3 unanswered goals, able to really get another point on the board. Olivia Shawn with the wand, able to make it happen and make some tricks happen with the score. As MSU is up 10-6 now, score back up with a 4-point lead.
Shaw with her first of the night, the attackman, number 27. So we're back in the draw circle now. But for the Spartans, that pushes it back to 4, and really, in my mind, that 3 or 4 goal lead is a big difference mentally. You look up at the scoreboard, you see 3. It's like, all right, 1 more and we're at 2, and 2 might as well be 1, versus that 4 goal lead is
a little bit more of a cushion.
A little bit more of a cushion. Draw getting set up here. As draw is up and batted around in the air and won the way of the Spartans for a second before that ends up back on the ground. And that, while it was on the ground, ended up under a Spartan stick. So will go the way of the Wolverines, as they'll try and clear it. Had an issue with that before, which led to the Spartans' 10th goal, but no issues there as they pass through the Spartans' press. As UVU trailing as that pass dropped, trickling, won't go out of bounds, will need to be picked up by the Spartans defender, and is, as she's doubled, finds a relief valve and pushing it up right by the restraining line, cutting back inside and showing off the speed as she struts through 2 defenders. And over the head pass, over the head of 2 UVU defenders, one-on-one with the goalie, saved, and a great save at that from Johnson as she'll dish it right back up, and UVU loses it in the midfield. The Spartans midfield all over it as they'll pass it up to the tack. 2-on-2 opportunity if they want to use it. She gets by the defender, help coming, and it won't matter as she takes a beating as she shoots that and scores. Paying the price for that transition, the help defense coming there for the Spartans is on one knee, but still standing on one knee at that, as she stands up now, kind of gingerly walking. That's Yost, the attackman slash midi. She's walking off the field right now under her own power. Teammate hands her her stick. She's got, I mean, completely laid out after her, before the goal. So, didn't see any penalties thrown during the exchange.
I would say it's one of the more impressive goals we've seen today, as UVU not being discouraged by the Spartans, really able to take the lead a little bigger, coming back right back and really earning that next score, as there's, back like you said, 4-goal lead and a 3-goal lead is a huge difference in the game of lacrosse, especially in the middle of this third quarter right now.
Yeah, neither of these teams have a chance to win the tournament anymore, but really just kind of trying to go home on the flight home, or whether they're staying here for a bit, and with some momentum end the Cactus Classic on a win, as that one tipped out into the stick of the Spartans as they'll push on and easily earn the restraining line and slow things down on the offensive side of the ball. Offense hasn't been the issue for either team, it's been the defense for both that have been the nail in the, or the thorn in the heel, as Michigan State trying to force it inside, pass dropped, 2 teammates fighting for it, and easily won the way of the Spartans. As the horn sounded, that was for Field A.
It can get a little confusing when you have fields right next to each other.
Yeah, it's welcome to tournament lacrosse. That's all over. As the Spartans pass it inside, beautiful pass and even better shot. And putting hope back in to the Spartans for her 3rd of the night.
I think that's, you can say, the difference between the Spartans and the Wolverines in this game so far. Wolverines been scoring on fast, sporadic, methodical drives and scores, as the Spartans are just able to settle in and find the right spots. There's almost like this sense of calmness, like they've been here before, they've known how to score, and they just keep attacking in the right way.
Been there, done that. It's a program that's very experienced, as well as most of the club big name schools are for women's lacrosse.
Also, you mentioned the depth and how they're able to get players in and out.
Yeah, I mean that's big. You're on the third game of the day, 4th in 2 days, and it's always tough without a deep bench. I mean, I've played a few tournaments with only 1 sub, and on that 5th game, you are dying. as you're running almost as much as you are in soccer, especially playing midfield, if not even more, as Spartans win the ever-important draw and will set up in their own zone as Field B also coming to an end. We started about 2 minutes after they did. Don't know the scoring over there, the clock over here obviously, but nevertheless, probably around 1 to 2 minutes left in the third as the Spartans trying to make another late push like they did, as that pass dropped and trickled to the goaltender in Johnson.
I will say, though, it seemed like sometimes a blowout in these times of the game, each team has really delivered an exciting performance to watch.
Or Kimball, excuse me, Kimball in net for UVU. As UVU forward brought it up and will pass it to X as swung around here. The Spartans not face guarding anymore. As don't think Grizzle is on the field or on the offensive side of things currently, so not face guarding anyone. I'll be curious to see if that process continues. As Grizzle right now on the defensive side playing defense, and that's a common trend by teams who don't have a lot of subs and want to keep their players in. Just put them on the defensive side of the ball while your team's on offense and let them rest. So Grizzle won't get face guarded. Both teams going back to traditional offense and traditional defense here as that pass wide and out of bounds, as we see the claps of approval from the Spartan fans, and you can see what we're surrounded by over here in the booth as MSU trying to clear through this UVU midfield and finds a relief valve, but that pass dropped as it heads to the far side. And really the score of this game is the way it is because the Spartans have won the ground ball battle. Draws are important, ground balls are important, and I think that was the story of this one so far. As Spartans trying to build right before the half, or right before the quarter, excuse me, and that shot trickles down and finds its way into a Utah Valley player's stick as they'll pass it up. Ford now at midfield, passes it up again. Has one player streaking down, but would have been a hell of a pass if they were able to make that, so electing not to and instead slowing things down. And we see Sophie Grizzle, number 23, getting face guarded again by number 5, Avery Gilbert. So 5 and 5 for this in white and 23 in green. It's going to be something to watch here.
I think as an offense attacking, if you're the Wolverines, you have different looks every time, not the same thing. I think it's kind of confusing, but it's also interesting to play.
Yeah, it is a really interesting map. I'm enjoying watching it. It's a really interesting style that in my men's lacrosse career I've only played a few times, as that one tipped back and another offensive miscue from the Wolverines. Spartans now trying to push in transition. That cross-field pass not there and dropped. And I think we had a Spartans player, holding the ball or clamping the ball, as UVU looking to push up, as Grizzle was on offense for a second, or on defense for a second, then comes in on offense and immediately gets face guarded. And that's got to be frustrating as that ball trickles out and will barely stay in. But it's got to be frustrating as an offensive player. You come in expecting to have the ball and be a key contributor, and for the Spartans just completely suffocating them by not allowing the ball there, as that pass near side dropped as Ford fell to the ground, or helped to the ground by this Michigan State defense, and we'll get a turnover. 2 players on her back swiping for the ball, able to avoid them, then draw forward the defender and pass it up, as the Spartans able to clear, as we should be getting to the latter half of the third, but I said that about 5 minutes ago, so your guess is as good as mine. You got a stopwatch on at home. As ball trickling all the way to the middle in front of the net, and UVU lucky to come out with that, but then dropped again, and Michigan State will just bring it out.
No, I think things a little sloppy on the other side. I think Michigan's just going to stop and just really decide to set it up and settle down.
Yeah, Spartans just settling things down. A lot of chaos between the restraining lines. As ASU men's basketball, coming off a win against Texas Tech, loses to a 13-13 Baylor team. Oh, it's always fun being a ASU sports fan, but a ripper of a shot saved by Kimball. And wow, Kimball is keeping UVU in this one with her saves all over the field. And now a sprint for the ball, won by the Spartans, but unable to pick it up as that one ends up trickling out of the back.
Utah Valley still fighting in this, still has a little bit of life left.
Yeah, it's nowhere near over as, again, you see number 5, Avery Gilbert for the Spartans just immediately clock where her matchup is in Grizzle. And sorry for overstating that. It's just a interesting little defensive matchup that I have my eye on.
It's all right, Pierce. We love the little knowledge nuggets in and out the game. Informs the viewers.
As the Spartans now trying to clear, cutting inside. Smart move, had 2 defenders to her outside, but that pass deflected by Grizzle, and that will do it for the third quarter. The Spartans able to sustain the Utah Valley run and get 1 goal as of late of their own. 11-7, the way of Sparty. We'll catch you on the other end of the start of the fourth. As we welcome you back to Tempe, Arizona. Pierce Gordon alongside Tanner Buck doing color and camera.
Pierce, it's been an exciting one, you know.
It has been an exciting one. It's poised. If you're a Spartans fan, you're hoping the fourth quarter is not exciting one bit, and it is boring. But if you're a Wolverines fan here,
As it's our pleasure to deliver the Cactus Classic on this stream at the convenience, like the score 7-11, as you guys are tuning in.
yeah, thank you for tuning in to South Mountain Sports for this whole tournament. Some exciting action. Had the number 2 team in the country as they beat Georgia, the number 7 team in the country. So Spartans win the first draw and control possession here, but they'll need to get past the restraining line and do that somewhat easily. As we'll see if the face guard from Avery Gilbert for Michigan State in white and Sophie Grizzle, Utah Valley in green. As colors of the teams the same with the background of the colors on the scoreboard here. So Michigan State in the white with green numbers, Utah Valley in the green with white numbers. Very similar colors, the two teams.
Yep.
As Utah Valley forced a quick turnover there from the Spartans, trying to clear it and do. Had a one-on-one there, elected not to use it, or use the ISO. As the UVU will reset things. As Ford dishes it off to the draw taker, Scott. Scott still has it up top. Can always tell normally who takes draws because they love to have that yellow mesh. As Ford now. Every player should just wear a different color headband. Makes it so easy for me. And headband gets pushed and an easy call there. As yellow card shown to the Spartans. Yeah, I think I'll advocate
I'm with that. I mean, you wouldn't even need numbers. You just need the color on the headband.
Have both, just in case.
Different colored hats. It's
Yeah.
good for every sport.
Everyone has different colored cleats, hats, headbands. But headbands and cleats, same color. That would be amazing as a broadcaster. But nevertheless, Utah Valley trying to come back in this one to close out the Cactus Classic.
That'd be an easy strategy for merch too. Just another merch to sell, the different colored stuff, knowing whose players won.
Oh, don't give Fanatics more ideas.
Oh.
As the award ceremony will take place at 5 and the All-Star game at 5:30. Is that 9-meter or 8-meter? Missed and passed and then corralled in front of the net and kind of worked in by Utah Valley here. So they start off the fourth quarter on the scoreboard, making it 8-11.
Similar to the beginning of that third quarter so far in the beginning of the half. Scrappiness by Utah Valley, the Wolverines that we've seen, you know. Spartans have been very organized as the Wolverines just been scrappy and just been able to score when they need to.
Yeah, it's a 8-11 game. I have a feeling, again, said this last game, if Utah Valley wants to win, it's a matter of can you score 12? Because Michigan State will probably score 1 on the low end, 3 or 4 on the high end if this game gets out of hand. It's really just about the Wolverines and if they're able to put up 11 on the scoreboard at all or 12 on the scoreboard at all. Is a high draw in the stick of the draw taker and out and corralled by the Spartans. As the midfield for MSU will corral things, slow things down. I imagine they'll want some 5-minute possessions here. Just take a good chance if you have it like that. That one saved and tipped out of the back. Spartans maintain possession. As stealing words from the fans here, setting it back up are the Spartans, and they'll drive inside, pull it back out. Again, not going to take anything unless it's a grade A opportunity. No reason to settle for anything less.
Don't let it fool you, though. This offense can strike at any moment.
Yeah, we've seen the amount of cutters. Spartans cutting there. Far side. couldn't get it as bodied to the ground. Helped to the ground, I should say.
Like you said, though, Spartans probably want to take their time a little bit, kill some clock on the way, not give the ball an opportunity back to the Wolverines.
Yeah, again, no rush, no shot clock, no reason to do anything outlandish, and settle for only grade A opportunities. Spartans making some substitutions on the back end at defense. But on the offensive side of the things right now, there's really no reason to change anything up. So they'll pass it inside, nothing there, won't shoot it smartly. Is possession already probably over around 2.5 minutes. As the Chiesa defender hung for a second as that pass into the sun. That is a, I am not envious of that. You lose the ball in the sun, especially a yellow woman's ball. You'll lose that in the sun a lot.
Oh, I'm sure it's hard to see the sun.
Yes, when you pass down someone's shadow, it is not a pleasant experience being on the other end of that.
No.
And it kind of makes you look a little, for lack of a better term, a little stupid when you drop it, because it's like, oh, it's such an easy pass. Why don't you catch it?
People don't understand the difficulty.
Yeah, it's not an easy
no idea.
pass. As Utah Valley forces a turnover in their own end, and the pass across the crease dropped. As the goaltender for the Spartans out of the crease will get a whistle. Couldn't see from what official that was and blew it.
I think it's the timeout by Michigan State.
Yeah,
As
goaltender picked it up. They'll take a timeout. But yeah, the passing down someone's shadow is always tough as the receiver
in the sun.
to catch that one down the sun. But nevertheless, Utah Valley trying to make an attempt to come back here. Down only 3, 11-8. Into the fourth quarter. We'll see you on the other end of the timeout.
Back to this game. We were talking about the difficulty of playing in the sun. When you have a pass going straight at you, you're sweaty, you could have sunblock in your eyes. It's easier, it's a lot harder than it looks.
Yeah.
In the sport.
Of course, the goggles on it doesn't really impede your vision too much, but it would be cool if they gave them like hockey tinted goggles where like you had a little screen. Right now they have the bucket cages on, but they gave them like in the NHL that clear screen. But anyways,
back to the game. As
back
Michigan
to the
State
game.
Retains possession and gets across the half field.
As again the Spartans clear it and content to use another few minutes here. As they'll work things around and really in no rush. If they have an open cutter, they'll pass it. They'll send someone down the middle, but if it's not there, there's no reason to pass it, no reason to force it, as they have someone in the center. As she doesn't have a shot, so she'll dish it out, and smartly played there.
I think if I'm the Spartans, I think the smartest thing is just passing it around, no costly mistakes, and just make sure you retain possession. I think before the timeout, there was a huge opportunity missed by the Wolverines as they had a 2-on-1 ready to score.
As Spartans able to take a minute off the clock with that possession, but nothing on the scoreboard to show for it. As the Wolverines looking to advance here, but the Spartans attack really riding hard here. As pass from the goaltender a little too short and will go out of bounds, to the pleasure of the Spartans fans. As
I think that Spartan player was trying to mention another player who was closer, unable to communicate with the goalie.
oh, it's a cross check there right to the chest, and surprised to not see the stick break there. Normally see that a lot where you get a cross check and the stick will just snap right in half.
As a green card is enforced.
Yeah, not shocked by it, and see Spartan player jumping right now, letting her know that she can advance. And that was number 5, Avery Gilbert, that has been tasked with face guarding Sophie Grizzle all night, and has done a pretty good job as the Spartans grade A opportunity and cash in for her first goal of the night.
Vivian Rainick,
making it 12-8 in the fourth quarter, so not a dagger yet, but possibly.
I was about to ask, was this no?
No, it's 4 goals. It's definitely doable. You can get 4 goals in under a minute. It's not easy, but it's possible.
Well, ironically enough, the team we saw this from yesterday was Michigan State with 45 seconds left, down by 4 goals.
Yeah, that was against Texas A&M, and down 4. They came back storming in and won and got the, I think it was 9-8, got the 9th goal with around 30 seconds left, and then won the draw and just sat with the ball for 30 seconds. As Utah Valley hoping to pull off a miracle of their own. So we're around halfway past the 4th.
Probably the biggest draw of the game so far.
As little both players on the wrong side of the draw there. That's funny. Both players lining up there, the official not noticing it, and no one else here noticing it. Until right before both players kind of stood up and were like, wait, wrong spot. As draw is up and quickly won by Utah Valley. As they'll need to put some points on the board as that ball trickles out of bounds. And again, the stick skill mishaps evident
Haunting
for
the
UVU.
Haunting the Wolverines, another wasted opportunity in crunch time.
Yeah, one you can't have is Spartans put it on the deck at the restraining line and turn it over. And for the Spartans, that's one you can't have, as they'll make some subs on the attack end of things. We'll see some subs there, but that's the horn, not ours.
False alarm,
Yeah,
false
so
alarm, folks. The game is still running.
that horn is for Field C over there, so that game was over between Florida and Utah. It's also live on South Mountain Sports Network. If you want to go check that out, just click Field C and you'll be able to see the score over there.
Talk about hurdles we faced all day so far.
Yeah, I would come right back here if you're curious after checking the score there. Is Michigan State forcing a turnover of their own, and a beautiful check there from the draw taker in Eleanor Scott. It's the ball on the deck again. Ground ball fought for, tipped up, finds its way in front of the net. Multiple players going for it. Spartans corral it and running out near side with 3 players on her as she'll dish it back to the defense here. As that pass towards the center dropped, and Utah Valley with another chance, and I don't imagine Grizzle giving it up too easily as she gives it up for the shot and a goal.
As you question as a viewer, how much time is left? And, you know, it's a 3-goal lead.
Sparry's 4th of the night. Pushes or diminishes the Spartan lead back to 3. This has been the number Utah Valley has yet to climb. Got down 4-1. Of course, led by scoring the first goal of the game, then down 4-1, and haven't cracked a deficit of less than 3 since then. As again, the draw becoming ever more important now for both teams.
Wolverines able to keep the fight in this one against the Spartans.
Yeah, probably around 5 minutes on the clock would be my guess. As battle for it and won by the Spartans, and that's big. As the Spartans looking to clear and do up to as far as the restraining line before check was just a little high there. As they'll bring it into the restraining line and just chew clock. No reason to do anything other than if you have a grade A opportunity.
Like we've mentioned before, though, this is why the Spartans are a good team. They can control it, but they don't give away when exactly they're going to strike. It just flashes before us and the ball's in the net.
Yeah, you can get caught sleeping against the Spartan team real easily. Run cutters very similar to the Utah team. The Spartans motioning, ball going far side, cutters going near side, ball again going far side. You have a cutter inside, they pass it in too high on that, but corral that X. So nothing dangerous happening. The Spartans already taking a minute off the clock with this possession. So they'll pass it in, turn around through 3 defenders, gets it to fall.
Was it 22? Jennifer McWethy for the Spartans scoring. This makes the third, I want to say the third Spartan, the fourth Spartan with 2 or more goals. As, like we said, this offense is potent, and not just 1 or 2 people, but they have players all across the board that can really do it all on offense. That's the lethal part about an offense like Michigan State.
Yeah, number 22, McWethy, the midfielder. See her now to the left of the draw circle on your screen. As the Spartans pushing that back to 4. So again, can Utah Valley get to that 13 mark? That's the question I posed at the start of the 4th. See if they can do that. As they've been outpacing the Spartans as of late, but that first quarter deficit helping the Spartans a lot, as that one just above the heads of the draw takers. McWethy fighting for it, and the Spartans tip it up and come down with it in their own zone. So they'll sit back and, again, won't take anything unless it's a grade A chance. Force this UVU defense to spread out. 13-9, as you can see on the bottom of your score. Michigan State over Utah Valley. MSU versus UVU here. UVU is a fun acronym.
Just flows off the tongue.
Yeah, it really does.
UVU.
It's 2 good acronyms. The Spartans pass it inside. Shot deflected, then off a player. As picked up by Utah Valley now. Midfield. Ground ball picked up by the Spartans. And a minute passed since the Spartans took possession. Of course, lost it for a second there, but realistically, as time ticks on, it's the Spartans' best friend and the Wolverines' worst enemy. As from X, driving up top, getting top side, low underhand shot falls. Taylor Young getting on the stat sheet with that one. And that is the nail in the coffin in this one.
As you would say, that is the dagger.
Yeah. That's the dagger in this one, as the Spartans, with a 5-goal lead in the waning minutes of this one,
as it seems like that might have the bell rung as Young plants the sword in for the Spartans, as this could practically be a win.
Yeah, and head back to East Lansing with a win and a lot of stuff to build on. Of course, that Florida game, they were very physical, with their coaching staff visibly upset after the game with the team, along with a lot of other things. But a game that they'll look back on, watch some film on, and build on, and early season non-conference game, so won't impact postseason too much. All you got to do, win your conference.
I think if you're UVU, though, if you're Utah Valley, you can't hang your head on this game. I mean, you guys stuck in there against one of the better teams in this tournament, and when things looked like they were going to get away pretty early, you stuck around, you found a way to fight.
Yeah, as the Spartans looking to add to their lead here, pass it inside, and pass too short, is unable to get it inside. But yeah, like you said, nothing to hang your head if you're Utah Valley. I mean, you're coming into this one. Of course, club is different than NCAA, but school size is still a factor. You're coming in playing a far larger school, and that's shown in the bench sizes of the two teams, as 2 whistles blown and possibly a card. We'll see from that far side. Oh, just a ball ended up just inside the Michigan State crease. So the clock stops and resumes.
I think one thing you can take away from this game is whether they're from Ann Arbor or Utah Valley, a Wolverine is nothing to be messed with.
Spartan fans not happy hearing that one, as they'll point to the scoreboard. But yeah, nothing to hang your head about if you're Utah Valley here. I mean, you come in playing all much larger schools, and you come in and you compete. And non-conference game, as Michigan State forces a turnover there, pushing in transition, as ball on the deck in the midfield. See who can come up with it, and looks like Sophie Grizzle dishes it out, and it finds its way all the way back to the netminder. Michigan State pressing now, as that pass bounced all the way to the restraining line and passed up to Ford. Ford dishes it out again. It's all the way down in the Utah Valley offensive zone. But again, yeah, nothing to hang your head about. You came down, you competed in some non-conference games, and you'll go back into conference play, which starts relatively soon, and have a lot more experience under your belt than a lot of other conference foes might have.
I'd agree.
Mean,
you go into the season with confidence.
Yeah.
And I mean, you really look at this game, they don't make a few costly mistakes in crunch time or when it mattered most. It could easily be a 1 to 2 goal game right now, but just Michigan State has the experience and they know how to close the door.
You win some of those draws in the end of the first, and don't give up the 2-goal spurt at the end of the half, and this is a completely different game. But we can play the what-if game all we want. The score is still the score, 14-9, as the crowd can sense it.
As if you haven't heard the crowd, it seems like we're at a Michigan State home game right now.
Yeah,
very energetic crowd as they travel well.
We've mentioned that. 2 of the more well-traveling schools here, at least to Arizona, Michigan State, BYU.
I'm not saying for certain. I know ASU's playing behind us, but I've seen a lot more green in these last 2 days than maroon and gold, I'll say that.
Yeah, we haven't been over on field day, though. I don't imagine a lot of maroon and gold will meander their way over here. But nonetheless, Utah Valley just trying to set something up here on the offensive side of things, and Michigan State's defense not content to make that easy for them. As that pass dropped and quickly picked up before the Michigan State defense could do anything about it. As they'll pass it around forward with it now. Ford far side, one-on-one, tries to go inside, nothing there. Pulls it back out, looking for a pass inside, and that's caught and dished right back out over Ford's head, though. Race for the ball, won by the Wolverines. As we're the last game on deck here. Field A done, Field C done. So for all you watching on all the other fields, tuning in here to see the last one of the day, we welcome you. Utah Valley scored the first goal of this one, and then Michigan State came roaring back 4-1, and Utah Valley has not been able to break past 3 goals since then. Had a few spurts, as Michigan State lucky there to get that ground ball with the goalie out of the net, and they'll try and clear and hold it for the final possession. Is almost running out of bounds, but able to stop herself before the line. But ground ball right at the restraining line. We'll have a whistle blown, and we'll go the way of the Wolverines. As they'll swing it around and I imagine try and get something before the final horn. As we're approaching the end here. 5 on the clock, as we'll get a whistle, stop the clock with 3. We'll get an exclusion with 3 seconds left. 14-9, Utah Valley trying to enter the double digits, as we'll have a free position here on the fan.
Playing for pride is what you'd call it.
Yeah, you have one more shot here before this wraps up. Practically maybe can get a rebound or set up something, as they'll drive in, shot low, bounced up, and Michigan State recovers, and there was 3 seconds left before, and final horn blows. Michigan State ending on a win here, 14-9 over Utah Valley University. In a well-played game and a great recovery from the Spartans, able to work their way back from down 1 at the start and just come firing back, scoring 4 straight, and then scoring when they need to and avoiding the UVU attacks. But for Pierce Gordon, Tanner Buck here on camera all day. We had Gengabus on play-by-play for most of the day, but not on this one from Field B, as we thank you for watching the Cactus Classic Invitational on South Mountain Sports.